Whew. Oh boy. Okay. Let's see what we got here. My dirty ass room. Oh, that's fucking great. Hey everybody, how's everyone doing? Hey Sun Wizard, Cat Herman, Ethan Assoon. Yeah, we're having a hard time connecting to Twitch, so I guess we're YouTubing it right now. We are YouTubing it right now. So it means there'll be a lot less music, which maybe that'll be okay. You know, hopefully. Do da 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 da. Come on, open with. I don't know. It was just one of those, like, I thought it was like the connection. There's also some personal stuff happening. But I was having but it was like everything was okay, and then let's talk about your alcoholic friend. And I know I'm doing that while I'm drinking. But there are a lot of things about alcoholism, particularly being someone who's close to an alcoholic, that oh hey Matthew Koch, oh, how you doing? Yeah, first time commenter. All right. Yeah, but yeah, I had some shit fucking happen, so I have one of the problems with your alcoholic friend is that they tend to get stuck at a certain level of maturity. It's usually sometimes late teens, early 20s. And because around that time is when they discover alcohol as a way of coping with bad feelings. You know, there's a big difference between the drinker and the alcoholic, which is a very, very, very hard line to parse if you just go with popular media. You know, because let me put it this way. Does anyone know what the big difference between a person who drinks and an alcoholic is? Behavior-wise. We're not even talking what makes it happen. What's the big difference behavior-wise? You know, I don't think that anyone here is stupid, but I'm going to bet that it's going to be hard to come up with what the actual difference is. But there is one. I just want to see if anyone actually can guess. All right, not waiting for some sort of comment. I know that that's possibly a problem, but you know, we'll just wait for a minute. So, all right, looks like no one's got any idea, which is fine. You know, it's not a thing you can be expected to know. The alcoholic can own one of the things that typifies an alcoholic as only being able to process emotional issues with alcohol. And then after that comes a shame component where they're ashamed of everything that they said, so they drink more so that they'll forget. That'll happen a lot if you got an alcoholic friend. That'll happen time and time again. 100 times. And it's weird because it's like they're caught in a time loop. You know, they keep doing the same shit, and you're like, dude, what are you doing the same shit for? And in some cases, it's the exact same shit. You know, it's like, wow, you didn't learn anything from that, did you? And then you think about it and you're like, well, you were drunk all the time, so how were you going to learn? You know? But yeah, I got a friend, very worried that he's going to hurt himself one way or another, right? Because that's another thing. Like, that's another thing about watching it happen, is you're just sitting there going, no, I'm not. It's really hard to tell a friend, nah, man, this ain't about whatever the problem is today. Because I'm going to tell you this is what the problem has always been. Whatever you got, whatever makes it so that you can't fucking like deal with this shit, not everyone's got. Not everyone's got. And it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with alcohol tolerance either, I don't think. I mean, I'm not an expert. You know, I can only tell you what I've gotten from my experience. And that experience is they tend to just keep making the same mistakes. And so the problem is you will eventually outgrow them. You know, you'll outgrow them. You know, because you get tired of watching someone make the exact same mistake the exact same way every single fucking time. You know, and it's one of those things where it's one of the reasons why I say I can't advocate for drugs and alcohol. They just always worked for me. I got lucky. I did a lot of things to mitigate my risk, you know, but, you know, I think I got kind of lucky. You know, one of them being like, when people tell you you're too drunk, you're too drunk. End of story. Like, end of story. You're too drunk. Oh, shit, really? Fuck. And you just accept that. Don't fight it. You know, especially when you're around people like me. Like, if I'm telling you you're too drunk, you are too drunk. You know, I'm not trying to fucking keep you from having a good time. I'm saying you can't do this. You know, it's like not being able to go on a fucking roller coaster because like you throw up every time. You know, it's like some people just can't do certain things. Hey, John, how you doing? But I was up last night helping a friend out who's gotten himself in a bad situation. I won't get into too much detail, but like, trust me, it's the kind of bad an alcoholic gets up to. You know, anyone who has an alcoholic friend, you've had an experience just like this, you know. And yeah, we could move on to a happier subject, but we will. But yeah, like the worst part about it is that feeling of helplessness. You're like, well, it's all in their hands now. You know, you get to a certain stage in your life and you just sort of realize, wow, whether or not I see this person ever again is entirely up to them. And I don't even mean like cutting them off. I mean like whether or not they're going to be alive. That's fun, right? That's super fun. It's good times. No, it's not. It's terrible times. It's awful times. You know, for the last, so, you know, and then that worry and that fear never really goes away. It never really goes away because, you know, there's always possibly the next time. You know, all you can do is hope that they figure it out. Because sometimes they do. And then that's really good. That's a real relief when they start to figure it out. Even when they go off the wagon. You know, because, you know, getting clean off anything is just like jumping that building in the Matrix. No one makes it the first time. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. No one makes it the first time. Yeah, it's like watching a car crash in slow motion. Like, yeah, it's fucked up. You know, and it's why I think guilt is so toxic. Let me tell you what I'm talking about. Guilt is toxic. The sensation of feeling guilty is very toxic, and it's also how to put it, excessive feelings of guilt is like alcoholism in and of itself. It keeps you where you are, doesn't allow you to progress. Because you don't think that you should. And some of us do things that are fucked up. Some of us don't. But some of us do things that are a little questionable. And then there are some of us who are just vulnerable to certain people. Just flat out vulnerable. You know, you got that one scale on the patch of your chest that just like, if anyone hits it, you're just done. But one of the problems about guilt and what makes it so toxic is it'll convince you that you deserve to pay for things that aren't crimes. And that's real sad. Well, yeah. Sometimes, yeah, John. Sometimes they're holding on to their younger years a little too tightly because that's a time that that things were a little simpler, right? Like life gets more complicated as you go on. Yeah, a little piece of guilt is well, I mean, you know, far be it for me to fucking like agree with anything written by Bush, but Now he's got it. Yeah, a little piece of guilt is tearing at my brain again. Yeah. And the thing is it can be a big thing, but it's not necessarily a thing that's your fault. You didn't cause it to happen. You know. You're not responsible for example, which is why I'm not telling you names. Long time ago, and I mean a long time ago at this point, you got a girl pregnant and she had an abortion without telling you. You're not responsible for that abortion. Like, that's like the situation in which you are absolutely not responsible. That's like completely, like, no matter how you feel about the end of the day, at the end of the day, and at the end of the series of events, like, you were literally cut out. You're cut out of the fucking decision making process. So I find myself going, that's not your fault, man. It's not your fault. She didn't tell you she was, did she tell you she was pregnant? No. Did she tell you that she had an abortion? No. No. Bitch brought it up when she wanted to make you feel bad. And it worked. You were absolutely cut out of that fucking decision. Can't blame yourself for this. There are too many guys who think they have father's rights over that. Where's the fucking thing, man? When you can alternate who gestates the fucking fetus, then we can start talking about father's rights when it comes to abortion. Because part of your motherfucking job in finding a relationship, if you wanted kids, was to find someone that wanted to have kids with you. And I'm going to be real super fucking honest. It ain't hard. It's not hard. All right, maybe if you're like a thalidomide baby or something, you got to miss an arm or some shit, then it gets harder. But if you're like a full able-bodied human being, it ain't that fucking hard. You are just as likely to find a woman who will purposefully get pregnant and then run off with the kid. They do that, and we will have drive-through abortion clinics sponsored by Budweiser. Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, like, it's all fucked up. So I'm like, I don't worry about father's rights. My opinion is that your responsibility is when that kid comes out. Until that happens, she has full decision-making power. And your job is to assist. So yeah, I've been dealing with some heavy shit. And it's really hard to fucking convince someone who feels guilty about something to not feel guilty about it. Sometimes, especially when they're not the one who did anything. You know. And this hooks into the next thing. Which is Maybe your ex-girlfriend that you didn't want to that you went through that with, whether or not the relationship is good or bad, don't want to hear from you for Mother's Day. I don't know why you thought that was even a fucking possibility. I don't even know why he thought that would be an appropriate thing. Now, I don't know what... Now, here's the thing. Like, I know that he has been in contact with this woman. And not that I'm psychic, I knew it. You know, guy's got abandonment issues. We've all got abandonment issues to some form or another, but yeah, some of us really do. It's fucking weird to think on that, like on that level, I'm doing better, right? You know, an abusive mom is abusive as fuck. Like, you think, no. You know what? I just realized something about myself. I don't have abandonment issues. I have fear of not being able to get away issues. I have fear of not being able to get away issues. You know, I'm sure that's like technically the same thing, but like, you know, I don't behave in the way that a person with abandonment issues typically will behave. So, yeah. Yeah, my boy fucked up his current relationship by fucking thinking about an ex-girlfriend from like 20 fucking years ago. And that was just tip of the iceberg. I'm sure there was a lot of other shit that happened. And I can forgive him if he fucking starts taking care of himself. Because it's this lack of taking care of his fucking self that fucking led to this bullshit. So that's been like plaguing me, like not 24 hours, but yeah, close to it. Like this all went down last night. You know, and I'm worried because, like, I know the guy is. Well, let's just get a little darker. Do you really think he'll kill himself? I know he will. You have a lot of other friends who have like who are like suicidal. I have a lot of friends that have suicidal thoughts. I have a lot of friends who sometimes wish that they could die. Yeah, sometimes you can't help the person who would implode rather than change for the better. Yeah, the problem is I've never had to fucking go as deep into it as I have had with this guy. And it fucking scares the shit out of me. You know, because I've known some fucked up self-destructive idiots. You know, I knew, yeah. Suicidal ideation is not the same thing. Like, how to put it? There are a lot of people who have suicidal thoughts where it really all comes down to please stop me. Someone please give me a reason not to do this. You know. Yeah, but then there's some guys you're like, no. If he gets in that place, he'll do it, man. He'll fucking do it. And there won't be any stopping him. So you always got this thing about like, oh man, how far do I push this? Oh, it's not even about, this isn't about depression. This is not about depression. Yeah. Oh, depression. You don't want to die, but you don't want to exist either. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair statement. But yeah. I know. Yeah, no, it's one of those, like, I know that when it happens, if it happens, it'll be quick, it'll be sudden, and I won't find out about it until long time later, hours later, days later. Yeah. I'm right there with you, Joker. Sometimes I wish I didn't exist. It's a little bit different than wanting to kill yourself. Sounds weird, right? Like they should be the same thing. They're actually not. Wishing you could stop existing is about everything around you in your emotional life, things around you in your emotional life, whether they come from you or whether they come from other people, being so messed up and seeing no way out. But you want a way out. For him to be on a threat to himself, but not to others, right? Physically. Physically. Physically, he's far more of a danger to himself than others. But like, he's one of the friends that I got that I worry the most about doing something stupid. And he's not even the guy that displays the most pain. Because a person who displays pain wants help. Like, I had a completely different friend. He probably the most depressed person I know. Really good guy. Really good guy, and always trying to get help. But he's one of the most depressed guys I know, if not the. And I count myself in that. So if you're like, oh, Jack, you're depressed. Look, I think this guy is more depressed than I am. That guy's always just looking for a way and a reason, and a way, more importantly, not to feel that way. Because this is what he really wants. It's like, he's got a lot of issues, but like, he doesn't actually want to die. He doesn't want to put anyone else around him through that. Like, his pain does not blind him to the pain of others. The guys actually do it, who go through it, when they do it fast. It's a roll of the fucking dice, man. It's a roll of the goddamn dice. I've had a third person completely. I had a friend like call me up as he had the fucking razor blade in his hand. Like he had gone like he had been like hiding it for like a month that he was planning on doing this. He was fucking planning it for a month. He got there, and he had the, fucking, Jack the Ripper blade and everything, right? He was sitting there and he's like, I just, okay, on this day, I'm just going to do it. But the last minute, he gave me a call. Like, literally the last minute. He's like, dude, I am in the tub. The razor's out. I don't know what the fuck to do. I'm just like, I will tell you exactly what you're going to do. You're going to chill out. I'm going to come pick you up. If you're going to die, it can wait another day, can it? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it could. Okay, great. Then you go give me that other day. And I go out there and pick him up, and I'm like, all right, what's going on? And he's like, I'm getting evicted. I lost my job. I'm getting evicted. You know, a lot of bad shit happened. Some of it, a lot of it wasn't his fault. You know, like, that guy, and this is a third guy, by the way, this is a third guy entirely. His biggest problem was that he had a hard time asking for help. He had a really hard time with it. Like, he could not do it. He could not do it. You know, so the fact that he was calling me up for help was sort of like, all right, we're here now. You know, like, that's the alarm bell. That's like, we don't go from, no. We don't have like amber or orange. We're at terror level like beige. No, it's like he fucking calls you up for help. We're at DEFCON 1. No, we're absolutely at fucking DEFCON 1. Because he's doing the last thing that is in his character to do. You know, and he's like, I'm getting kicked out. I don't know what to do. And I'm like, you're going to live with me for a bit. That's what's going to happen. You're going to live with me for a bit. And he did. I wish that... yeah, eventually he had to move out and move back to essentially his parents' place. You know, but the funny thing is I think despite the fact that he was a real serious curmudgeon, like more so than even me, he was a guy that needed to be around people. He needed to know that people were there. You know, so that when he was ready to fucking come out of his shell a little bit, he could. So the fact that he moved back with his folks near the rest of his family, not necessarily the worst thing. Yeah, it takes a lot of guts to admit you need help. You know, it really does. You know, especially in America, because that's how we kill ourselves. That's how we kill ourselves in America. Independence. We kill ourselves with independence. Now, granted, totally there's a certain amount of independence you need to have in order to function. Of course. Duh. But you take that shit too far and it doesn't work. Like, you need help. You can't just take everything on the chin. You can't always just turn the other cheek. Sometimes you gotta at least tell someone, get out of my fucking face. Oh, man. All right, tell you what. Hey, Summer the Killer Doll. I like that name. Hey, John. John, Yogi, how you guys feeling? You up to like chatting a little bit? Japan is hard to beat on that front. Oh yeah, John the Joker. Yeah, that's not independence. That's isolation. Exactly. Once you cross that threshold, you know, and the world and America makes it real easy to mistake those two. Because one of the things that fucking fucks up Americans is the shame of not feeling independent enough. And I'm going to be totally fucking honest with you. Yeah, that's stupid. It's never a good reason that shit like that happens. It's always stupid. It's always bad. It's always dumb. But it's always personal. You know, is Yogi still around, or he like fuck off? Hold on, tell you what, there was actually, while I'm waiting to see if Yogi will respond. Do. All right, let's see if I can do this. Because I had a brilliant... Oh, fuck. No, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, let's see. I'd be happy to talk to... Okay, great. Yeah, I'll send you a message then. You know, as long as, like, you're not at work or something. I just realized you might be at work because you work nights sometimes. Come on. All right, come on. We got to open this up a little bit. Come on. Come on. Uh-oh. Did everything just fucking close? What happened on me here? Come on, yeah. Give us the fonts. Give us the fonts, baby. We see that shit. Come on, it's not going to work unless I find that, like... that bullshit font. There we go. There we go. Font style. Yeah, font style regular. All right, let's make sure. So I just want to try this out. This is something dumb that I was like, hey, I should do this. All right, kids. Let's see if this works. Oh, come on. I don't need to loop. Just da-da-da-da-da. All right, let's try it again. Come on. Damn. Give me that shit. All right, what about now? Are you serious? Does this have to be showing or something? Son of a... That shit has to be... All right, let's get this... You motherfucker. You worthless ass motherfuckers. Okay, hang on, all right, how about now? All right. Right back. Do do do. Let's see if I do this. Will it play again? Oh, it won't. What if I transition again? Oh, bitch. All right, hang on. We can do this. Copy filters, properties. No, where's the fucking... You know, that's the output projector. I need the... Oh! Ha-ha! All right, let's make sure it's now outputting to the right place. All right, so, but if I go there and I do come back here, well, whatever, fuck it. Why? Well, I don't know why it's not fucking giving me what I want. It hates me. Oh, like everybody, you know. Do. Okay, that's where. Oh, right. Of course it's working. I'm looking at it. Okay. Bonk. Bam. All right, where's Yogi? There he is. Bam. All right, let's see if we can figure out. Yeah, because if I do the like if I could do this.
You might play God, y'all. I use for basketball.
Yeah, like if I do that. If I do that, it comes right on. But for some reason, when I do this, it doesn't. Hide in mixer, volume percentage. Yeah. Like it should boom. Now, why aren't I hearing that through my headphones? I could tell it's playing. So, you know, you go back here. Yeah, but it didn't play that time. Well, I didn't play that time. Yeah, restart playback when things will come active. Close file when inactive. Oh, maybe that was what. Maybe that's the secret sauce. Hold on. So we go over here. Nope, just nothing. Okay, all right. Fuck a duck, man. Fuck a fucking duck. Admit that you have a problem. Do 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 do.
Are
Hey
we still
John,
trying
how you doing?
doing all right? Are we still trying to figure out scene transitions in this on
In
this live
this
stream?
day of kind of, because I'm sitting here and I'm like, this wasn't supposed to be that hard. Like this is supposed to be literally I press on the fucking button and everything happens.
Right.
But
it's never that easy.
It's decided it ain't gonna do that. They don't want to do that, you know?
No.
It's like, why would it do that? Why would it work when I want it to? You know?
It's definitely not user error, obviously.
Well, it might be user error. I mean, like, you know, I know that, but I don't know, like, but what's the fucking fix?
I don't know, except it like being in front of your station, man. I'll be real honest with you. That scares me.
What do you mean?
I'm afraid, like, I'm gonna like when I come see you, I'm gonna look at your like OBS and just be horrified at what I see on the screen.
Oh, you might be, man. Like, you might be. I'm not gonna say you aren't. You know, like we can't be denying potential reality. You know, that's a bad idea. Yeah, you'll probably be looking at this going like, dude, you got this all fucked up.
Yeah, you have programs here from like 4 years ago that you don't even have the files to anymore. What are you doing?
I don't know. Stop picking on me.
What is this new flesh growing inside of your PC? Like, what have you been doing sacrifices in the PC again?
Maybe.
I told you.
I told you.
Blood magic works for the altar. You can't do that shit on the fucking Mobo.
Oh man,
I don't want to hear it.
Oh man, see, why you gotta talk to me that way? Why you gotta talk?
There's
to me
only
that way?
one God you pray to about tech, and it's Omnissiah. All right, and he's in a book, and he's fictional, like
because he's
most
a fucking
gods.
little bitch. And
Hello.
Tell him,
Thank
hey,
you.
Yogi.
Thank you for calling Chola Tech Support. My name is Marucci. How may I help you?
How many will help? Oh, dude, like, okay, man. So
Have you turned your machine on and off again? Have you lit candle to San Lazaro and waved it in front of the computer?
See, like, no, don't listen to him. Like, don't listen to that. Listen to the man of science.
shit. Yeah.
Yeah, listen to the man of science in this group, okay?
Have you doused yourself in the agua de Florida?
How's that gonna fucking help with Yogi? You ain't helping
Clearly.
with the technical problems.
Clearly, he's infested with mala de ojo. We must take it off of him, and therefore it will leave his machine as well. This is clearly the answer.
Clearly. But yeah, so I've been dealing with some heavy stuff for the last couple of days.
Yeah, me too, man.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
hey,
and you know
Yogi.
what's funny? My shit went down right after you told me your shit.
Yeah, it was weird. Hey, Yogi, you want to play a game?
Yeah. You want to play this game? His answer is yes. Go for it.
Sure.
Hey, the name of the game is How White Trash Is My Family.
Oh, wait. Okay.
Oh, be careful, Yogi.
Does this involve a family function, yes or no?
Okay, it does not involve directly a family function, but I found out a lot of information at a family function.
Okay.
So indirect family function shit.
Yes.
Does it involve pregnancy?
In a way, kind of.
It does.
Is there incest?
No. Dude, I'm from fucking Tennessee, not Mississippi.
You said how? Hey! You said how white trash? That's pretty white trash.
That's not white trash. That's hillbilly bullshit. That doesn't count.
Let's be fair. Hillbilly
It's
bullshit.
like
Hillbilly bullshit is white trash DEFCON 5, okay?
look, it's like the difference between zombies and redneck zombies. All right, we all watch Cabin in the Woods. We know there's a clear, defined difference.
Also, you can't be mad at me for like taking like broad stab guesses to narrow it down. You can't be mad at me.
True.
Right.
Okay, so it kind of involves pregnancy. Oh, wait. Someone's actually adopted?
No.
Oh, see, yeah, you're getting colder now.
Oh, so, someone lied about who the daddy was.
No. It's way worse than that.
Getting warmer.
Someone lied to the guy about whether or not this was his child and got him to raise it.
You're like in a different sport. You're not even
Yeah. You're playing a different game now. Yeah.
All right, fuck it. I don't know. Tell me what. Tell me how I trash.
Well, it's actually I thought I was the cousin Eddie of the family. I am not. That's how bad it is.
Oh. Okay.
So one of my cousins recently had a baby. She was hooked on opioids, painkillers.
Is there a crack baby?
Yes.
Yes.
That my uncle, who is like mid to late 60s, is having to raise because it's either that or the kid goes to state. By the way,
and the state's Tennessee, so
right, she'll be bounced around in every fucking foster house around here. Okay. Now she's in jail, so she didn't come to this family function. But like another cousin of mine who usually is at every one of them wasn't there either. It was weird. So I talked to my cousin who, Jack, I say this with love, he reminds me of you, but fat.
Is this the cousin that's involved in this? Because I don't know how to take this.
No,
okay.
He's not.
All right. This is the cousin who was like, all right, let me just tell you what's really going on.
Yeah, this is his sister.
Okay.
So I'm sitting there and I'm like,
I could imagine Jack as fat. Yeah, no, I could see it.
Oh, gee, thanks a lot, yo.
But no, he's like angry Gen Xer that was really into cult shit and like really into RPGs. He's the guy that got me into all my weird stuff. All right.
See, I understood what he meant, Jack.
Anyways, so I haven't seen him in like a year because the Panera, and
are we just calling it the Panera now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Because that's like the third time I've heard that today.
How dare you? How dare you? I enjoy the bougie bread. How dare you?
Yeah.
I bet you would. You'd love to pay $8 for half a cup of soup and a bread bowl.
I don't pay for shit.
Never mind.
I'm correct, bitch.
Anyways, so I'm talking to him and like, I was like, yo, where's your sister at? Like, she never misses these functions. Her kids are always here. What happened? And like, that moment where like someone's holding back tears, but they don't want to cry immediately.
Ooh.
They're like, I was like,
yeah, you stepped on an emotional landmine. You didn't even realize it.
Yeah, I was like, whoa, what happened? So we go outside because we don't want to like.
Yeah, that's private talk. Yeah.
Which I'm making public, but I'm not using names. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, you don't. Let me put it this way: it's a difference. You're talking to a bunch of guys that this dude don't know, as opposed to, hey, let's have this conversation right in front of mom and dad.
Yeah, this. By the way, this was also at a Mother's Day, function. So.
Because of course it was.
Wait! I thought this happened on Saturday.
Yeah, no, we celebrated on Saturday instead of Sunday.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, all right. So we go outside, and I'm like, okay, what the fuck happened? He tells me that like this started in like at Halloween, so this has been going on since October. Apparently, him and his wife, instead of like taking trick or treaters, they decided, you know what we'll do. We'll go drive around all of our family members' house. We'll throw candy in the yard, call the parents, and then the kids can go fucking hog wild and get candy.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Right.
That's a great idea. You get the entertainment of throwing shit and watching kids scramble for shit all at the same time. And they can't complain because like, hey, it's this or nothing, bitch. Now,
it's also kind of the fun of being in parade. Not that I know.
Right.
Oh no, it is. I've been in several. I love throwing candy. I pelt it at people. I hit people in the head with them. Like, what are you gonna do? Be mad? You just got free candy and a concussion. Fuck you.
Oh, I fucking like. I was like fastball pitching Jolly Ranchers at my fucking biology teacher in high school, but that's a different story.
Beat him?
Her and
Her?
yes.
You good?
Anyways, so I was like, okay, so he's throwing candy at these kids, and he goes to his sister's house and does it, and like nobody comes outside, so he knocks on the door, nobody answers, he calls the phone, immediately goes to voicemail, and he could see like people moving around in the house, but they're not coming to the door. Yeah, like that's fucking weird.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah,
but that's not like, holy shit, what the fuck's going on? Then Christmas rolled around. Apparently, again, same cousin. He didn't want to do a gift exchange in person, so he gave his gifts to his mom, and his mom took it to her sister, to his sister, and like there were some very personal gifts. Like there was a book about cryptids because one of their kids is getting into cryptid shit.
Right. Yeah.
There was a bear that was supposed to be for their kid, but because they can't have a kid, they decided, you know what?
A bear?
Have it. Yeah, like a teddy bear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He got it for somebody else, but it turns out they couldn't have kids, so he regifted it.
Yeah, basically. And it was, very, very close, very emotional, very heartfelt gift. Apparently, they just threw that shit in the trash.
Oh, we're doing this now.
And when my aunt saw that, she's like, what are you doing? Like that's your brother trying to give gifts to your kids.
Yeah. That's their uncle. Did you even open it up to see what it was? Like, if it's sort of like baby's first dildo, okay, yeah, sure, fine.
Yeah.
But
yeah, no, they knew what it was, and they were like, nah, he's not gonna read this shit.
Oh my God.
So to put a little bit of context here, and I know this is a really long story, but fuck it. If Jack can tell a long story, so can I.
Yeah. Well, maybe on your own. No, I'm just kidding. I just go for it.
I've done that on there too.
And we love you for it.
And so a little bit of backstory. The cousin that is causing these issues, she married a former Marine who had PTSD. And he's also a gun nut. And,
I see this going well.
Yogi, he has 54 fucking guns in the house.
I see this going so well.
Yeah. He was in a wreck, in a very bad wreck, a wreck that gave him brain damage. And ever since then, he's been more aggravated and more cut-offish and standoffish and shit like that. Apparently, he informed the family that they're not coming to family functions anymore, and that the only time that my aunt would be able to see her grandchild is on Sundays for an hour with him in the room. And she was like, well, what the fuck? You tell me I can't come see my grandkids? No. Well, and she tried to call her daughter and say, hey, I want to come see the grandkids. And her daughter texted her husband's number and said, you have to call and check in with him first.
Okay, that's a weird development.
This is the cousin I keep expecting, like the phone call from my mom, whenever she calls me. Like there's like a non-0% chance I'm gonna pick it up and go, hey, blah blah blah, killed himself and killed his family. Yeah, because this person, we've come to fucking like shouting matches about the way he treats his kids. He slapped a baby in the mouth.
What?
He slapped a baby in the mouth. Because it was crying.
Whoa.
Yeah,
you
told him,
cannot be allowed to be around kids if you do that.
I told him that if he ever did that shit in front of me again, I don't care how many fucking guns he has, I'm gonna kill him.
Dude, you gotta
and I meant that.
At that point, you might as well call CPS.
My family's fucking dumb and fucking white, Southern. We don't involve the authorities when we can take care of it ourselves, even though we don't do that either.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, So apparently all this shit's going on, and like he's being more and more standoffish. I think he got into a certain into a certain conspiracy theory group that's represented by a single letter, and he's like isolated himself because he thinks everybody's trying to like molest their kids or some bullshit. I don't fucking know. She's been like completely standoffish, like a fucking a brute in every fucking sense of the word. Very dismissive. Nobody doesn't talk to anybody. So it's not like I don't think she's being abused. I mean, I think she might be being abused, but she's not entirely innocent.
Well, like let's put it this way: if you're talking about like the hierarchy of what you should worry about, kid comes first,
right? Like I don't give a fuck about them. I want their kids to be safe.
Yeah.
Like just to be honest with you. So yeah. And like all this shit drops on me like within the last hour of me being at this goddamn family function. Like they're leaving and I'm like, hey, let's I'm sitting there talking to them and shit, and they unload this on me. And then I go to my mom.
And you're like, what the fuck is this?
And no, I literally said, Mom, when I ask what the family drama is and you say nothing, and then I come to this and I hear like 3 different fucking stories of individual things, that's what I mean by what is the family drama.
Yeah. That's what I mean by what the fuck is going on.
Yeah,
like it's. I understand that you may be a little embarrassed about what's happening, but do you really seriously expect me to not find out?
Yeah, well, it's not even that. It's like, look, Mom, I really don't only see these people like 3 times a year. I need to know what I can expect going into it.
Yeah, no shit. You're supposed to be my buffer between me and these people.
But my mom's like me though. My mom's like that. My mom and me are like that though. Like where it's like, oh, you're having shit going on. Are you okay? All right, bye. Click.
Oh yeah. Like no. I'm that asshole that like always asks for fucking details. I need deets. I need receipts. I need every fucking thing.
Mama, where are the receipts? Let us see the receipts.
Yeah, exactly. Because that is the only way I could fucking negotiate my family. Just be like, oh, did that really happen? Oh, did it? Did it now?
What sauce could you possibly have?
Yeah, basically what Joey says, Mom, why was I not informed of this fuckery?
Yeah, why was I not informed of this shit? Like, why did you think that this was not gonna come up? Yeah. My fucking cousin is in jail and you thought, oh, he'll never know.
Let's say that it's like beyond that. Like this is the the cousin I was talking to that was like on the verge of dealing with this shit. He's like my brother. Like
right.
Like Scott is like my brother. I love him to death. He kind of sort of fucking took me under his wing of nerdy shit. So I literally said, I was like, what, you think me and Scott aren't gonna fucking talk? Like,
yeah,
what
right.
do you think's gonna happen?
Yeah, right. And this may sound a little fucked up, but it actually was kind of her responsibility when you asked to tell you.
Well, again, she doesn't think about it because she's like, again, she's the person that's like, I don't give a. Are you okay? Yeah. All right. Then I don't care.
Yeah. Well, this is what I'm saying. Like, if you tell me something and you need it to be like that, don't tell me fucking at all, because I'm gonna be like, all right, when was this? Who are you with? Who was with who? What's going on? I want to make sure I got this 100% crystal fucking clear. This has got to be fucking black and white clear as crystal. We stole fizzy lifting drinks. Like I need to be that fucking clear on what the story is. You don't even just tell me what we know happened and what you think happened.
Well, I ask her that so like when I come to these functions, I don't accidentally say something like, "Oh, how's blah blah blah," and they're like, going
exactly.
Now you see, I'm much less helpful because I'm that bitch at the family function who's just like, "Cheese man."
See, no, just for me, I'm just like, okay, let's get details, let's get this fucking straight, which I know opens me up to a huge level of criticism, because always does. oh my God, that's so inappropriate to start asking. And my response is always like, do you want to get to the truth or do you just want to fucking ignore this?
Right. It's kind of where I'm at too, where it's like, because my mom, like, she said, I can't believe our family's having to go through this shit. And I went,
what
you
do you mean you can't believe it? You know,
Yeah.
like, I already, look, I'm sorry. Like, I'm dating guy with severe fucking shell shock PTSD because he was a fucking Marine.
Yeah, like,
and she's got an opioid problem. She got a drug problem.
No, remember, these are two separate cousins.
Separate cousins.
Yeah,
okay.
like,
okay.
Yeah.
So the one with the kid who is being raised by the
We'll
husband
call
and being
her-
separated is
We'll
not
call her
the
Candy.
same. What?
Yeah, we'll call her Candy.
Okay, we'll call her
right?
Candy. So
and
Candy
the other-
is not a drug addict, but she is married to a Marine with severe mental health issues.
Yes, that
Okay.
has an arsenal in his house.
Yeah. I can't imagine that this would happen. Well, that depends on what kind of time frame we're talking about.
Mama, that writing was on the wall.
Yeah. Like, that sentence started to get written, and I got to the point where it was like, Marine Arsenal, and I saw the rest of the fucking story.
I told her so many times over the years. I was like, "Look, something's gonna happen."
Yeah,
And I'm not saying that because I think he's a bad person. Though I do.
See, that's double bad.
Yeah,
Like, if he's like a good guy, I'm still worried if he's a good guy. Like, that's something.
Right.
I know that's something a lot of people, and that I would talk to this shit about didn't get. You know, they're like,
Yeah.
well, he's not a bad guy. I'm like, he doesn't have to be. I'm not saying he is. I don't think that he is, but dude,
Your mental
risk
emotional
mitigation.
right.
Your mental emotional stability, it does not hinge upon your quality of character.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, and sadly, he doesn't have any. And
That's
yeah.
double bad.
And Terror of Death. John, complete the story, please. That's the fucked up part. It's like a fucking horrible Lovecraft tale. There is no end because nothing else has happened.
Oh, jeez. But
We're
you're
just-
but you're in this horrible stalemate where you're like,
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. I have to kind of sort of assume the worst is possible. And that does not create a good picture.
Right. I don't know what to fucking do. Half of me wants to fucking like call CPS, call the fucking cops, and see if they can fucking help him. The other half of me goes like, that's just gonna make the situation way fucking worse.
Well, let me put it this way. Can you take care of a kid of that age?
No, I
Then
can't.
It's probably best
To leave
that-
it alone.
it's probably best that you stay as far away from it as possible.
I mean, I'm an hour away, so that's that's enough. Like I said, I see these people maybe like
I live in California. An hour away is nothing. So
Yeah. Well, let's put it this way: I see them more than they see me. So
okay. All
But
right.
yeah.
All right. Well, that's
but-
at that point, like they've essentially, so they put up more of a barrier than just this.
yeah,
Okay.
and this is like, I don't know how else to fucking say this, but I think my wife put it the best way when I was like, we were like about to leave. I was like, man, that was some fucking wild shit. And she goes, yeah, good thing we don't have to deal with it.
Yeah, no, I think she's on the right track there. I
Yeah.
think that might be way more, like, let me put it this way. If you and like two other family members, direct family members, got involved, you'd have a shot.
Right.
You would have a shot. You might
Right.
be able to do something. You'd probably be able to come up with something and act on it. But if it has to just be you for whatever reason, the answer is no, because like
Yeah.
one person does not have the ability to deal with that properly, no matter how much fucking power they have.
Yeah. But I love when she was like, I can't believe this is happening. I'm like, why? I was like, you work in the medical field. You see the amount of people that are fucking like getting overprescribed opiates and then coming in on a fucking OD. People that are fucking abusing alcohol that, you know, or people that have mental health issues that won't fucking seek help.
Yeah.
Because it's a moment of weakness.
Yeah.
And it's like, I was like, why can't you
Dude,
see
my
it?
boy, the boy I was talking about, like I don't know if I said this part, but I'm constantly trying to get him to like see a psychiatrist, see a therapist, because I'm not kidding. I actually think that with just a little bit of actual professional help, his shit would start to clear up.
Well, you know, it's the best way I know. The way I describe therapy is like, imagine a complete stranger you can unload your fucking heart to, and then because they're not attached to the situation, they'll give you honest answers.
Yeah, they're not financially. They're not. They may be they're only as emotionally invested as you know them. Right. They're not financially hooked in. They don't have family obligations. You know, they have their own life. You see them in this one time, and you want to keep it to that time because, like, how to put it, they need they need time for themselves too. So you only take up like the amount of time that you've agreed on. And and that can honestly be enough.
And this is why complete strangers come up to me at parties that I'm at and start asking me life advice, to which I go, I'm not licensed. Please go away.
No, that's exactly why. That's exactly why. You would rather talk. See, that's the fucked up thing. You would rather talk to someone at a party about your emotional issues than a complete stranger that you've scheduled.
Yeah.
Well, no, it always goes the same way. I'm at a function of some kind, and someone says to someone else, "Oh, you see that guy over there? He's smart."
Well, no, he's not just smart. I'm emotionally comfortable with him. Like, they don't use that word, but they get that meaning comes across.
And then within 5 minutes of this conversation, "Hey, so I wanted to like talk to you about." So I'm like, "Who the fuck are you?
Who the fuck are you? Is my dick getting sucked? What the fuck is happening?" Yeah.
Normally I just sit down.
My job in the group is when people are like, "Jack, tell this guy he's stupid." And I'm like, "All right." So given the fact that my wife just fucking came over and fucking told me to tell you that you're stupid. So now that we've gotten that out of the way, why don't you tell me whatever the fuck is happening so I can break this shit all the way down for you.
Right. And, you know, funny enough, there, like, I see a couple of people saying, like, she's in, like, you know, talking about Candy, that she's in denial. No.
She may not be. She may just be terrified.
Yeah, exactly. I don't... Living in an abusive household myself, and I had running away at, like, 16 to live with my aunt, yeah, no, you're just too fucking scared to say something because you don't know what their reaction is going to be.
Yeah,
it's not that she's in denial. She's more likely terrified, or she's complicit. I don't know.
Like she might. Yeah, the worst scenario is that she's complicit,
which is the one I'm kind of leaning with.
Yeah, that's the worst scenario, because at that point, whatever is happening to that kid is just going to keep happening to that kid.
I know. Like, that's the part
horrible.
That's the part I'm terrified of. It's not.
Oh no, I would be too. I would absolutely be too.
Then there's no help.
Yeah,
sorry,
exactly.
Yogi. No, it's okay. It's okay. This is.
Yeah, exactly. How to put it? I seen it. You really can't. That's the other thing. The thing that's so upset. This is the thing that a lot of people who abuse their children understand, that a lot of people who don't understand, which is, if they can close ranks around the family, nothing that anyone on the outside can do matters. It just doesn't.
Yeah, like,
you are so depowered. You can't do a goddamn thing to save a kid, except, and this is where it gets super dark, violence.
Yeah.
And we all agree you shouldn't kill someone if you don't know whether you oughta. And so they like to live right in that little zone.
It's, that's something about like these situations that I always hate. Just one, the how entrenched and mass misconception wise it is, like the misconception of like, oh, why don't you just leave? I'm like, you really don't get this. You really don't get this.
Yeah. You're it takes a lot to leave an abusive person because you're there to fulfill one of their emotional needs. So you being there is in essence a life or death ego scenario for them.
Yeah. And that's the reason why my, like, with good, using my life situation, my life lessons, I'm always like, no, if you see an out, take it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
I know there's a lot of people that are stuck in these situations, and it's like, I know you're tired of being told get out right now, and it's hard. But I also think that if you see an opportunity to get out, you need to take it.
What people are really communicating when they're saying get the fuck out is take the next opportunity that happens, no matter what the fuck it is.
Yeah.
Because it's about as bad as it's gonna get with this current situation. You have got to fucking take the next leap of faith. Yeah.
And I don't know what's going to go on with that. I feel like in the next, goddamn, I don't know. I feel like something's going to happen soon that's going to be fucking depressing.
Well, let me put it this way. The way things are going, if you're lucky, and I mean like roll 20 on die 20, lucky.
Right.
She'll leave the guy, take the kid with her.
Yeah, and I don't see that happening.
Yeah, that's why that's the 20 on die 20.
That's 2 20s on disadvantage.
Well, you're rolling die 20 on disadvantage and you need a 20.
Yeah.
It's really rough. It might not even be that unlikely, but the chances are not good.
I think it's that unlikely.
Oof. Yikes.
Yeah.
I think like the next step of luck in that portion would be, it was such a shame. Some of the other cousins, they took cousin Ray out like for a weekend, and there was a hunting accident.
Dude, I'm one of 3 male cousins that's not in jail, and I'm probably the most athletic. So I don't want to get shot.
You don't have to be that athletic to look through a scope.
Actually what I was going to say is like, if you want to understand what small town is,
it's that
right there. It's at some point in your life, in some point in your teenage life, you were confronted with a situation where you really do have to fucking weigh the choice between getting caught, going to jail, and plotting a murder.
Right.
Like, you're gonna have to weigh that fucking choice.
And the way I look at it doesn't really affect that much of my life.
Sometimes the option of not giving a fuck is the best option.
That's kind of where I'm at, where I'm like, I don't give a fuck until something happens.
Yeah. Question though, so anyone in the family qualified to take care of the kid? At all?
Yeah, there's a lot of people that can take care of.
Okay.
All of our kids.
Okay, so if this
we're not like a family of like 10, we're a family of like 50.
Okay, so if something happened to that dude, then either say the kid was completely separated from the parents, there would be someone to take care of it.
Oh yeah, totally.
Okay, all right. You're actually not in too terrible position, but Someone might need to call CPS at some point soon.
I know. I think at some point I'm gonna have to have that conversation.
You
with
need
my
to start.
mom.
Yeah. You might want to start. How to put it? Someone might want to start building that paper trail.
Because I don't want to hit my mom with this reality, but I feel like it's. I kind of want to tell my mom, like, look, I've been the kid in the situation, and I wanted to call CPS. I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, here's the thing. This ain't you.
exactly.
That's
what
the
I'm
younger
saying.
generation. That becomes an easier calculus.
Right.
That becomes a way easier calculus.
Well, not even that. Like, when I was a kid, I wanted CPS to come to my fucking house and take my dad the fuck away.
Yeah. But you needed an adult to do it. Now you're an adult. This is the thing. One of the things that sucks about being an adult. Now you're kind of responsible.
It really does suck.
Yeah. It really does suck sometimes. But it's definitely a thing to keep your ear on the ground for, and you might want to have a conversation and ask some questions. Go like, I'm not entirely sure what to do, but this is a situation as far as I'm concerned. Like, I need some advice on how to proceed. If they're, you can have that conversation. That conversation could be had. I've had it. Now, I don't know I know you're in Tennessee and I'm in California. Like.
What's that supposed to mean, you fucking California liberal?
What it means is that I can count on people to at least try to want to do the right thing. Whether or not they will is a different fucking situation.
I think they want to do the right thing, but they need someone to fucking tell them to do the right thing. You know what I'm saying?
Well, like, it might be worth. It might actually be worth going. Like, I need to talk about a situation that's happening. I don't know if this is something that the CPS can get involved in, but I really want to talk about. I really need to talk about someone because this is really bothering me. Are you afraid the child's in danger? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. The answer is yes.
Because again, I grew up in an abusive household.
Mm-hmm.
I know what the fucking signs are. It's like I'm fucking. I see. It's like I'm looking into the past with fucking 2020 hindsight vision, and I'm like, we need to do something.
Yeah. And in this case, simultaneously,
you can actually have that conversation with CPS and just be like, look, this is a situation. If you even just tell them, I'm not sure how much information I want to give, but I need to know whether or not that what I know to be true is actionable.
Right.
And this is one of those things where CPS, it's a double-edged sword with them. It's kind of a shitty policy, but at the same time, in a situation like this, it can work. And that is that CPS, like the various CPS branches across the country, tend to exercise the concept of trying to keep like the children in the family somewhere.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Because that's a better idea than foster care.
Yeah, and again, I say that's a double-edged sword because sometimes that's just not a good idea.
Right.
But especially if you're saying like, well, we have a family of 50, yeah.
Oh, like we're not a family, we're a clan, and not that type of clan.
Not a KKK clan.
No,
like
you're
a clan.
Yeah, no, you're a my type of people clan. Like you're.
Yeah, you're like the Shens. I get it. Yeah.
But actually, funny enough, Jack, I just remembered. There's one I forgot to fucking tell you last night.
Oh shit!
Goddamn!
It's the worst one. Hey Jack, you know how you said like there's a child molester in my family and I want to kill them?
Yeah.
No.
He's dead now. Oh, are you fucking serious?
It's on my stepdad's side of the family.
Oh, okay. So it's completely unrelated to this other shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Woof.
Yeah, no, it sucks.
Thank God for small favors. Thanks Satan for small favors.
Right. But But yeah, like, and the fucked up thing is my mom was like, "Could you believe that?" And I was like, "Yeah."
Yeah. Matter of fact, I can. You know, like, yeah, like I'll never forget the fucking day my grandma came home. It's like, is an AMBLA what I think it is?
Yes,
And
it
I'm like,
is. What?
yeah,
How do you know that?
probably. Why did that come up? And she told me, and I was like, okay, strap in. This is not going to be a good conversation.
It's like, well, he's dead to us now.
That's what it should have been. He was dead to me.
Well, thankfully,
And thankfully now he is dead.
well, that's good. But another thing to be thankful for is like he He immediately got excommunicado.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
You are
Like-
banished from this family.
Banished to the wasteland with you. You know, like, yeah, no, good.
I hope you die in fucking obscurity.
Yeah. No, he was like, he showed up at one fucking family Christmas and he was very PDA, fucking very touchy feely and constantly talking about how he loved my aunt.
No,
and
that's
shit.
not PDA. That's creepy creeperton.
Right. Exactly.
What I do is PDA. Like Jack can confirm this. What I do is PDA. What Uncle Touchy does in his
Uncle Touchy's naked puzzle basement is not a place that anyone should be headed towards.
No.
But the thing is, like they were dating, and he was very like everyone's like he's really passionate, and I was like,
No, I understand that you were in denial because the truth is just too fucking awful. But I'm gonna say this now because the sooner I say this, the sooner you're gonna fucking start seeing this, even though you're gonna be like, oh my god, you're so awful. I can't believe you. I banish you from the family because I've been out in that wasteland. I know how to fucking survive. I can survive the 6 months I'm gonna be out there. Because when I come back, you're going to all be like, oh shit, what do we do about this guy?
Yeah.
And I'll be like, I told you, motherfucker.
All right, first of all, I don't want to say I told you so, but that's a lie. I told you so.
I told you so. Like, God, it's like the thing I like to say, because I like to end shit on a positive. The thing I said
you need to let me go first.
Okay, go
ahead.
Let
me go first. There have been situations where I have been in where I am like, I've had to like, all right, I'm not judging, but I'm saying that if this goes south, we're all looking at jail. Is everyone okay with that?
It's either jail or family secret time.
Yeah, it's either jail or family secret time. What's it going to be?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Well, it's like, in that case, you call me when you do know.
Yeah. Like, look, I will be the guy.
Wrong. The correct answer is jail.
Like I will be the guy with the crowbar. I promise I'm okay with it.
Oh, if we're gonna fucking. Oh yeah, if you just need a motherfucker to lead the charge, we're good. But like, if you're looking for a fall guy, fuck you.
Yeah.
You know, like that was always my problem with dealing with like internal like white family bullshit.
It's like, I love this family. I don't love you that much.
I knew who I loved in that family, and it wasn't. Yeah, I could count them on one hand. Let's see. There's my brother, my sister, my grandma. Yep, that's about it.
My mom, my stepdad, my stepsister, cousin Scott.
Oh shit, grandma. You got one more than I do on. Well, I mean, is this on one side of the family or both?
Oh, this is all of it combined.
Okay. Yeah, that turns into a different that calculus is different.
But yeah, I guess my positive for it, because I like to try to find the positives even in a terrible fucking situation. And the positives are, man, looking at all that shit, my life ain't that fucking bad.
It's true. Like, yeah, on my other side of the family, the worst I want to do to anybody is beat the shit out of them. That's
Right.
like the worst. It's one of those like, no, what I think you did is a beating offense. You know, I don't necessarily think it's a killing offense, but it's a beating offense because you need to understand my displeasure.
What you did there, that's paddling.
That's paddling.
Yeah, that's a beat down. Like,
Yep.
I'm sorry. I'm not look. I'll do you a favor. I won't hit your face. But the back of the head's fair game, you know.
For me, it's I won't kick you in the nuts.
No. No. I will totally kick a motherfucker in the nuts. You know, I've got
That
that's
boy
below the belt. Yeah, that was the idea. Bam.
That boy Jackula is a Rochambeauing fool.
Oh, dude, yeah. We Rochambeau with it. I kick you in the nuts as hard as I want.
You kick me in the nuts as hard as you want.
After that, all right? Here we go. Rochambeau. You know, like, yeah. No,
There's
totally.
pacing down loose.
Well, let me put it this way. When I really get right down to it, like the person on my dad's side of the family that I think a kick in the nuts would do it. Like, that would give me satisfaction. You know, because it's one of those, how to put it? It's weird to say, well, you're just a prick. But, like, that's as bad as it gets.
Right.
It's kind of a relief after dealing with the other side where you're like, how deep does this rabbit hole go? No, that's okay because, you know, like, well, you know, this and this and this and this. And you're just sort of like, no. That's okay. He who tries to fight monsters must take care to fucking make sure he does not become a monster. And when you stare into the abyss, it stares back. I don't know. We don't need this shit.
Sometimes it waves and goes, "Hi there, my name is George."
Hey,
yeah, it does. It does.
Hey, Jack, you want to hear the punchlines of this Pagliacci joke?
Oh no, what?
That side of my family was the good side of my family.
I mean, I am lucky. I count myself lucky that I am not one of my friends who had to beat the shit out of his own dad.
Hey, I've done that too.
Yeah. Was he threatening your mom?
No, he was threatening me.
Okay.
My mom was at work.
Okay. Yeah.
He did threaten my mom once, and he got his shit rightly and truly wrecked.
Okay, let me get it this way. Let me. So that's
by
the moment you
your
learned
mom
by like, boy, you can fucking scream and yell at the top of your old fucking lungs. We all know who wears the strap on in this relationship.
No, there was a moment where he was like fucking disgustedly sloppy drunk, and my mom was like, "Get your ass in the bed." And he tried to get up and swing, and me and my mom, like a fucking like 80s tag team, just commenced the whooping on him. So
this is the good old American pastime.
Oh, dude!
Son joint beat down.
Oh, dude! Like the fucking junkyard dogs are gonna fucking no.
It was Road Warriors.
The British Bulldogs are gonna fucking go to ham.
No, it was like Road Warriors because we were just clubbing them. just hitting whatever we could fucking hit, and then threw his ass in the bedroom.
Oh my god! No, well, yeah, okay, yeah. At that point, like clearly, you got it. Your relationship with your moms is gonna be, on a different level.
Yeah. No, like he just never mind. I've talked about that before. It's the shittiest moment of my life. So
oh well, yeah. Like that's why we're laughing about it.
Oh, I don't give a shit. Like I laugh about it too. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Like,
well, what I mean is laugh. You laugh and you cry.
I can't look at Fruit of the Loom like Tidy Whitey is the same ever again. Oh god, it ruined
my god! So wait. You fucking like
you and your mom, have to fucking like take care of business against your dad. And not only is this seminal just because of that, you looking at this and you're like, well, you just look. I didn't even know whether I was gay, but it just like I know I'm not now. Because,
No,
like,
it's more like
Tiny Whitey's is like that's not just attracted to men. That's like the barometer is going like, oh, don't look at me like that, Yogi. You know I'm right.
I was just waiting to say, and that's why I wear leopard print budgie smugglers.
Hell yeah, box of briefs myself. Oh, I wore what you are talking about. But after a certain point, look yourself in the mirror and you're like, I don't work out enough for this. I'm just embarrassing myself.
You see, here's the thing. Because I belong to a diaspora community, we have that European sense of like, I don't give a shit. I'm wearing these Speedos. You can't tell me no.
I feel like me and Yogi would be good housemates or really bad housemates because we both I'm assuming we walk around in just our underwear.
The answer is yes. But here's the thing.
Let me put it this way. Like I lived in a household where everyone was just sort of like, I'm not putting on fucking clothes to fucking take a leak. And that's men and women, so you just be like, all right, she's just topless today.
Also,
I'm not, and you're not even like, and you're so used to it, you ain't even like, well, is she interested? Am I interested? No, you ain't interested. That's your fucking housemate. That'd be like, that's like weird, dude.
That's shitting where you eat.
Yeah. That's like looking at your sister naked, like, no.
I'm actually surprised you didn't go to boxer briefs sooner because...
well, it depends on what you mean by sooner.
Well, the reason I say this is because, and I don't care how much mainstream undergarment fashion tries to push the boxer brief these days. Men who primarily have boxer briefs, if not entirely boxer briefs, I question that because to me, I'm an old school gay. To me, I'm like, that's bisexual underwear.
Oh, well, I mean, clearly. Clearly. All right, well, I can't.
I feel called out.
I can't fucking. I can't fucking, like, disagree with. I can't all of
you guys out there are like, well, I wear almost entirely boxer briefs. And I'm like, you're going to have an encounter later in life.
Dude, I started
you're gonna learn something
briefs long after that encounter happened.
This is why I'm saying I'm surprised. But that's the thing. I'm like, I don't believe in a straight man who has only boxer briefs, if not 98% boxer briefs. I don't believe in that. I'm like, nah. I don't believe in that.
Interesting.
That's yet to be proven real.
I'm thinking about all the like. No, I know one. I know at least one.
I have a question though. Okay? When you're thinking about it, you're saying I know one. That sounds to me like the exception that proves the rule.
I would agree. Let me put it this way. I would generally, if by exception you, okay, what do you mean by the exception that proves the rule?
I mean, as in, like, statistically speaking, there has to be at least like a couple people who defy this law.
Yeah. I would. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I think I found the exception that proves the rule.
Let me guess. This person also has a lot of flannel too, don't they?
Holy shit! Yeah, they do.
Yep.
Yeah, they're fucking confusing, aren't they?
Well, like, whoa, yeah. Did you? It is a dude. It is a dude, and I'm like, and it's one of those, huh?
You're sending a lot of the wrong signals.
Well, no, I wouldn't even say that. But like, if you went by just the laundry, they do have lesbian laundry. I'll tell you that shit.
Lesbian laundry is such a thing.
Oh yeah, got some lesbian laundry. The only thing they're missing is like the really like terrible, like fucking
sports bras and flannel shirts as far as the eye can see.
The fucking compressor bra that's got like the 10 holes in it, like it's the only thing they don't have.
For some
Everything
reason,
else,
they have a U-Haul shirt.
not a U-Haul shirt specifically, but we are talking about the same like bracket of clothing.
And then I dress like this, and people were like, "I never knew you weren't straight," and I'm like,
Yeah, they're
Wait,
fucking
someone
stupid.
knew that someone didn't know that you weren't straight? What are they fucking?
They're also not the brightest crown in the box.
I was about to say they can't be like that. That
Wait,
fucking crayon has got to have like melted in a box under the heat of the sun.
This is gonna be a really bad joke, but you're friends with Helen Keller?
That's terrible, because she was an amazing feminist and socialist theorist. So that's terrible, John.
I mean,
Cat
I know
says,
it's terrible.
I feel called out. Oh, okay. Do you feel called out on the lesbian part or the dude part? Just to make sure. I'm assuming because your name is Cat that you're female, but that's an assumption on my part.
I understand if you feel called out, but are we wrong?
Yeah.
I need to go through my underwear drawer again.
I've known a lot. Let me put it this way: there are a lot of people that would.
You don't, John. You know my truths.
That would today probably consider themselves genderqueer or transgender, but non-op. I don't know if there's a word for like I'm trans, but I'm not gonna pursue surgical alteration. I know that's a thing. I just don't know if there's a word for it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Point is,
wait, I'm sorry, I blanked there. What was the question?
Oh, the question was: is there a word for someone who is born a woman or transgender person, period, who is not gonna pursue medical alteration?
I mean, you can just call them transgender because it's what they are.
Well, yeah. But I mean, like, specifically to separate them from the person who aren't, people who aren't. Or are. God damn it.
How to put it? I know.
I get what you're saying, Jack.
I know for a fact there are words for this. I don't want to say what I think those words are here and broadcast them because I'm not 100% sure about how up to date and accurate they are.
Oh, okay.
So I reserve my right to be silent, but there are words. I know that there are words that get used within the community for such things.
Okay. Cat Hermit's like, no, I mean, like, I mostly do own a sports bra. But are you a lesbian or transgender?
Or bisexual.
Well, by every bisexual girl I've known who didn't wear thongs wore either nothing or boxers.
They can still wear a sports bra with those boxers, though.
Well, yeah. But like boxer briefs was like, that's a thing I have noticed that like, for some reason a lot of lesbians wear. I don't know why. Like butch lesbians wear a lot of boxer briefs.
Because they don't have a Jack. All right, we're all men here. We all have testicles and a dick.
Yeah.
We know the inherent design flaw of fucking boxers and having those parts.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Women don't have like a person who has a vagina does not have that issue.
Yeah, does not have that issue. You know.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like how to put it. It's one of those things where I'm like, we're designing clothes wrong and we are making the wrong choices. Like, example,
I've done a lot of friends' laundry, is what I'm telling you.
I'm just saying, like, example, pants make perfect sense for women and skirts make perfect sense for men. The fact that that's the way we went is stupid.
It's so weird, right? Yeah, like, there's actually, like, this thing that I discovered. I don't have one, so I don't wear it, but I keep thinking about it. It's a dance belt.
Okay.
Okay, so here's what dance belt is. If you're a cosplayer and you're male, you absolutely need to know what a dance belt is. I'm just gonna tell you right now. It's basically a soft athletic cup that keeps everything in place.
Mm-hmm.
So your dong is not just bouncing around inside of the fucking spandex, which is a thing that happens. That is a thing that happens.
I have seen many a Deadpool that really should have looked into this technology.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, yeah, exactly. Because because the thing about guy junk in spandex is it's not about like, well, I'm proud of my dick. That's nice, but I can tell what religion you are. Yeah. It's like, this is not the equivalent of a woman walking around with a G-string. This is an equivalent of a woman walking around with a fucking 3 times blow up print of her own vagina over her vagina.
I think we have a fashion. we have a fashion.
Cat Herman says, I'm cis female. Okay, all right. If you're cis female and you got a lot of sports bras, that just means that you have big tits.
Which ain't bad.
Yeah, but that's the situation. But if you've got a sports bra and boxers or boxer briefs, we're heading into lesbian lane or transgender avenue.
Also, I need to point out,
unless you're like really young, I don't know about young people's underwear except my own. And by young, I mean like teenager.
That's fair.
No.
Alternatively, besides like budgie smugglers, the other big. I think it's a cute term for them. I think I love the fact.
I never heard that before.
Yeah, no, it's what in Australia, it's the colloquial term for that type of men's underwear. Like, it's the colloquial term for that. No, I think
I always use athletic cup because like that's the thing that I'm used to talking about.
No. I'm talking about like God, what gets called in, what do we call them over here? Like jockeys,
banana hammocks.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about like the spandex fucking Speedo kind of deal.
Yeah. The men's underwear that look like the lower half of a bikini, or that look like a Speedo. But yeah, so that's what they call them there, and I think that's adorable, and I love it. But all of my underwear is either that or jocks. That's it.
As in jock straps? Oh
yeah.
Really?
I'm a gay man in the 21st century. Of course I wear jock straps.
Well, see, this is a part of the world that I have no knowledge of. Like,
you've seen gay men in jock straps.
Well, yeah, I have, but it's usually for fetish purposes.
Oh yeah, but it's like, oh yeah, no, we'll go out like on Christopher Street and like, and shit like that, like for Pride. But at the same time, a lot of us are just wearing those.
Oh, see, that's the part I didn't fucking know. Like, it was just like, nah, this is underwear. Like, I didn't know that people just like wore jock straps as underwear.
Oh yeah, they're extremely comfortable. I love them.
They are. It's just, the funny thing is you mentioned that, and I'm sort of like, man, why don't we do that?
It's like the push-up bra for butts.
It is.
Yeah.
It is simultaneously okay. This is why gay men wear jock straps a lot, because it is essentially the push-up bra for the ass, which everyone benefits from.
Yeah.
And it's like, it has like that very like alluring showcasing of the junk as well. So it's
It signifies I don't mind if you look at my dick.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, so how to put it? Like, straight men and men who are technically either bi or pan but prefer women probably won't think of this that as much, but we do.
That makes sense.
it's sort of like, well, it's like, how to put it? Oh, actually, no, never mind. I was going to say something, and I thought about it again. I was like, nope, that's stupid. I know no one who understands women undergarments better than gay men, and that includes straight women.
That's why I think Victoria's Secret should be entirely staffed by gay men. But
I think Victoria's Secret is that she's actually a queen. You know, like, and I mean, like, gay queen.
Except for, wait, no. All Victoria's Secrets need to be primarily staffed by gay men, and there needs to always be at least one, like, somewhat butch, but still dresses in a stern, authoritarian, feminine way, lesbian with a tape measure.
Oh, I agree.
Who's over 50.
Yeah, absolutely.
The diversity higher, you know.
Well, like how to put it, every
that
female
woman is
underwear
essential.
garment place either needs someone over 50, and this is either going to be a real heavy set woman or a gay dude.
And those people know exactly what they're doing.
Oh no, it's like magic. It's like magic. Like, well, like another thing. How to put it? I don't know, but I heard somebody go like, you know, this is like, you know, you're walking by someone in a mall, right? Like, I don't know if I'd even want if I want a transgender women look at me in the bathroom. That'd be weird. I'm like, oh yeah, you might get something that fits right.
Why is that man at the Auntie Anne's pretzel bar yelling at me again?
Auntie Anne's pretzel bar? Bitch. I am that fucking chink going over to the boba tea fucking place at the end of the fucking food court where no white people dare fucking walk. Because that is as ethnic as you are, because you won't let soul food in here. So I can't
Hey. You're talking to Ronald Cracker, all right?
Oh, I'm not talking to you, John. I'm not necessarily talking to you.
I will go to you to the boba place.
Oh, yeah, no. Absolutely.
I always think that's funny. Because I love going to the boba place, and every Asian just like looks at me like,
well, yeah, they're trying to figure out how cool you are. You know, you like how to put it. Anytime a white person walks into a boba tea place, the first question on every Asian person's mind is this: do they get it, or they just got fucking yellow fever?
well, I'll say this. I'll say it this way: if I ever go into any type of East Asian like eatery in any sense of the word, including a tea place or a boba tea place, if there is a statue of Hote, if there's a statue of the Laughing Buddha, I will go over, I will rub his belly and put a coin under his feet, and then I will walk up to the counter.
Well, then they know. Well, then they just know you're like fucking Buddhist at that point.
Yeah.
You know, that don't mean you don't got yellow fever. You're still white.
No, it's just like half a point.
But it is. It's a half a point. You know, it's like, okay, all right, let's see.
It's a good foot in the door.
It's a good foot in the door. That's a good way of putting it. It's like, all right.
It's like going to the Middle Eastern place, the Middle Eastern cafe, because there's always one if it's a good mall that's got
you're
like
good enough
baklava.
to get service. We'll put it that
yeah,
way. You know,
like you order baklava at, but like the real ones order like actual food there.
Oh, like when you go to a Greek restaurant.
Yeah. Like it's like, oh yeah, everyone gets a fucking hero, but like, do you ever get like the Turkish coffee?
I wish. I mean,
wait. Back the fuck up. What word did you just say? Everybody gets a what?
Hero or gyro, however the fuck you want to say it.
Yairo. That G is pronounced like a Y.
Okay, then you can yell at the Jordanians who taught me the fucking word. Okay,
I will.
All right, because they said it was hero, and they said like that's the way we say it, and I was like, okay, fine.
Oh yeah, it's probably both are accurate depending on where you're coming from.
No.
It's like
to be fair.
It's like making Yeah, it's like making the mistake of calling a Persian an Arab person. Oh shit.
Yeah, no, that's the fucking thing is it's weird because like culturally, no, that actually is like fucking different.
Oh, it's a fight on sight.
Yeah, because if you say Arab, basically what you're saying is, you're Muslim.
No,
Whoa,
it's worse
the
than
right
that.
Fucking question to be asking.
No, it's worse
not
than
at
that.
all. It's like when people come up to me and they find out what my background is and they go, "Oh, you're Romanian?"
I ain't no fucking lettuce.
And I'm like, "No, I am not the people who kept us in chattel slavery for 600 years. No."
Yeah.
Becky,
Roma and Romanian are two very different things. Romania is actually a country, first of all.
We're not allowed to be a country.
Yeah, which is...
Thanks, Europe.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. All the racism comes from our country. Okay, bud.
I don't... France is garbage. I'm just going to say it right now. France, especially, is garbage. If you're French, you're garbage.
Yes, Yogi's on the anti-France.
Dude, I was gonna fucking start talking about the fucking shawarma. So I turned into a shawarma snob.
Shawarma!
Because, like, well, okay, so we all know it's, what's shawarma? It's like, well, it's kind of lamb and beef all on the same stick.
Yeah, it's
You're already talking about something that's kind of processed. But there is frozen and not frozen.
Correct. And you can taste the difference.
Fresh and frozen.
Correct.
Frozen shawarma is fucking disgusting.
If you've ever
awful,
it dries out, like it doesn't hold juice or marinate. Like
it's just ass.
I don't even eat meat anymore, and I know this. What the fuck is everyone else's excuse?
Like, it literally tastes like flavored cardboard.
That's the reason why when people are like, I don't like shawarma. I'm like, where have you had it?
You had it at a bad
Are you sure?
Yeah, because usually, usually only a chef can tell the difference between fresh and frozen. The lay person usually doesn't. There is a difference and it is detectable by anybody, but usually the lay person doesn't really know the difference between fresh chicken and frozen chicken.
Oh, answering Baron Semity's question.
On the other hand, is a completely different beast. Like, if that shit's frozen, it's just awful.
Answering Baron Semity's question in the chat, I'm French Canadian. Does that get a pass? Okay, if you're Quebecois, from me,
I gotta say that's gotta be the one time when you get a pass on that shit.
Oh no! If you're either Quebecois or you're Cajun, if you are any type of Acadian French, I have my issues with your ancestors, not you.
That's the reason I said you're on the watch list. But
yeah. I have my because no one likes to talk about the fact that Romani slaves were brought to the Americas in both Canada and the United States.
Yeah.
Much like how people don't like to talk about that even after they attained liberation, Black people in the Caribbean owned Romani slaves for a while. No one likes to talk about that.
One of the people that I'm in that Defiant game with is half their family's Cajun.
Ooh.
And I think so. I told them the story about Mumbo, and she's like, "Yeah, that sounds about right."
Get Mumbo, get
Mumbo, get. Yeah, I was like, yeah, turns out, you can fucking train a gator. Can't tame a gator, but you can train a gator.
Train it.
Yeah, no, they're not stupid. They're just ornery.
Yeah. It's basically what we're saying is they are about as tameable as a house cat. Now imagine a house cat that's got the strongest bite of any animal that ever existed on the fucking planet. That's what you're dealing with when you got a gator.
But same amount of laziness, though.
Yeah. But there's a certain amount of I don't give a fuck.
You know, like, how to put it, the only thing that saves people who live in gator climate is the fact that gators are lazy as fuck.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
If they were more active, the entire delta would just be fucked.
Oh yeah,
It'd be
yeah.
red.
Like a human being alive. You know, like they just kill people.
But yes, so like Acadian French people, again, I have my issues with your ancestors. I have no issues with you. If you live in France, however, if you're French, if you're like French, go fuck yourself. I recently, do you know, okay, there's apparently a Netflix show which I don't watch because it's like TV and therefore is shit. It's called, Jack, you know what I'm talking about. The kind of thing where it's like, no, this would totally be like on NBC somewhere, but it's on Netflix.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Like, this is a failed A&E pilot.
Yep. It's called Emily in Paris.
Oh shit.
And
I've seen that thing when I'm like fucking scrolling by shit.
Yeah, no, it's shitty. It's shitty. It's not great. My mom likes it, but she how to put it, she's in her 50s. She doesn't have like the best taste anymore. I'll say it. I can say that because that's my mom. And you say it, I'm gonna kick your ass. But basically, the premise of the show is a young 20-something white American girl gets sent to Paris to work for a fashion magazine to like show them how.
Oh, okay. Clearly, this show is American.
Oh yeah, no, it totally is.
Okay.
It totally is.
Yes, because the French fashion scene needs American white women to tell them what to do.
And the whole thing is like, I'll show them how the Americans do it. I'm like, this is not going to go well. And it doesn't. And it doesn't. But here's the thing, is that the show pretty much presents the idea that, like, all French people are rude. All French people are misogynist. All French people are cheating whoremongers. All French people are, it just kind of like presents France in a negative way, which I don't necessarily care about because it's France. But,
sorry, go on.
But I saw this YouTube video of this French YouTuber reviewing the show, and he's going on about like, I cannot believe this racist, anti-French, thing kind of, and I'm just like,
it's an American show, dude. And
I'm like, what? And he pretty much points out the fact that like it's disgusting and annoying because it's an American vanity project. Now I'm like, I agree with that. I agree with that statement, and I agree with the statement that this show is like very much like making all French people into a somewhat racist caricature of French culture. I agree. I also don't care. And the reason I don't care is that, and especially because he pointed out like
I feel about France the way I feel about America, which is I both love and hate it.
It's what also gets me is that the guy points out like, I'm not only French, I'm a Parisian. I'm like, oh, I really don't care.
Don't give a shit.
Because this is a thing. The rest of France hates Parisians.
Because the Parisians, I don't know how to put it. The Parisians are the French of France.
Yeah, they are. They really are.
Interesting.
And also, and here's the thing, I'm just like, I don't care. And I'll tell you why I don't care about your issues, white French man. I'll tell you why I don't give a shit. Because France is one of the most anti-Semitic, anti-Romani, Islamophobic, anti-black countries in Central Europe.
Mm-hmm.
You are super racist as a culture, and I don't give a shit.
Yeah. That crowd used to belong to Germany. Now, granted, you haven't gone that far.
Yeah.
Granted,
however,
France, you haven't gone that far.
Well,
Thank you, by the way, sincerely.
Or so you think, because here's the thing.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Or so you think, because here's the thing. The only reason France started adopting pro-Semitic policy was because World War II happened. Because here, no. I'm absolutely serious. If you look into this, before World War II happened, France was actually, okay, France was probably was actually the most anti-Semitic nation in Europe at the time.
Yeah. Like
20,
you wouldn't have pegged, you would not have pegged like the area currently known as Germany as to be the place where an authoritarian regime of pure fascism was going to fucking arise. You know, a lot of people would have pegged France.
Yeah, a lot of people would have pegged France. Now, I will say this, though. French people who are legitimately part of the ideological left, like people who are socialists and anarchists, those French people tend to be really cool. I love those French people. Centrists and right-leaning French people are shit.
Well, isn't that kind of the way it always is, no matter what happens?
Yeah, but they're doing it with a really crappy, snobby accent, which makes it worse.
I have to agree with Yogi on this. Like, I can deal with it in America.
Someone's like, does anyone have bad opinions of the Welsh? No, because most people don't know who the Welsh are.
Here's my test.
I'm actually very positive on the Welsh because I know a handful of like native Welsh people who speak Welsh and English, and they're pretty awesome. Actually, the Welsh are pretty great.
The Welsh, nothing wrong with what they haven't done. Look, what I'm saying is they haven't killed like 6 million Jews or anything like that.
Well,
they haven't like fucking made an identity out of fucking snubbing their nose at you.
Yeah.
You know?
Here's my question. How do you feel about monarchy?
I hate
if you
monarchy.
hate it. Well, I'm asking the Welsh person.
Oh.
Because if you hate monarchy, you cool. You're a true Welshman.
Yeah, because you're technically part of that United Kingdom.
Yeah. Like, so... But yeah, no, it's the reason why, like, whenever, god damn it. And the worst thing is, and I'm so happy Yogi is finally on this anti-France arc. It gives me energy.
You know what? I tried very hard to be very positive on the French. So I'm like, oh, are we doing the whole trying to kick my people out of your country thing again? I no longer care.
Yeah. This is why I'm that guy who's sort of like, I feel about France the way I feel about the United States. Mm-hmm. You know, which is, you know, when you get around the right group of people, you'll feel like you belong there. You feel like everything's cool. You've made some friends. Everything's awesome. As long as the equivalent phrase, those people, will never naturally come up in conversation.
But when it
does, oh my God. Like, you would make a text, they would make a Texan blush.
Well, it's funny, right? Like, because the only time I've ever been actually in a long debate / argument with somebody about the George Floyd murders, because hey, we can call it that now.
Good. Yeah. Well, I mean, not good, but
yeah, it's not good, but something's happening.
Yeah.
But the only time I've ever been in a long fucking debate about it is with a French person who said he had it coming because look at his fucking record and blah 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 blah. And I said, basically, it ended with me going, look, I don't care if like he gunned down everybody. He should be treated with the same respect that white mass murderers get.
Yeah, unless he was doing it at the time. But no, the guy he got killed over a $20 bill.
Yeah,
not even the value of $20, just the bill itself.
And the best thing is that this fucking French frog piece of shit is the same guy that would constantly just be like, stupid American, with whenever I would fucking say something.
Oh,
and I was like,
no, you authoritarian Nazi dick licking piece of fucking shit. The resistance would be ashamed of you, and you'd be on the hit list. We would let your fellow Frenchmen would let Polish people kill you.
Oh, no. One of the arguments we had was it's French didn't retreat or surrender. They joined in. Oh,
Yeah.
I'll say it.
And if
Oh,
you're
I'll
fucking,
say
yeah,
it.
and if you're fucking saying that shit, we know what side of the fucking equation you would have been on.
Yeah, exactly. Like France didn't surrender; they were occupied. Like,
Yeah.
there's a difference.
Yeah, there's kind of a difference. You know. Well, oh god.
Oh. And that wasn't because how to put it. I got kind of sick of this because I started receiving a bunch of, and I deleted all of them and blocked all these people because no one has to see this. You know, I don't want to subject any of my followers to this. But like on TikTok and shit, I started to get like a lot of like anti-Romani racist comments from French people.
Whoa, are you serious?
Oh yeah, no, the racism's real bad on that app. It's real bad. But yeah, I started getting like a lot of like anti-Romani racist comments from French people, and I was just like, okay, give back the Manouche jazz music then. You're not allowed to play that anymore. You know, the thing that pretty much makes up most of your modern music. Give it back.
Well, dude, like you could fucking. Well, did you talk about the Black Council? Did you discuss this with the Black Council before you applied this potential veto, or is there already an arrangement?
Oh, how to put it? Like we all hate France. we all hate France. We're all fucking sick of this shit. You know, kind of like how there was that thing, was it like it was 2 months ago where, Knorr, like the food company, Knorr, Knorr.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yeah, okay. They're a German company. They're a German food company.
Okay.
So they have this sauce that they make, which until recently was called Zeigeke sauce. Now, Zeigeke is their word for us. It's their G word for us.
Wait, what?
So in German, the word Zeideke is it means gypsy, and we don't like that.
Okay.
We don't like being called these things.
Okay.
But so the sauce this sauce that's really popular in Germany, it's like a tomato and paprika based kind of Eastern European sauce, and because it's kind of inspired by our cuisine, they call it that.
They call it gypsy sauce, essentially.
Yeah.
Ooh,
yeah.
Okay.
And so a bunch of people have been taught about, a bunch of like Sinti and various different like German Romani groups have been like, hey, we really don't like this. And Knorr decided to go, you know what? You're right. This is antiquated and racist. We're going to change the name because that's not cool. And we all went, well, thank you, Knorr. And then
change it to.
I think they're going to start calling it like Hungarian sauce or Hungarian style sauce or something like that. They're going to do something with it. I don't know. But the minute it happened, late night German television was just was just bereft with all these racist fucking German people coming out. So going. I want you to imagine this. These are German people saying this. Like, I don't know what they're complaining about. I mean, all of that stuff. It was so long ago. No, Germany.
Hans, you want to?
This was
yesterday again.
I'm like, no, Germany. You don't get to tell us that was so long ago.
Germany, we have.
Must I bring out my own? Allow me to bring out my own people's like racial insensitivity. These are not, because this is not only, to be honest, this shit is not only fucking Chinese. It's Hong Kong. And that is like fucking, that is as close to me you get without actually being in Taiwan. And the thing is,
Yeah, this toothpaste was really popular there as well.
Oh,
we're not gonna fucking Hold on, let's see if we can fucking find it. We got this.
I don't think we can say the name of this toothpaste.
I don't know if we can say it either. All right. Oh shit! I don't even know if we could show it. All right, look up Darky toothpaste. Now, if you're like, what the shit did I just hear? You heard it right. You fucking heard it right. Darkie. They eventually changed the name to Darley.
They kept the logo.
But they kept the logo. They just made it look like Al Jorgensen.
No,
oh, sorry, not Al
whitewashed
Jorgensen. That's Ministry guy. Al Jolson. They made it look like Al Jolson because that would be less racist.
They literally whitewashed the characters.
Yeah, they literally whitewashed the character, and you're just like, that's nice. It's still just as racist because of how you decided to do this.
No, but white people's are good. You doing it again?
This is like one of the issues with like global cultural sensitivity is like, it's sometimes you run into something that's so racist, you're like, I'm mad, but I don't even know what to do with that. And I feel like Darley toothpaste kind of sits right on that line. You're like, this is so racist.
But I don't know
I honestly don't know how to fucking feel.
Well, it's like when when fellow Americans talk about like racism in our country, like we all fucking bitch about it and it exists everywhere. But the minute like Europeans or like the minute they start talking about how we treat black people, it's like, hold the fucking phone, sir. Don't
have some shit to talk about.
Wait, Javis, are you telling me that Australia had a fucking type of cheese called cunt cheese?
No. African American sea slur. So
yeah.
It was called
coon cheese. Did I get that right?
I believe so.
Sure sounds like it,
dude. Yeah, that probably should not be happening.
Also, yes, town eccentric. I should be offended,
but I'm mostly confused. Yeah. Like that's how I felt when I first saw the shit, and I'm just like.
Also,
what the fuck?
I feel, and how to put it, I feel that town eccentric like can feel my vibe on this when I say this though, because town eccentric like, okay, this is what people ask me, why do I have outside of the Romani community, why do I have so many Jewish friends? I'm like, because man, we're each other's warning systems, man. No, this is true. We have a shared ancestral trauma when it comes to white European.
Absolutely.
And how to put it, every time whiteys start doing stuff, the Jewish person and the Romani person in the room will side-eye each other and go like, okay, when do we jump? When are we? Are we?
Yeah. They come for, who are they coming for first? Like, because whoever they get first, the next one, we're gone. We're, fuck that. You could be in the camp by yourself this time.
Like how to put this right, like this is why, okay, my boss at my current job, who is a good friend of mine, she is Israeli Jewish, like she was born and raised in Israel.
Okay.
She's mostly Ashkenazi, but she's also part Sephardi Jewish.
I have no idea what that means, but go on.
Okay, that's a story for a different time. That's an explanation for a different time, because that's a history issue. So. Like, when she found out that I was having issues when I was working at Wegmans, she hired me on the spot, like, no questions asked. And I was like, oh, are you sure? And she was like, hun, two things. One, I know you're a good worker because I've worked with you before. Two, and she just goes, honey, when the racists come out the woodwork, the Jews and the Romani need to grab each other's hand, grab the bags, and run for the door. And I'm just
not
like...
wrong.
I'm like, you're not wrong.
Yeah. Oh, someone a while back asked about Albanians. Most Americans don't know what the fuck Albanian is.
Yeah,
I
they
do.
don't.
We do.
Yeah, we do. But the majority of Americans are just like,
I don't think I can get one family member in my family to point to Albania on a map.
no, because I mean, to be honest, if you live in Tennessee, you know probably exactly zero.
I actually know. Like,
You ever try to?
But yeah, you're right.
You
Well,
ever
I mean
try to?
that live in Tennessee.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
dude.
You ever-
the town I live in is a sanctuary city.
Oh.
For Middle Eastern people.
Okay.
So
Wait, you said for Eastern European people?
no, for Middle Eastern people.
Oh, okay. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I've got one for you. You ever tried to explain Armenia to somebody?
Oh God.
That's yeah. That.
I got.
Like,
Oh no! You want trauma? You want some like ancestral trauma bullshit? I recently made friends with like this lovely Romani girl through social media. She's Bosnian Romani.
who? Damn, she like how?
I know. I was just
There's
like,
a part of me. There's a part of me that wants to be an asshole and be like, "What'd you think of Serbian?"
I'm not going to ask her that question.
No, don't. That'd be a bad idea. That's me being an awful. That's me being an awful troublemaker. You know.
Wait, is she Bosnian? Like, was she born in Bosnia or was she?
I think she was born here. Her parents directly came over though.
Right,
Okay, but it was before the 90s, right? God.
No, she's younger than me, so no.
Oh shit.
So
yeah,
no.
exactly.
Okay. All right.
Oh wait. Okay, Time Centric ever like asking me ever argue with an Armenian genocide denier? Yes, I have.
I'll argue with a Turkish Armenian genocide denier.
Dude, I've met fucking
Turks need to own up to their shit. I'm sorry.
Oh yes, they do.
I've met people who deny the rape of Nanking. Now, they didn't tend to be Asian people, and they tended to be, and when few times that they were Japanese, and they were in Chinatown. So, let's just say lessons were learned that day. I don't know if they stuck.
I've had someone tell me that as a Romani person, I need to stop talking about the Holocaust.
You're a Romani socialist. I'm sorry. You were at the front of the line each time.
Yeah. No matter what was going to happen, you're going to be there, yeah.
I'm just like, I'm sorry. Somewhere between 500,000 and 1.5 million of us died. Why do I say between? Because the records are that fucked.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'll say that. I'll say this though: if you ever like, well, maybe I'll become a rape and Nanking denier. I'm gonna warn you right now. That is the one thing that the Taiwanese and the mainland Chinese absolutely agree on, that happened.
Yeah.
And you do not want to get in the middle of the one fucking thing those two groups agree on. It's a bad idea.
When the mainland and Taiwan have agreed to kick your ass.
Oh yeah. We're just like, oh no, we're just gonna fucking beat the shit out of this guy. No, just run. You just want to run. That's your shot right there. Which you're probably not gonna make, because you probably like some sort of you probably. Sorry, I was about to get Asian racist. Because you're probably one of those little Japanese people with those little legs. And you can't run as far. You can't run as far as your Chinese cousins. We got you. We got Kung Fu. What do you got? Oh, you got katanas. Well, you don't seem to have a sword now, motherfucker, do you?
Can I just say...
Flashman has entered the chat, and he brings up a good point, which is, you know how you can tell China is overreaching? Taiwan and Japan are in
talks for military
cooperation.
Oh yeah.
I feel like you're the Flashman with a hands clasping moment for that one.
Oh yeah, oh no, absolutely. Like, well, here's the real thing. Like, if anyone says some bullshit like that, you know they're not Asian diaspora. You know that they are a nationalist. They're a Japanese nationalist, and that is a different fucking kettle of fish altogether.
But yeah,
that's like arguing with a neo-Nazi.
Yeah,
nationalism.
It's almost identical, actually, except one of them's got like a Japanese accent. They're talking Japanese as opposed to badly broken German.
It's odd. It's odd. Right-wing nationalism tends to lead to fascism. Go figure.
Because they're always reaching. They're always basically saying at the heart of every fascist fucking everything is a voice that says, I am mad that things aren't the way that I believed they were supposed to be when I was 8.
No, I can tell you exactly what a fascist is actually saying. I'm such a fucking loser. It's obviously someone that's different than me's fault that I'm such a loser.
Yeah, that things have gone wrong, because it certainly can't be me.
I can't. It's like when people say like, why do white supremacists always look like that? Because they're losers. The only thing that they can actually hold on to is the fact that they're white, and they suck at that too.
Again, I pose the question:
poor white people
where the fuck is your chin?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely correct. Because like the thing that's so fucked up about the whole deal, about the whole like white nationalism and race realism and all that shit, my response to race realism, and if you don't know what that is, don't fucking worry about it. Bless you.
If you do know,
sometimes ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, and if you do know what it is, we're sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah, like, ugh. But it basically comes down to this. Like, my problem with race realism came down with this, which is, I'm sorry, if that was the fucking case, Caucasian people would not exist. You would have died out ages ago, because what is it you people actually do?
Whoa, what's this you people shit?
Yeah.
No, you're right.
Yeah. You're right.
It's like it's that frustrating thing where you're like, really the only advantage that Caucasian Europeans fucking had is where they were located geographically.
Yeah,
that's the advantage. Now, with that said, it's a big advantage. Don't get me wrong. Like, you can't discount that shit. But it has nothing to do with genetic fitness.
If Risk taught us anything, geography is much more important.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, as far as human development is concerned, absolutely.
It's like when I see these like white nationalists with fucking like Celtic and Norse pagan symbols tattooed and painted on them, and like they embrace fascism, and I'm like, you do know fascism killed both of those fucking cultures, right? You do know that, right? The Romans, who were fascists, killed both of those and then assimilated them.
Yeah, well,
that's the reason why it's so hard to find anything that's actually.
One that's going on now.
My favorite one is this, because I have a feeling Yogi's got the deeper dive on this. So I'm gonna go with mine first, which is this. You do realize that the reason y'all are white is because the Mongols got bored because your ancestors didn't have anything worth stealing.
Jack, we had steel in like houses.
Yeah, they had gold and catapults and firearms and trebuchets and siege engines. They had everything. They had everything they fucking needed, and they could build it anywhere. But they got to they got past Russia, they got through Poland, and then went, yo, Khan, this is your boy, Sukai. Whitey don't got shit. We come home.
Really? Whitey don't got shit?
Whitey don't got shit? What do you mean Whitey don't got shit? I mean, Whitey don't got shit. Like, these guys are still fucking shitting in public. They don't even have stone seats, baby. We don't even know what they got. They got like lead. Well, motherfucker, we got lead. We got more lead than we know what to do with. Yeah, exactly.
Do they even have pots to piss in?
Yeah, do they have pots? I don't know. We keep hearing about this thing called the potato, but that's about it. What the fuck is a potato?
We have better root vegetables in Asia. Come back.
Hey, where are y'all going? We want enlightenment too. Fuck. God damn it.
No. We just destroyed Islam. Why are we bothering with you people?
We want
we just burned the Baghdadi house.
We just burned Baghdad to the ground. To the ground.
Oh God. But no, I'll tell you. Okay, you think Whitey McWhiterton and his alt-right nationalists, like fascist peoples taking over like Celtic and Norse shit is
the only problem I have is that like you can't like you see like the fucking symbols and I have to play a game now of like, are you a racist or are you a pagan?
Yeah, no. Which they use. No.
Hate that shit.
If you think them doing that to Celtic and Norse neo-pagan movements is annoying, which it fucking is.
Yeah, when it starts infecting shit in the other direction, I just lose my goddamn mind.
No. There's a new one that they're fucking with now.
Oh no.
They're fucking with Slavic paganism now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't say I'm too shocked.
They're doing that now, and every like honest to goodness, legitimate like Slavic pagan and neo-pagan I know is looking around going, no, get the fuck away from me.
Well, yeah, how to put it? Like, I know plenty of fucking like Norse pagans who are thinking they might need to change gods. You know, like not great. You know, that is not a great moment for anyone when you need to change gods.
Well, I mean, I'm an atheist. I fully support it, but
no, well, I mean, I've done it several times, but I wouldn't say it was a fun transition. You know.
Okay, John, let's put it to you this way: people are being forced to choose this not by their own free will, but circumstance.
That's fucked.
Well, yeah, it's like I want to just put it this way. White nationalism is the fucking AIDS of ideologies. Because once it touches anything, you gotta be worried. Usually it's sort of, we're used to like ideologies being kind of like, okay, well, we can have this fight. You know, we're going to have this fight. But the problem with white nationalism is to fight it means that you risk touching it. And once it touches you, it doesn't even need to bite you. It just needs to touch you. It's like a zombie infection. Now, luckily, it's not that infectious, but it will happen.
It's still pretty damn infectious.
Yeah, it's way more infectious than like you should be comfortable with.
It's kind of like how I feel about evangelical and Pentecostal Christianity needs to leave my ethnic group the fuck alone.
I agree. As someone who used to be in those,
y'all need to like back the fuck up. Yeah. You stop trying to kill our culture with your bullshit.
Oh, I gotta agree. I absolutely agreed with that. Like, here's the thing. I actually agreed with the Joker fucking going like, fuck you. You're a bunch of fucking Nazis. So it's like, why would the Joker care?
I may be a sociopath, but I'm an American.
I'm an American psychopath. I'm like, no. Abso-fucking-lutely. Because here's the thing, the other thing about Nazis that you gotta fucking understand, and about fascists in general, they're no fun.
Yeah.
They suck. Like, they just suck. So why is the Joker gonna want to be around a bunch of people with no sense of humor when he could just kill them?
Ooh. As someone who has Joker in their username, I feel like I'm uniquely qualified to talk about this.
In that case, yes.
Anarchists don't like authority. like whether they're piece of shit anarchists or they're like cool anarchists like me, they don't like authority ever, no matter what side it's on. And the minute you start telling people what to do and what to fucking think, we generally have a fucking problem with that.
Yeah. Like
That's the reason why I don't like you tanky bitches either. Sorry, I have to say it.
Yeah,
I'm not a tanky. I'm with you. I'm not.
Yeah, so tanky is the idea that we need to like what fucking destroy everything before we get to reach.
No. So tanky is a derogatory term for Marxist Leninist. Specifically, basically it's a derogatory term for socialists and communists who like, oh no, we need a very rigid constructed state with like top-down hierarchies to keep things running.
Basically we need the USSR again.
No, it's Stalinism. It's not fucking socialism, it's Stalinism.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean by like we want the Soviet Union again kind of shit.
Yes, in a roundabout way.
Okay.
But like, yeah, these are people that beat off the fucking young pictures of Joseph Stalin.
And I'm just over here like with my little locket of Trotsky just crying, going
and I'm like there, like arm over shoulder going,
oh no. What I got no. You know, I okay, I know how to put it. Whether or not they realize it, every tanky has a big picture of a dude on a wall trying to look cool. What he doesn't realize is it's actually a pig named Napoleon.
Kind of. They worship Soviet propaganda. Like they worship, like, okay, these are people
That's an Animal Farm reference if you didn't get
it
somehow.
No, I got it. No, these are people that think China is actually fucking socialist. It's cute.
You know, it's one of those weird things where though can we okay. Now, I'm not going to say that I totally write off Marxist Leninism because I'm a big fan of Vietnam. I like Ho Chi Minh and I like the schools of thought that came out of him. I'm all right with this.
It's hard to see where things would have gone without American interference.
Yeah, no, it really is.
That's one of the things about the Vietnam War that really pisses me off, which I'm like, this might actually have been okay. It might not have, but we attacked on the assumption that everything was going to go bad.
Also, Ho Chi Minh was smart enough to look at Chairman Mao and go, "No, go the fuck away."
Yeah, yeah, he wasn't Pol Pot or anything like that. You know?
Oh yeah, no. But
that's the other thing. They worship Pol Pot too. It's
what?
I know it's weird. It's weird. It's weird.
What?
It's fucking weird.
Yeah.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, Jack. They don't believe in the fucking Uyghur genocide that's going on right now, and yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Like thing that is clearly happening.
Whereas
okay.
Whereas every Ho Chi Minh Marxist Leninist from Vietnam I know totally acknowledges the Uyghur genocide.
Whoa,
so there.
Yeah.
So there you go. But that being said, I'm not a fan of Maoism. I'm not a fan of Stalinism. I'm not a fan of
like that's the equivalent of I hate to keep interrupting you, but I'm like, man, that is the fucking equivalent of going like, redlining wasn't racist.
I know, right? Like what the
fuck?
It's like it's happening right. It's
happening right there. It's racist fucking agenda was literally spelled out. Like yeah.
But yeah, so that being said, while I'm not at all a fan of authoritarianism and I really hate authoritarianist communism and I'm not a fan of the CCP or the Soviet Union, can we all agree that the artwork and presentation of Chinese and Soviet propaganda posters, it has a certain quality to it that I really love and appreciate for some reason.
Yeah. In fact, actually, here's the fucked up thing. That quality, that very quality that you're talking about, that type of painting is why in America there became a separation between the idea of painting and illustration in the 20th century.
That's fucked.
It is. It all has to do with the fact that at that point, American art could not compare to what was being put out by Russia, China, and Korea during that period, you know, the commie nations, during that period of time, unless you increased the status of the blue-collar artist.
Well, I mean, when you literally run out everyone that's talented, that's what happens.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, so, like, because here's the thing. There were tons of fucking American artists, working American artists, who were just as good as any of that shit. You know,
yeah.
any of it. There were tons of them. But can't be promoting those guys. So we can't prove that their work is superior to theirs for two reasons. One, might give people the idea that commie art is something to look at, which, to be fair, it is. It actually is. It's some of the best illustrative work in the world. You know?
It really is.
Yeah. It is. I mean, granted, if you're like, oh man, that's fucked up. Hey, look, all I'm saying. No, I won't say that. No, I'm sorry. That's too fucked up. Anyway, you know but what I am saying is, like, we got to be able to call it like we call it.
Yeah, it's like saying that, like, Charles Manson's a terrible fucking person. He actually has a really good singing voice, though.
He does.
Yeah. That's like saying that the things that there's a difference between saying that fucking Charles Manson, terrible person, but he said a lot of really quippy, interesting shit. Roman Polanski, terrible person. He made some beautiful fucking movies.
Oh, he did.
You know. So, anyway, point is, like, there was an actual decision to promote abstract art in America over illustrative art, because illustrative art could lead to communism.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's real. That's a real thing.
Yeah.
Personally,
it's like, I'll tell my random fact and then Yogi.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's okay. It's like when Americans talk about Woody Guthrie and they don't fucking acknowledge the other shit about him.
Oh, like what part about him? You mean Woody, not Guthrie, not Arlo, right?
Yeah, Woody.
Okay.
The guy who wrote "This Land Is Your Land."
Is your land. This land is my land. Yeah.
Yeah, that song's not about, like, the beauty of America. That song's about the abolishment of private property.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Woody Guthrie was a complete communist.
Yeah.
You know, he totally was. You know, that's a hill he died on.
Yes,
you know?
It is.
He proudly died on that hill.
But nobody wants to talk about it. It's because, you know, it's like everyone knows this land is your land, right? If you're American.
Yeah.
Like, you think you know it, but you only know, like, the first verse. Because the second verse is where he actually goes into the
socialist. That's where that shit gets detailed.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's like America is so afraid of socialism, and still is so afraid of socialism, mm-hmm. because they immediately associate it with this flawed fucking ideology, which is, like, you know, socialism with a gun.
Well, yeah, they're afraid. They didn't want people falling under the influence of Russian propaganda. That's what that was all fucking about. So, in my opinion, the 2016 election was like, no, that's it. That's doomsday for this shit. It just happened. The thing that you've been trying to prevent through wars and suppression and everything just happened, and you let it through the front door. We're done. We are done with this. You know, that was the one fucking thing I thought we could count on old fucking boomers for.
No,
which is to be against the Russians. I thought I was going to have to be pleading with them until my last day to make peace with Russia.
No, you fucked up. You thought boomers meant greatest generation. There's a difference.
You might be onto something there.
You thought boomers meant like, oh yeah, the people that were around during World War II. No. These are
their kids.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
These are the fuckwits.
Yeah.
These are the ones that literally had everything handed to them on a fucking platter.
I think it's interesting because I know. Okay.
Oh man, well how the fuck
considering my grandparents were members of the Greatest Generation. Considering that, I've known way more people. Okay, let me put it this way: Greatest Generation, boomers. Where do you think I've met more homophobic people? It's boomers.
It's boomers. Yeah, totally.
Do you know the amount of people I've met from the Greatest Generation who are like, "Yeah, go ahead," and I'm like, "Are you serious?" And they just looked at me and said, "Son, I picked up a gun and fought for freedom in this country. You go ahead and be yourself."
Yeah. I give a shit. What's that fucking... Does that fucking prevent me from getting my rent paid on Friday? No? I don't give a shit.
I don't give a shit.
No, don't get me wrong. That's not always the case, but I'm just saying.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Oh, and what I wanted to bring up, the reason I brought up like the propaganda posters is I love that modern day gay socialists have started reappropriating old Russian propaganda posters and putting rainbow imagery in them.
Oh,
I love this.
Brilliant. That's
brilliant. Oh yeah, it is. It
brings a tear to my eye.
It's amazing. I absolutely love it. Hold up. This is a good one. I'ma share it. Copy image address. I'm gonna put this in the Zoom chat. I think that's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, like my feeling on the boomer generation is that the problem that generation had is that they were victims of their own success. Unfortunately, they also made everyone else victims of that.
I disagree with that.
Really?
They're not victims of their own success. They literally got handouts and they decide nobody else should get them.
I think both things can be true.
Maybe, but like they don't understand that like.
Well, yeah, it's not hard to be on top when there's no other competition.
Right, that's what I'm trying to get at. Like they didn't understand that like they were given a golden opportunity to make this country way better.
Yeah, economically they started out with a +10 to all die 20 rolls.
Yeah. And then as it kept going down the fucking path, this is beautiful, by the way, Yogi. As they kept going down the fucking path, they kept fucking taking away those opportunities because, well, I worked hard for it while not recognizing the fact they didn't work hard for shit.
I will actually somewhat disagree with that. Somewhat.
You're more than welcome to,
I
but
will somewhat disagree with that.
The numbers don't lie.
I don't think. Well, let me put it this way. This is what I'm gonna say. I really honestly don't think one generation works harder than another.
No, of course not.
But I do think the boomers got way more gains than anyone that came afterwards.
Yeah, totally. Like,
it's like, did they work hard? Well, maybe yes, maybe no. But they got more for the work that they did do than anyone after.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, they had the doors open for them, and then they immediately shut and locked it behind them.
Yeah. As soon as they couldn't benefit from the type of socialism that America had, they shut the door.
Yeah.
And you're like, wait, America had socialism? Fuck yeah, America had socialism.
Oh,
fuck yeah, it still does.
Fuck yeah, it did. In fact, a lot of people don't. If you receive an American education, public or private, you're not taught this. The real reason FDR signed the new bill is because the American public was on the brink of a socialist revolution to overthrow the government.
Close.
Yeah, so it was
That
like,
fucking
all right,
close.
if this is the way shit's going, it's the way shit's going. We're gonna do that. And he was smart enough to realize you can't fucking resist that tide.
Well, it was
You
more
can't
like
fucking resist that tide.
it was
That's a
more like-
massive change.
it was more like he accepted the fact that, oh wait, they actually do have some good ideas, but we can't.
Yeah,
go-
exactly.
We can't just
it
go
was-
completely that way. Like,
Yeah, no, it was simultaneous, like placating and it was placating to the larger crowd while also implementing changes that would actually benefit the country.
Yeah, like I don't think FDR had the worst. He definitely didn't seem to have the worst interests of the country at heart, unlike every fucking Republican president since Nixon.
since Nixon, boy, you're being generous.
Oh, well, I'm being generous. Yeah, I am. But that's the point where that's a nice, uncontroversial point to make that statement.
I think I thought it was funny because because I was asked recently, like, okay, well, who's the last president you think tried to fix the American like legitimately actually tried to fix the American economy? I had to sit for a second.
Carter? No. Like,
No, definitely not.
What do you mean by try to fix it?
Hold on, I'm getting a notification real quick. I'm sorry, give me one quick second.
Yeah, no problem, because I might have an answer for myself, but we have to define what fix it means.
was it Garfield?
I mean, I'm a little more like kind than that. When I say fix it, I mean as in okay. What do most presidents do when it comes to the issues of the American economy? They try to go, okay, let me implement short-term solutions and delay the actual issues long enough to foist it off to the next guy.
Or give me something to fix in my second term.
Exactly. Which is, so how to put it? Who do I think was the last U.S. president to actually go, no, I'm going to grab this bull by the horns and try to actually, like, balance deficit and, like, and shit like that. I'm just like,
how successful did they have to be?
Oh, no, I'm just saying try.
Just
like, legit.
attempt.
Okay, I have my answer.
Mine's Truman.
Oh, see, I don't even go back that far.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm like, no, it was Barack Obama. Whether or not you agreed with the direction, that was the attempt and that was the try.
Yeah, but like he also.
Now,
did
we get as far as we needed to? Absolutely not.
Well, yeah, because we had Republicans.
Yeah, exactly. We had Republicans and blue fucking stained Democrats. Or red stained Democrats, like what was it? Blue Dog. That's what I was trying to think of.
Yeah.
Like fuck those people.
I've been like inches away from Truman's desk with the sign on it. That's
the buck stops here.
Buck stops here. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
I definitely let me put it this way. I definitely think Harry Truman was probably the last president that made it a real true priority.
Like, yeah, like Truman wanted to actually balance the budget, actually try to do it.
Yeah, he really wanted to try.
Also fucking like dragged Admiral MacArthur in and be like, no, treason. I'm trying you for treason. I'm an American hero. You're a psychopath with a boat.
Why can't you be normal like Patton? Patton over there like cowboy and
it's like, well, that man's shooting off guns. Yeah, into the air.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, into the air. Fucking he slapped a soldier and then a fucking doctor slapped him and he said, okay, fair.
You stole American naval equipment and tried to reinvade the Philippines. Stop!
Yeah.
No, those lands will be mine, damn it.
For anyone who doesn't know, that's a thing that Admiral MacArthur did.
Yeah, no, Harry Truman was the guy who was president right after FDR.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and he was, I
Truman was
Yeah.
the guy that had the atom bomb and had to make that decision.
yeah, like, yeah, there you go.
And that decision haunted him for the rest of his life.
Yeah,
True.
yeah, basically. Okay, I gotta deal with this cat out and all that shit.
But yeah, no, I love that. The idea that, like, it was like, oh, I've always heard about General MacArthur as like a great military strategist. He was. And then he went crazy.
Yeah, he was a great strategist. Then he didn't have a war to strategize for, and he kind of got stir crazy.
And he was like, I can just steal a fucking like, I can steal like a fucking naval warship and declare war on a country on my own, right? Actually, no, you can't do that.
Who the fuck do you think you are, John Brown?
God rest that man's soul.
You know, today's his birthday.
That's beautiful.
It is, isn't it?
Oh God, I wish I was already vaccinated and I didn't have work this week, because I would go down to Harper's Ferry just to be like, good man.
What shot are you on, or have you even gotten them yet?
My second one is on the 13th.
Oh, okay. Well, you're about there.
Yeah, I got 10 more days.
A suggestion from one Pfizer fan, to you.
Moderna.
That's fair. It is Dolly's vaccine. I understand.
Mm-hmm. The gay gods have smiled.
Treat it like a hangover. Get your Pedialytes. Get your buckets, just in case.
Yeah, no. At my job, like literally, like my store manager's like, okay, I need you to tell me ahead of time when you're getting your second shot. Why, hun? Because I will put extra people on staff for when you eventually crash and need to go the fuck home. Yeah, I know you're going to try to fight through it because you're all little troopers, but you should all really be home.
Yeah, no. Like,
Just-
when I had my...
just to make... FDR was president when we entered World War II, and then Harry S. Truman was president as we were getting out.
Yeah.
Again,
he was the guy that was left with the unfortunate decision.
yeah. It was him and McNamara's fucking decision to drop the bomb. And
McNamara.
McNamara.
Oh man, you want to talk about legit American villain, McNamara?
Dude. Like if you want, I'll go even farther. You want to talk about the end of any genuine American exceptionalism?
There,
fucking McNamara.
Yeah,
the
end of American exceptionalism and the beginning of the military-industrial complex.
Well, I had to put it, man. Look,
Eisenhower warned us. We didn't listen.
Yeah, just because you were smart enough to put a seatbelt in a fucking car doesn't mean you know what it fucking takes to be in the military, you fucking moron. Oh my God. Like, they were, how to put it? Like, one of the things that you would constantly hear, like, how to put it? Greatest Generation hated McNamara.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of baby boomers did too, to be fair. A lot of them did too. The people who really fucking hated him had ties with the military. The old people had ties with the military. Because in World War II, they had, how to put it? Military had standards. They really did. There was a draft on, but there were standards. If you were too stupid or too violent, out. Just out. And they demanded a high degree of discipline and training. McNamara comes in, fucked all that.
Yeah, who changed that, Jack?
That was McNamara. Yeah, it was McNamara. And it was a stain that was so bad. Quick, John, who's the guy who started changing it around? I.e., essentially created the Green Berets.
Oh, fuck, you hit me with that one. I can't remember off the top of my head. Shit. I want to say it's Ike, but I know that's wrong. Yeah.
Came in a bit later than that. It's Colin Powell.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I forget how old Colin Powell is.
Or fucking military idiot McNamara. Rambo, Colin Powell.
Yeah. Like McNamara is like, you know how you've seen like documentaries and shit like that, and you see the Vietnamese, like see the soldiers that were in Vietnam, and you're like, wow, these kids seem like unadjusted. McNamara.
Like, yeah, McNamara's morons.
Yep.
Hey guys.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't help that McNamara looks. Let me put it this way: every time you see like some sort of bureaucratic fucking pencil pusher telling someone to blow up a fucking city, you always notice how he's like bald and has glasses. Yeah, that's because of McNamara.
McNamara looks like a haunted ventriloquist dummy.
He does. Yeah.
Really did he?
Mm-hmm.
But guys. Silver wings upon their chest. These are men, America's best. 100 men will test today, but only 3 win the Green Berets.
Yeah. yeah, the Green Berets, like, it's interesting.
That song was a national hit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's because, like, how to put it? We're all used to hearing, like, oh, the best of the best of the best. That starts with the Green Berets.
Yeah.
You know, that's what they were talking about. So whenever I see something from, like, the... Fuck off, Tom Cruise. I just put it that way. Fuck off, Tom Cruise. Bullshit.
Yeah, no, legit. Whenever I see... Okay, there are 2 sets of words that when I see them, I go, oh no, I'm not fucking with that shit. One is when it says Green Beret. The other is when it says Navy SEAL. I'm like, oh, no, I'm not fucking with that.
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
In any way, shape, or form.
And quick, do you know what the difference between the Navy SEALs and the Green Berets are?
One's Army, one's Navy?
But besides that.
Oh, sorry.
Besides that, you know.
Go ahead.
Besides which brands. Well, besides which brands. The Green Berets are trained to operate independently for long periods of time between instructions. They are trained to establish allied squads in foreign territory. Whenever you see, like, oh, and this guy's an old and ex-military, blah, 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 because you didn't quite catch what they were saying, because, like, you hear military and it kind of goes, wah, 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 which, you can't really be blamed for. When it's someone in a foreign country leading local people in an armed resistance, not even a violent one, just an armed one.
Most likely Green Beret.
It's a Green Beret, yeah. The Navy SEALs are a strike force. They go in, they do it, they get out. The Green Beret is intended to be there for a while.
Also, I don't know why more respect is not in general given to the Coast Guard, because the Coast Guard is fucking crazy.
Oh, yes, they are.
Well, it's because we're all used to the 80s Coast Guard, which was a joke.
The Puddle Pirates?
Yeah, no, Coast Guard in, like, the fucking 70s and 80s was a fucking joke.
Yeah, no, the like, okay, post that, the fucking Coast Guard is fucking, like, I've literally heard Marines go, oh no, I don't fuck with Coast Guard guys. Like, they will happily go into conditions that we would never dream of entering.
Yeah. It's because they fucking changed it. They changed it around.
Yeah.
But, well, like, if you're like a Gen Xer, your default fucking assumption of a Coast Guard member is a weekend warrior fucking moron. Basically, think the
Dad's
same
Army
thing.
Kind of shit.
No.
Think McHale's Navy.
No, I wouldn't even. Oh, if you're fucking lucky, if you're being nice about it. You know, what I was about to say is, like, yeah, you notice how all of a sudden, like, the Coast Guard got better, but then militias got worse? There's a reason.
People were drummed out of one and into the other.
Yes. Yup. Like a lot of those idiot militia guys used to be Coast Guard or are trained by idiot guys thrown out of the Coast Guard who couldn't cut muster when the regime change happened. Yeah, I know, right?
We're so fucked.
It's so weird because like you're sitting like a lot of Coast Guard that got fucking kicked out eventually became white supremacists. You know,
Well, that's just a lot of military people in general.
True, but a lot of the guys that the reason they got kicked out was because they sucked.
Yeah, but you know what it is? Like, hey, you know what, John? Maybe we're not that fucked because how to put it? When it comes to those fuckheads versus like I don't know, like the U.S. Marine Corps, I'm like, I feel comfortable.
Yeah. Wait, what incident do you have to thank for the change in the Coast Guard?
I do not know. I believe you're going to tell me though.
Yep.
Kent State.
Yep. I was gonna say Kent State, but I was afraid I was gonna be wrong because I thought that was the National Guard.
No, Kent State, man. That changed. What changed both of them?
Yeah, because it basically turned into no, you don't shoot civilians on fucking sight, you idiots.
Exactly, and that's why Trump couldn't get away with trying to do a similar thing during his thing. But the National and the Coast Guard were like, no. Like, we're not doing that. Like, fuck. The Department of Homeland Security said no.
It's okay. Oh, but come on, they stole the election. No, Donnie, you lost.
Yeah, you lost. You stole the first one and then couldn't steal the second one because too many human beings showed up to actual polls, and you know it, which is why your party is trying to suppress future vote.
Which I hope that I'm right on this. I got a feeling like that's gonna just piss off a lot of people. Make them vote in more force.
I'm hoping. Like, let me put it this way: if fucking the only worry that I have is that it's so coached in the old racism that there might be enough of that to still work because that's what they're betting on.
You gotta understand, Jack. Them old racists are dying off. These racists don't have the
yeah. Like, let me put it this way: if you say, "Well, I think things are definitely better now," I will not disagree. But my worry is that it hasn't changed enough for a suppression attempt of this magnitude to be stopped. That's my worry.
That's a fair worry, though.
Yeah,
it is, but like also you gotta understand the Republican Party keeps shooting itself in the foot with its rhetoric.
Oh yeah,
because how do I put this? They let the wrong people in.
Yeah,
it's like I have said multiple times. I used to be a libertarian, and then I started looking around, and Nazis were hanging out with me, and I made a decision that day.
Yeah. But imagine that. This is what I mean, actually. But imagine the vote had happened the previous day.
Oh yeah,
you'd have been like, "Whoa, wait a minute."
Yeah,
like what the fuck just happened?
Like I'm hanging out at a fucking because I was that fucking college Republican. I was hanging out at the Tea Party protests, and then I started hearing like,
I know it sounds so good at first.
Yeah, and I was like,
sounds so good, and then you get there and you're like, okay, all right, but maybe this isn't so bad. Then all of a sudden you're like, well, wait a minute, what am I doing?
And suddenly something happens to make you realize I'm surrounded by Nazis and astroturfers. Holy shit!
No, it literally was the moment that that the speaker showed up, and I went, "Oh fuck! Oh shit! Ah shit!"
Yeah. Oh man, that line from the Tea Party through Gamergate to Trumpism. I don't know what to say, but I would. Or I'll just say it like this. If you were to fucking tell me that the Republican Senate was going to lose such control over its base to allow that to happen back in the 80s or 90s, I would have said you were crazy.
And
But-
yet,
but
I would have been wrong.
Yeah.
here
but
we
lo-
are.
Lo and behold, they're trying to actually get a caucus for Anglo-Saxon beliefs and heritage.
I know.
I
And I'm
saw
like,
that and I
yo,
went,
bitch, Americans.
no, I saw that and I went, oh, y'all ain't even fucking trying to hide it now, are you?
Oh, look, the Klan has a national political caucus now.
Yeah, the Klan has a political caucus now, and your stage is shaped like a KKK symbol. Not
Yeah.
the most popular one,
But it is one.
but it is one. That strikes me as something that you should have motherfucking known. So I have to conclude that you did know it.
Oh, so two things.
Yeah. But here's what I'm saying. Like, just John, because I know we've had arguments about this. I want to put it this way.
Yeah.
My dark Cassandra is like this. I'm not saying everyone in the South is a terrible racist. I'm not even saying that a large percentage are not. What I am saying is that it's possible that the people are so fucked it doesn't matter.
And what I'm saying is that ideology is dying off.
I hope you're right.
I can tell you just from talking to, like, look, I live in Tennessee, one of the reddest goddamn states in the fucking union. All right. We don't have to fix elections. Elections are already fixed as it is. But I'm telling you.
So what you're saying is like, hey, if you don't want to have to worry about black people's voting, we got it.
It's more like people here don't go vote because they're working 60 hours a week and can't afford to take the time off to go vote for 30 minutes. Yeah.
See, that's the one beautiful thing, isn't it? Is that, like,
Yeah,
you know,
why
there
in America-
comes a point when you become so impoverished and so overworked that you can no longer be fed that particular line of bullshit.
Yeah, no, like the whole living wage discussion has been popping up, and the resistance to it has slowly starting to erode.
Ooh,
Like,
interesting. So, and you're
Yeah.
talking about the $15 an hour, right?
oh yeah, like hell, and here you could just make it 12 and we'd be all right. But if you make it federally 15, no one's gonna fucking bitch. But like, people are like, I can't believe it that nobody's working at the Wendy's, and then somebody's like, why not? Why aren't you working at the Wendy's? Because it's a
That
shit
job
job.
sucks.
Well, like, here's the funny thing. Like, here's the thing. You'll do a job that sucks that pays well. That's why plumbers are still around. Because that job fucking blows.
But you know what? They got a union and they got benefits.
Exactly. Fucking exactly. Even the plumbers of fucking Texas got a union. Texas! They got a union. You know, and you can choose to be part of it or not.
Yeah.
I
They're
work
not
for
going
a
to come
company.
in and break your kneecaps over it.
I work for a company that if you work like full time, like, you know, like 40 or so hours a week, you automatically get health benefits. And it's like, oh, do you work like part time? Do you work part time hours? Oh, wait a year. What? Yeah, if you work, it doesn't matter what kind of part time hours. If you work part time hours and you make it to a year, you get full health benefits. And I'm like, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, it's kind of nice.
I think that's more than reasonable. I think that's reasonably reasonable, but like my opinion,
Bitch, I'm gonna get dental.
well, see,
It's-
that's where I was. That was where I was fucking going. Where I'm like,
I haven't
no,
had dental
I think
in a year.
all people within a country's borders should be covered. Period.
Agreed.
Now I know that is going to be a fucking tall order. That's going to take some time to change. So I am willing to live with steps.
Oh, I can change it. Real simple. It's just a budgetary thing. we could just stop sending tax money to billionaires for the fact that they're billionaires and just increase their tax percentage, and we could probably fund it within 2 years. And I'm talking about the entire country.
Dude, we could fucking...
Yeah, it's funny how that works.
We could fund it, period, right now, if we didn't just fucking determine that we're not gonna. The amount of money that we have in the economy, even now, even with the fucking Trump bullshit, is enough to pay for it.
It's kind of like how, additionally, in addition to this,
especially since Trump destroyed the one thing that was the fucking moral fucking god damn directive that kept money from going into the fuck. Okay, so why does fucking America have to spend so much on its goddamn military? Because we're the sword arm of Western civilization.
Whatever that means.
Whatever that fucking means. Whatever that fucking means. If you believe in Western democracy, even Western fascism, the United States is your fucking sword arm. It is. Absolutely full fucking stop. Not because other companies, a little bit of a Freudian slip there, other countries suck, but because they don't have the people and the resources. They just don't have the man hours to fucking put in.
There's a lot of us.
Yeah, there are a lot of Americans. But you know who there are also a lot of? Russians and Chinese. And by Chinese, I don't mean people of Chinese Asian descent. I mean people literally just in China, just in that border.
Hey, I'm going to blow everyone's fucking mind. You ready for this shit?
Yeah?
Yes.
Because I ain't done.
Ready for this?
Okay.
You know how that vaccination thing works really quickly and it's really easy and you don't have to do very much to get your vaccine?
No, you don't.
Yeah, that's socialized healthcare.
That is some fucking bullshit. What are you talking? Yeah, like whether or not it is, then you gotta admit, fucking works. It's like healthcare is something that should be socialized. Because it's
almost like the CDC should be listened to.
Yeah. No, healthcare should totally be socialized because what we're socializing now is oil pipelines. And you're like, oil pipelines? Well, we need oil. You're like, and this, like, you're going to be in two camps. You're going to be, well, we need oil. You're not wrong. But here's the thing.
But we don't know. We don't.
Does it need to be subsidized to the level that it is?
Oh, fuck no.
No, it does not. Like, we're subsidizing it at higher levels than World War II and any other fucking... It's fucking insane.
Tell me why we sell oil to BP and fucking Exxon and Mobil and then buy it back from them at a higher price. Explain that.
Yeah, explain that shit to me.
Well,
BP's like a company. Yeah, do you know what company it fucking sits in? It's Britain.
It's British Petroleum.
It's British Petroleum. That's why it's called BP, you fucking fucktard.
Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, oh, dude. Like, no. Like, let me put it this way. If fucking America and Mexico had gotten together and said, no, we're just going to cut this guy's head off, I would have been like...
No, Jack, let it happen. Jack, let it happen.
No. I'm saying back then. The answer right now is like, no, just kill the motherfucker. Yeah. I don't care. But back then, I'd have been like, I would have had a fucking quandary on my hands. I would have had a fucking moralistic quandary on my goddamn hands.
They do peak up every now and then.
Yeah.
They have. Well, look. If I didn't have moralistic quandaries, I wouldn't be a Satanist.
I need that shit like cross stitched and put on a wall in Jack's house.
No, shit has been like one of the things about being a Satanist.
Am I going to have to learn how to do needlepoint just to make that and frame it and send it to him? Is that what I'm going to have to do?
Yes.
Oh, dude, if you do, I will totally hang that up in my wall. On my wall. Prominent.
It's just like this lacework stitch of like this lacework with like a pattern of Baphomet heads, and then in red and black letters, just like, if I didn't have moralistic quandaries, I wouldn't be a
Satanist. Yeah, well, it's the whole purpose of Satanism. It's the whole purpose of Satan itself, which is, are you sure about this?
I don't think you're so sure.
Yeah, I don't think that you're so sure, and what the things I think that you are sure about, I don't think you should be. You know?
I think you really understand what's going on at the moment.
Exactly, because, like, how to put it, King don't know what it takes to fucking run a farm. He shouldn't even be involved.
Depending on how rich the king is, he might not know how to wipe his own ass.
Well, there's no excuse for that shit. Man or woman needs to be able to wipe their own ass. Woman needs to be able to put their own maxi pad on, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. I'm a little drunk, so it's coming across a little angry than I mean it.
No.
But you know what I mean. You take care of you're supposed. There's a level of taking care of your own, sometimes literal shit. That you're expected to do.
I know what you mean, but I ask you, were you aware that for a long time, for British monarchy, that was an actual position that someone held?
Oh, I'm very aware of it.
Yeah. They were called...
Dude. Where's my family come from?
I didn't want to say
Where's my family come from?
China.
Exactly. We invented that shit.
Literally.
They were referred to as, like, I think, like, in English, the title was The Groom of the Stool, and I'm like, I love that.
Ew.
Apparently, during the reign of King Henry VIII, apparently during the reign of King Henry VIII, it was, like, the most sought after, like, royal court position because it paid the best.
Yeah, and it's not, I mean, if you can do it well, it's an easy job. It's just gross.
It's like, what, you like shoe shining it? Like,
yeah.
I want you to consider that.
The funny thing, it is. All right, find a nurse that will disagree with this statement. It is way easier to wipe another person's ass as long as they're not fighting you than it is to wipe your own.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it is actually.
It is. You know, now I think that we should reserve that for people that are not capable of fucking wiping their own asses, because I think that is something, like, if you can't wipe your own ass, that's one of those, like, ooh, we need to put you in a home.
Did you know that
you need help, you know?
Did you know that when he died, King Henry VIII was so riddled with disease and was so unhealthy that literally when he's in the casket and they're carrying it to the abbey, his guts burn.
Did you know that King George was so fucking fucked up, his shit was purple, and he thought that meant he was magical?
Yeah, because syphilis.
Yeah. Well, no. Well, actually, was it syphilis or was it?
There's a lot of debate on that.
There's a debate on whether it was syphilis or something else, but it was definitely it was definitely a disease that makes you crazy.
However, we all agree that something that totally happened was the line, "Where is my son? I wish for him to marry this rose bush."
Oh yeah, no, like when that happened to Blackadder, I'm like, yeah, that's about right. That's about right for old King George,
Daddy.
Yeah, that's about right for the man who fucking forced the independence of America. They would have been happy just being a commonwealth.
They would have, actually.
They totally would have.
But you kept
That's
pissing
what they
down their
wanted.
Yeah, but you kept pissing on their leg and telling them it's raining and that they should be happy that it's raining.
Yeah. And you,
And then,
you
oh,
kept
God.
being crazy old King George. And so they were like, all right, fuck this.
And
like,
then
if we don't break off now, these motherfuckers are going to drag us down with them.
And oh my God, and then the Prince Regent George IV was such a fucking idiot.
Oh, yeah. At that point, there was no chance. At that point, there was fucking no chance.
No chance whatsoever.
But that doesn't mean that they weren't going to try. And they did. Like,
Ooh.
that's the thing. That's the thing. That one of the things about American history that I wish they would teach about the War of 1812. Which is that the War of 1812 is basically the Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah.
But it's very quickly followed up by the return of the fucking by the return of the Jedi. Like, really fast. You know, but, like, that's what happened with the War of 1812. Britain came back and was like, fuck America. We're gonna fucking... And they don't couch it like this, but I'm like, but that's the political reality.
God bless you, Dolly Madison. God bless you, Dolly Madison, grabbing that portrait of George and going, fuck it, I'm running with this. Where are your kids? Fuck my kids. I'm saving this painting.
Well, yeah. Because, like...
Listen, if the kids are too stupid to get out of the house, then they deserve to die.
Yeah. But, like, you know, I keep couching it that way. I was like, you gotta understand, the War of 1812 was the fucking Empire Strikes Back of the American Revolution. You know, but very quickly after that happened, like, even during that fucking war, Return of the Jedi of America also happens.
And then America got its first taste of fascism.
It did, but it was at the very least, and I know this is cold comfort, but at the very least, it was mostly determined by Americans with a little bit of until the Civil War. And why do I hate the Civil War for one reason.
Because everyone gets it fucking wrong.
Yes. Everyone gets it wrong. If you learned that the Civil War was about slavery, you got it right. You got it absolutely fucking right on the goddamn nose.
The next time someone says, no, it's about states' rights, ask them what rights they were protecting.
To own slaves.
I don't know what his rights were. I don't know what his rights were. I wasn't born yet. You shut the fuck up right now.
Yeah.
It was about tax things. Tax things for what?
Yeah.
Georgia was tired of paying for New York things. Actually, it was the other way around.
Yeah. No, it's always been the other way around. The cities have always been the major economic centers.
Right, because
they're fucking cities.
Well, more than that, New York is a fucking port.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the things that defines a city.
Yeah.
Is that fucking port. Like, let me put it this way. All right, quick, John, without thinking about it too hard. You know, I know you're a smart guy, so that's why I say don't think about it too hard.
All right.
What are the major American cities on the West Coast?
LA, San Francisco, Seattle, as far as like a trading hub, and like Portland.
Yeah, exactly.
Really want to push it.
Yeah. And San Diego, technically.
Yeah.
San Diego, to be fair. You know, why are all of those cities? Because there are ports there.
There's shit to do.
Yeah, because it's a way to bring goods into the area. And when you bring goods into the area, you have to be able to be nice with the people who are bringing those goods in to one degree or another. So, say China wants to get in on a little bit of that consumer economy action, which is what happens in the 20th century. Are you going to go to Texas? No! You're going to go to Seattle and San Francisco. Why? It's easiest to get to.
It's right there.
It's right there. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, we got boats that fucking burn diesel that fucking make a little propeller float so we can go faster.
Once
over
again,
in that direction where that fucking current flows.
Once again, the secret becomes location.
Yeah.
And then like, oh God.
So you have to get along with these people. You have to at least fucking accept their money for valuable goods and services and vice versa.
Right.
And that's the way, I mean, like, I gotta admit, when the fucking UN talks about, like, yeah, it's really all about trade routes, they're not wrong.
Everything is about trade.
Everything's about trade routes. Yeah.
But like, there'll be people that say, like, talking about the Civil War, they're like, yeah, the South would have won. No, they wouldn't have.
No, they would have totally lost. There's no way they would not have lost. Because the only people that they could have gotten help from quick, John, who is the only country that would have helped them in a way that would have fucking mattered?
Well, okay, are we talking about the ones they actually reached out to, or like the ones that actually could have helped?
Oh, the ones that actually could have helped.
Maybe France, maybe England, maybe Mexico.
Mexico was the one I was looking for.
Yeah. And the reason why I say maybe France and maybe England is because they both got interested, but they eventually just went, nah. Mexico, like, strangely kind of got into it. But even then, they were like, the only reason why they were doing it is because they wanted Texas and California back.
Yeah. But imagine if for some reason Texas had sorry, not Texas, but fucking Mexico had allied with the South. Then the Union would have had a fucking problem. I don't know who would have won, but they would have had a fucking problem.
But even then, they wouldn't have done well. Like, let's just be honest here.
It wouldn't have been a decisive victory.
Well, here's the other thing. Again, going back to the UN thing, it's all about trade routes. Who the fuck was the South trading with?
Themselves.
Exactly. Georgia was trading with Virginia, and South Carolina was trading with fucking Louisiana.
Yeah, why do you think they were willing to go to war? Because they were economically being squeezed out, because everyone else in the world was like, you know what? We don't want any of this slavery fucking goods. Even the people in other countries who were buying the slavery fucking goods for whatever fucking reason, because they're like available or because they're cheaper or whatever the fuck is going on, don't want to do it.
Yeah. Well, and there's this thing, there is a socialist thing happening called the Industrial Revolution. And it really fucked with that whole slave labor thing.
Yeah, because we can replace slaves with machines.
And it was actually cheaper to run it with just machines.
Cheaper, less morally questionable, and more efficient.
I think there was this crazy guy with a beard. We'll talk about him some other time. But
he's got a manifesto, and then he's got like this really thick book.
Yeah. He's got this manifesto that everyone's read or thinks they've read, and he's got this huge book that like nobody's read.
I read that shit in German.
I tried to read Das Kapital, and I'm like, oh god, this feels like I'm reading the dictionary.
You're not wrong.
It's one of those weird things where it's like, how to put it.
I don't know how you're going to get a people's revolution from like. Let me put it this way. I feel Jack, what do you think is the problem with Karl Marx? And I'm like, well, the first problem before we even get to the stuff that he talks about that I disagree with.
Now you be kind to my booth.
I'm going to spit the truth.
I don't know how far you were going to get with a people's revolution that the people couldn't fucking understand without a fucking dictionary and a fucking college course. Ha!
I was waiting for you to finish.
Oh, 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 Jack, you done fucked up.
That's the wonderful thing. That's the wonderful thing, though, about Marx's philosophy, Jack, is that you're right. When it comes to disseminating from the book, you're absolutely correct. But the actual praxis, the actual theory, is relatively extremely simple
it's
to understand.
It's just like democracy in that matter.
Yeah. In fact, Marxism depends on democracy. And if you don't think that's true, you know nothing.
Yeah, no, I would absolutely agree with that. Like, you cannot have a Marxist-style communism without democracy, because it cannot exist in a fucking society that organizes itself purely from the top down.
Also, the beautiful thing about Marxism...
We've proved this.
No, we did. And also, can I just point out, the beautiful thing about Marxism being so vast, because it is. There's a lot in just Marxism. There is a fuck ton. And the beautiful thing about that is that Marxism suddenly becomes like an ocean, and Marxists are like fish. Oh, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
There's a lot, but no two of us are exactly alike, and yet we can still be Marxists.
Yeah. Like,
it's a very adaptable philosophy.
There's a lot that socialism and even communism has learned from the 20th century. You know, and
unlike a certain other ideology that actually burns books instead of reading them.
Yeah. Fascism has learned nothing.
I think I heard somebody say once that fascism was good for history, and I think I almost punched through it.
Oh my God, no. Punch them in the fucking face, kick them in the nuts, and then bite their nose off so that they'll never forget it happened.
John, go ahead.
I was going to say, like, the minute I heard that, I literally was like, oh, you've been told lies, haven't you?
You've been fed the capitalist lies.
Yeah. In the modern world, a fascist society does not just not work. It really doesn't work.
Like, on such a level.
Yeah. On every level, it fails. And by a modern society, I mean a country that freely trades with another, period.
Well, and that's the other part of it. Fascism requires isolationism, and isolationism is how you die.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's facts like that make me think that, like, maybe we should let the fascists like go form their own society, like, away from everywhere else.
Well, I thought that was called Serbia.
Yeah, but they're still here.
Okay, yeah, they're still here.
We interfered. We interfered.
No, Yogi's got a point there.
Interfered. But if I may take it in a slightly lighter direction, slightly.
Sure.
So since like the school semester over, I've been catching up on documentaries.
Oh, which documentary would you like to talk about that we may have all seen?
Well, let's see. I done watched the Sasquatch.
Oh shit. I love that. No, okay, hold on. Be right back.
I never thought that look, that got way more intriguing than I ever thought it would be.
You finish that first episode and you're like, okay, this is going to be some really dumb shit. And then you watch the second episode and you're like...
And like 5 minutes into the first and then into the second episode, they're like, oh yeah, no, this ain't about Sasquatch. Wait, what? Yeah.
But Japan is isolationist and they're doing great. Are they? Are they doing great?
I don't know, man. The fact that they've developed a word for a very specific type of hermitage that exists in urban areas. Nah, they ain't doing well. Oh, The Family. I've also seen The Family. I recommend that to everyone. I recommend that everyone watch the Netflix documentary series The Family. And then when people who do watch it and they come back to me and they go, "What? What?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sometimes the truth hurts, doesn't it?"
Oh, what the fuck is this about?
Okay. So you know how like we all know that have you heard of these guys? Was it like the International Christian Fellowship, the people who run the prayer breakfast every year?
Oh, wait, is it that documentary? I keep
Yeah.
avoiding it because like
You'll get angry. You will get angry.
like I specifically will get angry. Like, well, you and Jack kind of fits in this definition too. But like, well, you grew up Catholic, or at least Catholic adjacent. I grew up in the middle of that shit. It's like when
you're gonna have some PTSD watching that. You really are.
It's like watching Jesus Camp with me. Like, I can't watch that fucking documentary because it's too fucking real.
Yeah, no. I know. I have cousins who are evangelicals, and I have cousins who grew up in Church of Christ. I get
Church of Christ is pussy shit. All right.
Again, I also have cousins who are like evangelicals, so I'm
right.
like, I get you.
COC ain't shit. All right.
We don't dance, and we have beehive hairdos.
Yeah, it's like we dance in the aisle, we play banjos, and we're also racist.
Which I find very funny because my maternal grandfather was Church of Christ, and he was like one of the most anti-racist men I've ever met in my life.
Yeah, that's because Church of Christ people are kind of like they're Baptist they're Baptist Lutherans.
They also have bake sales.
Exactly. See?
They do. They really do. It's kind of funny. That's how I'll judge your church. I'm like, does your church either have like an ethno-religious themed fair every year, a bake sale, or a raffle every year? If the answer to any of these is yes, I'll give it a look in.
I've done bake sales, but it was never a annual thing.
No. Oh God, no. We gotta get you up here for some of the Greek American festivals that the Greek Orthodox churches up here hold, and the Italian American festivals. Holy shit.
I mean, I've been to a potluck or two, all right? I ain't had no Greek or real Italian food, but we had KFC and fucking macaroni and taters. No, I can't.
Why would you let me eat this? You know that old Biddy is nasty. Got cats run all over her counter. Why would you let me eat this?
Oh yes, it tastes great.
Is that Charlene with that child out of wedlock she had? Oh, hey Charlene, is that the bastard? I mean, baby. I don't want to see none of these people.
No, it's fucking, oh God, that TikTok is too goddamn real.
I know. I love him. I love him so much. He's a blessed soul. I love him.
but no, talk about that fucking Jesus Camp documentary specifically.
The cardboard cutout of Jesus and George W. Bush. That was too much. That broke my brain. I was like, no. I know it's real, but
I've done it.
All right.
I'm sorry.
All right. So, before we talk about Sasquatch, I just want to bring this up for the children. For all you children out there. Did Jack fall down? No, Jack ain't falling down yet. I'm not saying it won't happen, because I always got to be aware of that possibility. But, it hasn't happened yet.
The awareness is how we avoid it.
Yes.
I don't think anybody that's on this show right now hasn't fallen asleep on this show at some point.
I think we all have. Yeah, at some point. But
we're veterans.
So, how long was I gone, roughly?
Like 5-6 minutes?
Okay. When I tell you, you want to learn how to cook, because not knowing how to cook is like not knowing how to fuck. I made myself a breakfast sandwich in 5 minutes.
Well, yeah, of course.
Exactly.
It's a breakfast sandwich.
It ain't that complicated. I got hot sauce on this shit. I got fucking Italian herbs and spices.
What kind of egg do you have?
Over easy.
Okay.
Over easy, motherfucker.
Now the only sin you seem to be committing is that it's on like plain white bread and not like a hard roll. But then again, you probably didn't have any. That's fine.
Don't hate on the man's hustle, all right?
He's agreeing with me.
No, what I'm saying is you can't make a hard roll in fucking 5 minutes.
No, exactly.
Unless you just have it hanging around.
Yeah, no, if you don't have like a pack of Kaiser rolls right there, that ain't happening. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So this was made in 5 minutes, just some shit I had in the kitchen. From uncooked to finished product, roughly 5 to 10 minutes. Y'all can learn how to cook for yourselves.
But Jack, it's so much easier just opening the bag of chicken nuggies and putting it in the oven.
Oh, yeah. I'm not saying it's not, and I'm not even saying that you shouldn't do that on occasion. We've all had those days where it's just like, oh, fuck, just give me some chicken nuggets and a fucking barbecue sauce. Fuck.
But don't be that bitch who always eating Kraft mac and cheese and fucking kid cuisine and shit. Stop that immediately.
No, stop that. It's bad for you.
It's bullshit, folks, and it's bad for you. So, oh, go ahead, John.
I was gonna say, and if you eating hungry, man, or like whatever the fucking devour whatever bullshit, you're beta as fuck, and you need to like learn how to be a man.
Motherfucking.
Okay.
Yeah,
I gotta learn to cook by myself? I'll tell you right now. Because Tucker Carlson's fucking married into the Swansons' TV dinner fortune. That's why. Fuck
and
that
you don't
piece of shit.
And you know,
I'm telling you, standing in front of a wall of lean cuisines at 11 in the morning on a Wednesday while Toto's Africa is playing, I have never felt so happily, peacefully, joyously suicidal. I'm not saying I necessarily wanted to die, but if I had a gun, that'd be it.
Oh, cool! They brought back the old snow peas. Anyways,
dun, 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 bang! Like what note? This is the note.
Anyways,
but yeah, so
Sam Squanch.
Yeah, yes, I finished Sam Squanch, and I started watching. We'll talk about this later. I started watching this documentary. It's on Netflix right now called "The Sons of Sam."
Oh boy!
Oh. Interesting.
Which is about, it does that deep dive into that whole theory that like, no, Son of Sam was not David Berkowitz was not alone. He was actually part of like this larger organization of like weird semi-occultists, like based off of a mixture of Scientology and the process church of the final judgment kind of shit.
Yeah, which I do not buy.
I don't buy it, but I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, this either kind of happened or there's a lot of lining up coincidences. Either way, it's fascinating.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. I like the Sam Squatch one more because like that one holds together and creates a narrative.
Well, and it's also like hosted by, great value Evan Stone.
I know what you mean when you say that. Yeah.
We love him though. We loved him though.
But he's totally like surfer bra.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Like, let me put it this way. You feel about that guy the way you would feel about a documentary that I made if you didn't know me.
Basically.
Yeah, actually, yeah. But yeah, no. That Sam Squatch, Sam Squatch, that Sasquatch, Sam Squanch,
fucking Sam Squanch.
Wait. Let me realize. Wait. I just realized the etymology of that shit. Sam Squatch is a combination of Sasquatch and Samsung. Only in the global world, children, will this happen.
Ricky, are you awake? Look outside my shed. There's a goddamn Sam Squanch.
Anyways.
But yeah, no, that fucking intrigued the shit out of me because I was like, okay, wait a minute. This documentary starts with, I heard a story about a Sasquatch killing 3 weed farmers.
Yeah, that's where it starts.
And
to let everyone know who's curious from that sentence alone, because that was the sentence that got me involved. It's a documentary called Sasquatch. It's called Sasquatch. It is like, what? Is it 4 or 6 episodes?
3, I think.
It's 3. It's 3
okay,
episodes.
It's 3 episodes.
Yeah.
3:45 minutes, 1 hour episodes. So you can watch that shit real fucking fast.
You can watch that in an afternoon.
Yeah, you can watch that in an afternoon, still have some time left over. You know, it is fucking
fascinating.
Riveting. That shit is riveting.
Like, it starts with that, and then it ends with, it's like, the reality is a large semi-conspiracy based in racism and economic greed that the likes of which you had not previously recognized. What?
Yeah. Dude, the minute he was like, so it turns out there was a guy involved named Bigfoot.
Bigfoot Gary.
Bigfoot Gary. I'm like, what? Somebody called Bigfoot Gary's fucking involved. You gotta be fucking shitting me.
How do you earn the name Bigfoot Gary?
Yeah, how does one become Bigfoot Gary? And the answer seems to be being 6'8".
And hairy.
And a hairy dude.
Shoes.
Yeah. Like my buddy Seth, who's 6'7", he wouldn't have qualified. He ain't that hairy a guy. He can't be. He could be Bigfoot Seth. That was never gonna happen.
But yeah, no, apparently you gotta be that big, a little round, very hairy, and walk around like some fucking patasucia with no shoes on because you're dirty.
Yeah. Because you, and the funny thing is once you get to Bigfoot Gary, you think, oh, that's it, case cracked.
Yeah.
No.
Wrong.
Did you also, for a long point, up until it actually got to talking to Bigfoot Gary, I really thought it was gonna be Bigfoot Gary.
Oh yeah, no, totally. Yeah. Totally. I totally thought that, like, once we got to Bigfoot Gary, that was gonna be the answer. But no. It goes deeper. Well, first, the thing is that when you realize, wow, a guy named Bigfoot Gary at the center of all this, who actually turns out may or may not have been at the center of it.
Most likely not.
Most likely not. Yeah, most likely not. Not that he wouldn't have been morally, but that he just simply wasn't.
He was out of town at that time.
Yeah, because he was out of town at the time. It's like, oh,
that
we ought to get Bigfoot Gary to do this. Bigfoot Gary's out of town, man. Well, we can't wait.
Yeah.
We gotta fucking do this shit tonight.
But
whoa. Yeah, Go on, John. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, but then, like, as you're watching it, you get to a point where
Bigfoot Gary's from Northern California. He's from my neck of the woods.
But you get to a point where you realize what this documentary is actually fucking saying.
Yeah.
Which is, look, you could pull every thread in the fucking world and follow every path. Occasionally, you're not going to find the truth that you see.
Yeah. Like, the truth is not necessarily related to what you think it is.
Yeah.
At all.
Like the truth is usually like it's way simple.
It's way dumber.
Yeah, like it's like conspiracy theories. Like you believe in conspiracy theories until you have that moment where you're like, no, this is too complicated to not to be.
Yeah. This isn't dumb enough to be real.
Yeah, it's not that it's too stupid. It's that it's too complicated.
Yeah, like there's got to be like hundreds of thousands of people that are all keeping like a hush mouth in order for this to be true.
Yeah, you telling
And
me that every motherfucker kept their goddamn mouth shut over this? Bull fuck.
Yeah, every person at NASA got together and went, "Look, we're just gonna say we landed on the moon." You believe that?
Sure, they did.
Yeah, sure.
I want you to get a group of 10 friends with you and tell them a secret. And I want you to time until someone else asks you about that
fucking
secret.
dude, old hacker trick is to fucking infiltrate a group of people, tell them a rumor, and then wait.
Yeah.
You know, like that shit works pretty much 100% of the time.
But it's funny because like the end of at the last episode, he's talking about and he's comparing himself to the Sasquatch hunters. He doesn't know why he went this far to search for this random rumor that doesn't make sense, but he did.
Just did.
Like,
yeah, because you find yourself going like, well, I want to know what the story behind this weird moment that I experienced is.
And lest we forget, this guy worked with neo-Nazis and the heroin cartels back in the day.
Oh yeah.
So,
to get a story.
Yeah, just to get his story. You know, he didn't necessarily agree with their ideology. He was there like
I love that about him though, that he was just like, oh no, I hate all of this. Then why did you? I'm like, because monsters deserve to be exposed.
Yeah, like what that was. Dude, I look at that guy and I'm like, dude, if I had grown up in California, I could have been him. You know, I might have been that guy if I had fucking grown up in California.
I know, right?
You got a little bit of that East Coast edge on you, though.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, exactly. But it basically came down to this. The problem, I got some East Coast edge because I had to as a matter of survival.
Well, yeah.
You know, but take that guy in like even just as like far back as the beginning of high school, put him in fucking California where fucking there's a possibility that his hard work was gonna pay off.
And I'll tell you like that time in like the second the second episode where we spent all that time talking about camp. All that time talking about camp, and the former one of the former lieutenants just like proudly wearing his fucking like camp hat and like, oh yeah, we did this and this. I'm sitting there going like, I don't usually go up to old men in wheelchairs and punch them out of it, but I'll make
it a fucking exception.
You piece of shit.
Yeah, well, like the one guy I felt the most sorry for was the dude who claimed that he was the guy in the Sasquatch outfit in the Patterson footage. He's the one I felt bad for because I'm looking at that guy and I'm like,
that dude doesn't even wave at me when he goes down the street.
Yeah. Because you're just like, nah, dude. I feel like you got the ring of truth about you. You're the one saying like, yeah, I fucking wore a fucking gorilla outfit and they fucking film me and that's what the Patterson footage is.
In fact, look, here's the
costume that I fucking wore.
Well, yeah, because again, what did he have to gain from telling the truth?
Nothing.
What did the other guys have to gain from keeping the lie up?
Everything.
Yeah. I'm like, this guy is telling you, because here's the thing, because this guy is going to the extent of trying to keep the promise that he kept with Patterson as opposed to Patterson's partner.
Right.
Because he waited until Patterson was motherfucking dead to say anything.
But yeah, no, I love that docuseries for the simple fact that like it goes into the problem I have with like this true crime like wave of people that are obsessed with true crime and shit, where it's like y'all want to pull on the strings so much but you don't care about where it ends. and you obsess over it, and you focus on it, and at the end of the day, you're doing it because you're invested into it, not because you're looking for the truth, but because you're personally invested in it.
Yeah. And you're not, you haven't braced yourself. You haven't prepared yourself for the kind of monsters you're going to find.
Yeah. Because again, at the end of the day, this guy went searching for Sasquatch and found real monsters.
Yeah. He found like real shit.
Or it's like, oh God, no. I also recently saw, did you guys see, Don't Fuck with Cats?
Yeah. Oh, I can't.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I started to, and then there were a few things that fucking started to piss me off. Not that I think that the documentary is not like about fake shit.
No, it's real shit.
Yeah, it's real shit. Like, the problem that I have with it is this. In my opinion, there's a much darker story that is the lesson. Which is this. Even those who would protect cats might cover up killing black people. That to me is the real lesson of those who kill cats. You know, going like, yeah, the culture that made the people who would go this far for these people are also the ones that will fucking support Nazis. And why is that? I don't know.
I do appreciate that.
Go on. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was gonna say I do appreciate though that like later in that particular docuseries, like as Don't Fuck with Cats goes on, the people who are involved in this online community and in this like search, right?
Mm-hmm.
They openly start very deeply going into the whole thing of like, yeah, like, are we culpable? Like, I think we might be culpable for a good portion of this because, like, look, sure, he was a sick guy, but we gave him the attention.
Yeah.
Like, they actually do go into that.
Yeah. And I think that yeah, if you got that, that's good.
And at one point, like at the end of the very last episode, the main woman that who was like the head of this group that they've been talking to, she looks at the camera and goes, you right there, watching this documentary about what's his fuck. Are you culpable because of your investment and interest in this?
Yeah, because what's your real in?
Yeah.
You know.
It's like what I've been saying.
It left me uncomfortable at the end, and I was like,
"Oh yeah, no, oh good."
Yeah.
I was like, good. I like that.
Good. I didn't get to the end of it, but I'm glad that's where it went.
Yeah, it's like what I've been saying for the last year, which is people give power to these terrible movements by giving them attention, even if it's negative attention. It's like this whole like idea of hate watching a series.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you're still
I
a
hate
viewer.
that shit.
Yeah.
I do. I'm sorry.
I refuse to do it.
Yeah. When you give these awful fucking people the reaction that they're actually hoping to get.
Oh, dude, do you know how much money I knew I could make just by bashing the Scream movies?
Yeah. Oh, you talking about the Scream movies?
Yeah. Like from the 90s. If I had just gone on about everything that I actually legitimately didn't like about the Scream movies, I could have made myself a mint. But I knew that I would be doing a disservice to the genre of horror.
Well, and that's the reason why I still respect the show that you made, because like after watching like 3 of your videos, my wife was like, "Why do you like this?" And I was like, "He actually is reviewing movies he likes."
Yeah. Even like, let me put it this way, like even like my best negative review, as opposed to my most negative review, which is the first one, which is a terrible review, would probably be Rob Zombie's Halloween 2. And even it's not bad.
that simple. Yeah, because like I'm watching it and I'm like, I am looking at a guy who understands the fucking Halloween franchise get revenge for having to make a sequel to the previous movie he made. He not only knew what made this series work, he knew it so well that he could blow it up.
And he shows us explicitly.
Oh, yeah, and he explicitly fucking demonstrates this.
Halloween 2 is basically the movie version of you want the McDonald's as an oil painting. Okay.
Fuck you. Well, like, how to put it, when people say, well, it's one of those
Get
weird things
strips.
when people say, oh, Rob Zombie killed Halloween. I have to go, I'm not sure he didn't mean to.
He didn't do it on accident.
Yeah, I don't think he did it on accident.
Yeah, he did kill it. Do you know why? Because he felt you weren't fucking worthy of it. And I don't think he's wrong.
No. Here's the thing. Why did he do it? Because the fucking Weinsteins made him. Because it was in the contract.
You're supposed to do a sequel.
You're supposed
Rob.
to do what the contract says. And we determine what the contract means. Hey, what are you going to do about it, Mr. Director? But what they had failed to calculate is this, Mr. Director, was Rob fucking Zombie. He was a rock star.
Yeah.
He doesn't
So
need
he's like,
this check.
I don't make movies because I need a motherfucking check, Peckerwood.
That's
I
what I'm
make
making
movies because I like to make movies. If I need money, I'm gonna fucking put myself in zombie makeup and fucking have my wife dance while I fucking play guitar off the back of a fucking pickup truck.
And panties will flow
Panties
and
will drop, baby.
It's like I make horror movies because I really love horror movies, and you're making me not love horror movies. You fucking
Yeah.
Pieces of shit.
It's either this movie or my love, which I know is pure. And I'm like, and everything that I have, even stuff that knowledge that I've collected since I made that video has made me go like, no, that was exactly what happened. Like,
Well,
you
that-
made Rob Zombie make a movie that he knew shouldn't be made, and he fucked you. Good.
Well, it'd be nice if the contracts they had for those movies weren't so predatory. Oh wait, never mind.
Oh wait, never mind. Yeah, exactly. But I gotta say, like, I find myself going like, no, I'm glad Rob Zombie did it. Why? Halloween 2018.
Yeah. I'm glad
Someone
he did it.
had to resurrect that shit for real.
Yeah, I'm glad he did it. Why?
Yeah.
Because to me, we need a movie that is a big middle finger to sequels, and that's what it was.
That's what it was.
Halloween, like Rob Zombie's original Halloween, some people don't like it. I think it's a really good remake.
I
and
like about, like, let me put it this way. Here's the funny thing. If it had ended, and I found this out, if it had ended where Rob Zombie wanted to end it, I would have been like, oh, motherfucker, that's all you fucking had to say. It was originally gonna end with Michael Myers running out of the asylum after having escaped, punching the cop in the face and getting in the fucking car. And at that point, I was like, no, I would have totally been okay with that movie at that point. Like, I know on some instinctual level, it's not the same Michael Myers. Because it's not supposed to be. But it is a really cool way of going, hey, you ever thought maybe this is what happened?
Also on top of when you recognize, wait, it would only take that original ending change for me to be okay. Holy shit, he's a fucking Jesus.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he knew exactly what he was fucking doing. So it's one of those, I felt weird because it's one of those, how do I fucking tell people that this is not
a movie that is bad because the director sucks, but because you're feeling exactly what he wants you to so he can fuck over the pinheads upstairs. That's a hard sell. That's a hard explanation.
And it's
but
like
everything that I have fucking accumulated in the process of doing that video and since has told me that's the case.
Oh, I got a question for you, Jack.
Yeah.
So, you know how I brought up like the Sons of Sam documentary?
Yeah.
I recommend you watch it. I do. Reasons why. Okay, let me put you this way.
Okay.
At least the way so far, because I'm only like part way in. You know, I'm like 2 episodes into like a 4-episode series.
Okay. Yeah, I could probably spend a day watching a 4-episode like docuseries.
So you know how there's all these like weird coincidental.
I ain't watching no Firefly trilogy. Fuck that. Anyway, go on.
You know how like there's all these weird coincidental things about Jack Parsons and Jack Parsons' life that you're like, I can't prove any of this, but all this other shit's going on.
We're still talking about Son of Sam, right?
Yeah. I'm just like setting this up for as an example.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. So far, that's what's going on with this concept that David Berkowitz was part of like this slightly larger thing going on.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
It's really weird. It's one of those things of like, well, we can't prove any of it, but did you know that David Berkowitz grew up in Yonkers across the street from 2 brothers, John and Michael Carr? No, I didn't.
Oh.
Did you know that John and Michael Carr's father was named Sam? No, I didn't.
Oh,
this
is interesting. Okay.
Did you know that that first letter that he sent to the police where he calls himself Son of Sam makes direct references to how Sam Carr beat his children and locked them in the attic? Did you also know that both... Did you also... So, like, which is what got certain investigative reporters to initially believe that John Carr was actually the son of Sam, not David Berkowitz.
Yeah.
David Berkowitz. It's like,
so this is not so much a... Let me tell you about the true horror of David Berkowitz, so much as, all right, let's fucking explain how he came up with the idea of calling himself the son of Sam and like, where he got his bullshit from.
Now then it's like, huh? No, I did not know any of that. Oh, did you also know that both John and Michael Carr were early Scientologists and then left?
It's always Scientology.
Were early Scientologists and then left and rejoined for a short time the church. The Church of the Process of the Final Judgment, which, if you know your history, is based slightly off of some of the techniques of Scientology. Did you also know that most likely John Carr left that and formed his own pseudo-occult group called The Children?
Are you serious?
And was most likely part of this group, leading chapters both in New York City and Minot, North Dakota, where they sacrificed German shepherds on altars and drank their blood and shit like that. It's like, did you also know, like, you might remember this because it's from around the 70s, because this happened during, like, you know, the 70s. Do you remember, like, before the Satanic Panic, like, really full on hit?
Yeah.
Remember how, like, during the time of the arrest of Berkowitz, there was that whole thing of like, oh yeah, no, we've legitimately found like this weird cult thing going on in these like tunnels under Yonkers?
Yeah.
Did you know that that's connected to the group The Children that John Carr created, and that in fact the place, like the tunnels in Yonkers where that happens, you get there by going down a pathway that was literally in the backyard between John Carr's house and David Berkowitz's house.
Are you fucking shitting me?
That John
That's
Carr...
the origin. That's the origin of the D&D and the steam tunnel sacrifices myth.
Yeah. Oh, also that before David Berkowitz was arrested as like the 45 killer, aka the son of Sam, David Berkowitz came out to Minot, North Dakota to visit John Carr because they were well-known friends and associates.
Okay. All right, obviously I gotta watch this thing.
And that also, while in prison, David Berkowitz totally wrote a letter where he points out, oh yeah, no, I'm not the only one. I totally did this, but I didn't do all of this. There are others.
Hey, folks, listen. I got this brand new scoop, all right? Sam is not one person, okay? The Son of Sam is actually linked to the satanic cabal of Scientologists. Okay?
That is not what I'm paying for. I want pictures of Spider-Man.
Man.
Like I understand that if all this is true, amazing. But it's also
how to put it, don't get me wrong, it's the way this documentary is working, it's one of those things where it's like, oh no, the investigative journalist who uncovered all of these connections totally thinks it's true, and I get why he thinks it's true, but it's not necessarily trying to convince me that it's true as much as it's going, okay, regardless of whether or not it is true, aren't these random coincidences fucking bizarre?
Again, watching Sasquatch before I watch this is going to color my ideas behind it.
Oh, it is. It definitely is. Like, I love that they point out that, like, hey, isn't it funny that, like, David Berkowitz and Charles Manson happened within, like, the same decade, and that, you know, they both were associated with groups that took teachings from the Church of the Process. Isn't that interesting? It's like, you know what, movie? It is.
Talk amongst yourselves. I'm just looking for my cigarettes.
That's fair.
Dad?
No, Daddy, don't leave for cigarettes again. You didn't come back for 12 years.
Booze at this point. It's my Moretz.
He's leaving again.
I knew it.
But
yeah, no, this shit's fascinating because I'm just like, I know this is somewhat based in paranoia, but good Lord, this is fascinating to watch.
Well, yeah, like, again, kind of going back to my conspiracy theory thing. Conspiracy theories are fun until you realize like how stupid the world actually is, and then like these complicated like strings get really, really less believable. Though, to be honest with you, this sounds more plausible than David Berkowitz talked to a dog, because
I know,
we all know that's bullshit.
Mm.
I'm schizophrenic, and a dog told me to kill everyone. You sure about that, Davey? Like,
you sure, Mr. Berkey? You sure?
Yeah.
Oh, but how to put it? And I love that in this documentary series, at some point before he even knows that there's like this weird like occultic backyard bullshit going on. You know, before he knows about that, how to put it? I think we can all admit to we can all admit to this, right? The fact that, like, look, just because someone is an occultist or a Satanist does not mean that they're any of the things they portray in the media. That being said, every so often, crazy people do that shit because they're crazy.
Hey, Larry, you want to come over with the family? We're gonna, grill out a little bit and kill the family dog and sacrifice it to Moloch.
Found that shit.
But okay. So Jack, I think you'll agree with me with this, right? Like, look,
Sure.
While we all agree that the Satanic Panic was bullshit and that Satanists and occultists are not the things they portray on television,
No.
That being said, that doesn't mean that every so often a crazy person doesn't come across an occult book and does stupid shit.
Oh no, absolutely. You know, like how to put it? Those are the motherfuckers that get thrown out.
Yeah, Jack's been to temple meetings, all right. The one guy that takes it a little bit too seriously.
Yeah,
exactly.
And that's kind of what this documentary is going with. This documentary is kind of going with, this guy John Carr was thrown out of several different extremist, like New Age and occultic organizations, and so he started his own, and he was crazy.
I can't say I'm that shocked.
You know, it happens.
You know, I still remember a guy named. Hold on. Making some internal calculations. We'll call him Garfield. We'll call him Alan Garfield. There we go.
Does he also hate Mondays?
I don't know. But he was one of the most pathetic excuses for a fucking philosopher and occultist I ever fucking met. I hated him. I met him through a friend. And if you're like, if you know me and you're like, wait, is he talking about blankety blank blank blank? Chances are yes. Met this guy. So, friend of mine is like, hey, we're starting a coven. I'm like sounds cool. Good. You know, cool. What do you want to do? And of course, like, my fucking horny ass is like, summon an incarnation of the sex goddess. Come on. You know, which was okay. But then two things happened.
Oh no.
Two things happened. The first thing happened was we had one member who is not the person that I'm really talking about.
Okay.
Where she was like, I want to bar a certain language from the fucking coven. And I'm like, no.
I'm going to say no.
I'm going to say no. And she's like, why not? And I'm like, because if you don't trust me with a word, I shouldn't be doing rituals with you.
That's kind of what we do.
Yeah, because that's kind of what we do. But in the interests of making sure that this isn't a problem, what word is it? And the word, quick, everybody, what was the word?
Is it queer?
Oh no. This is a fucking San Francisco magical group. This is San Francisco Coven.
Oh God, was it God?
No.
Okay.
Oh, dude.
Was it a cult?
Oh no. It was bitch.
Oh. Yeah, that makes sense now.
Yeah, it was bitch. And
I was trying to make it make sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it was bitch, and I'm like, there are too many contexts that I can think of right off the top of my head that's gonna be an issue.
Can we not say the B word?
Yeah, bitch, exactly. What? Bitch, what? Yeah, which was my fucking reaction, thus kind of proving her point. To be fair, but.
To be fair,
you know, but I found myself going like, if you don't trust me with that word, then we shouldn't be doing this together, because that's what that level of trust is what this is all about. You know, if you're so worried about what I mean, if I say that, that means you don't trust me or anybody to the level that really, honestly, you kind of need to.
It's a coven, goddamn.
Yeah, it's a coven, goddamn it.
Can we not say "God damn it" either? Oh, for fuck's sake! Just say
yeah, exactly. For fuck's sake, are you kidding me? No, we are a group dedicated. Because even then, I was like, even though I didn't realize it, I was a fucking Alan Moore motherfucker occultist.
Yes,
we're a group dedicated to the changing of the perception of reality through linguistics.
or the improvement of the human being.
Or the improvement of the human being through linguistics. Everything's got to be on the table. We have to be able to talk about it. There's no way we're going to work as any sort of occult organization if a word is taboo. Because I thought you were going to mention something that, like, this is the thing I don't want this coven to do. And I thought it was going to be something other than words. I thought it was going to be an action.
We can't curse anybody.
Exactly. Exactly. I was like, I thought it was going to be that kind of shit. You know, because, like, okay, like, I mean, personally, I could have absolutely fucking flown with that. You know, okay, we'll curse anybody. Therefore, if I really feel the need to curse anybody, I'm risking my membership. Got it. No problem. I understand. But it was like, you don't want me to use a word because you are personally uncomfortable with it? Okay. Do you not... how to put it? That's futile. Because if I'm mad at you, well, let me be totally honest, and this may be proving your point, I might use that word.
Yeah.
So whether, or yeah, it happens.
Bitch is kind of universal like that.
Yeah, it's
yeah, you know, like
it is a gendered
bitch,
insult.
bastard.
I get
Yeah.
it. You know, a bitch is a gendered insult. I get it. So if you don't like it, I understand. But I'm gonna be real honest. I don't fucking walk up to any fucking group and make chink an illegal word.
Though, you know.
Though, I do not like hearing it.
I may leave if I do.
Yeah, I might leave if I do. But to make that rule is... that means I am basically that's saying I don't trust you at all.
And the funny thing is, she's not even the problem in this story.
No, she's not even the problem in this story.
So what is the problem in the story? Let's get to this guy.
The problem is this other guy. We'll call him Andy because that may or may not be his name. Actually, now that I've said that, I better say this. The first part of his last name is Gross. So he may or may not be Andy Gross something. Hi, how you doing? This motherfucker tried to quote my own fucking culture at me badly.
Oh.
Because his stipulation, my stipulation was this, was before we do anything that we feel is like a big deal, my opinion was that if you summon something up, you take responsibility as far as it is reasonable.
Yes.
You bring fucking Asmodeus into a situation. Your goal needs to make sure that it goes back in that box.
You are responsible for the... Children, you are responsible for the glove puppets you take out of the play box.
Yeah,
and you
exactly.
are also therefore responsible for cleaning them up and putting them back in the play bar.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you have to do what is... You have to do that. Like, if your pet... You have to at least treat anything that you fucking summon up as if it was a pet. And be at least that responsible. But if it goes beyond you and escapes into the general consciousness, at that point, not only are you not responsible, you can't be. Because it's now out there. You know, it's like a piece of... It's just like a piece of art. It's like, I am responsible for the creation of this art, but I cannot be responsible for every interpretation of that art that exists. Because people come up with stupid fucking shit. Ask the Beatles about Charles Manson. Wait. Helter Skelter. Inexorably tied to Charles Manson. What's a Helter Skelter? It's a thing. It's a fucking playground ride.
Yeah. And is it like the fucking like egg beater one? Like,
yeah, it's a little thing that spins as it goes around the cone. That's the Helter Skelter. And that's what the whole song was about. I go on the top and I give it a whirl. Helter Skelter. It was like, hey, what if we did a fucking song about the Helter Skelter, but we tried to make it as hard and sounding as possible? Like it was something fucking badass as opposed to that shitty ride that we fucking all were on as kids.
And Charles Manson took that song and was like, I understand. They're preaching about the oncoming race war.
Yeah.
What?
What are you fucking talking about? No, the whole thing is a fucking joke about writing one of the lamest fucking things that you could on a playground. Have you guys ever read Astro City?
Yeah.
Okay, you've read Astro City. How about you, Yogi?
Tell me the author.
Oh, Astro City? Oh, shit.
It's a comic book.
Kurt Kubasik.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, have you seen... Did you read any of the stories that involved a character called Jack in the Box?
Yep.
Okay, there is a story where this crime fighter who is a black superhero called Jack in the Box is visited by a fucking cyborg from the future that claims to be his son. And he's just sort of like, and Jack in the Box is like fucking aghast because this cyborg guy fucking kills people. And which is something this is a line that he would never cross. He's like, you're fucking murdering people. Like, what is even going on? Why would you do that? And this guy says to him, is like, do you not remember your own words? Of course you realize this means war. And Jack in the Box looks at him and goes, I was quoting Bugs Bunny! That's what you... If you're a comic nerd and you read that, that's what Helter Skelter... That's all about Helter Skelter.
It really is. Ooh, actually, I think about it. I brought this up to John while you were away.
Oh, yeah?
Something else this documentary does is go like, hey, isn't it funny how David Berkowitz and Charles Manson, John Carr, like, happened around, like, the same time, and they both took inspiration from the process? Isn't that funny?
Yeah, it's like it was a thing that was happening at the time.
Yeah. Like, they actually, it took me off guard because I was like, oh my god, is this like a documentary like a documentary that's actually talking about the Church of the Process of the Final Judgment.
Yeah. There's the Church of the Process of the Final Judgment, and then there is also, for obvious reasons, if you understand the history of it, Church of Scientology.
It's always Scientology.
Yeah,
that's why you made that face when I brought that up. You were like, "Wait, what?"
Yeah, wait, what? Like, the funny thing is that after you said it, I was like, oh, I guess I had always assumed that existed in another time, but it didn't. It didn't. It existed at the same time.
Yeah, no, I love this. So do you remember how so David Berkowitz gets arrested, he confesses all that, but even after that, the DA in New York at some point says we're going to reopen the investigation because some things are a bit hinky.
Yeah. I would have been a little more surprised if it hadn't been.
Well, here's the thing. It's the investigative journalist who is like pursuing these random threads and trying to like see how they connect in this documentary. It's because of him. It's because he put everything he had on paper and sent it to the DA. Sent it to like the DA. The DA didn't want to hear about it. He sent it to the cops. The cops said, "Shut the fuck up. We don't want to hear about it." Yeah. And so he published it.
Yeah. No.
And it was after he published it that the cops in Minot, North Dakota were like, "Oh yeah, no. John Carr, when he came out here, he was doing that same shit." And everyone went, "Wait, what?" And it was after that the New York DA was like, "We've decided to reopen the investigation."
It's like what. I know this had something to do with the fact with why my original _Jackula Twitter account got banned. I know it does.
Are you David Berkowitz's dog?
No.
Hey, man.
No, it was this.
And this dog fucking talks, man.
Someone in that chat had broached the subject of Alexander Dugin.
Also another berserk button.
And right after that, suspended.
You pissed off the Euro fashion?
Oh, yeah. And I'm not surprised I did.
I'm so proud of you.
I've
never been more proud of you.
Because, no, my whole thing, the thing is, Stan Lee is right, by the way. The only thing we do not have room for is hatred and intolerance. Words of Stan the man. Take them to heart. It's important.
It's the parody of tolerance.
Yeah.
You cannot tolerate that which is
intolerant.
Because when you do, you lose ground to it.
Everything else.
Karl Popper was right.
Fucked. Yeah, no, he's totally right. Because everything else gets fucked. Because you want to believe that you can change these people. And it's not that you necessarily can't. But what's the cost of you being wrong?
Well, as someone who had their ideology changed, let me be the first one to tell you, there's not many of us.
Exactly.
Like at the
and you weren't even like one of the most virulent. You just
no. I was just like I was a Ron Paul Republican. Okay.
Yeah.
I was a libertarian in the sense of like I wanted legal weed. I wanted the IRS to get fucking completely destroyed, and I wanted to be left fuck alone. I wanted to be isolationist as fuck. But there are people that you cannot have that conversation with or allow them to fucking spread their message because, well, when they do, they take more people further away from any sense of civility.
And if someone on the wrong end of the argument in their eyes mentions something, they know you're a threat.
Oh yeah. like, why do you think that domestic terrorism has gone up in the last 5 years? It's not just because we had a fascist in charge, because we did.
No, we had a fascist in charge because this happened.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So 2 things. 1, talking about Alexander Dugin. 2 things. 1, Navigator True in the chat goes, who? And then Nitro G goes, oh, he's a Nazbol. Yikes. No. No.
No, he's just
Alexander Dugin is not a Nazbol. He is not. Don't get me wrong. Nazbols are pieces of shit, and they deserve my boot. That being said...
You never heard of him. Yeah, no, that's actually kind of the idea.
Yeah, no, Alexander Dugin is literally the most dangerous man you've never heard of.
Yeah.
If
you've ever heard... Here are some things that I'm sure you have heard. This word in particular... Eurasia.
Yep.
That's from him.
He's the father of Eurasia.
He's the father of Eurasia. The idea and the linguistic concept of Eurasia. Now you're like, wait, what's so wrong with that? Well, if you're from the outside, you can totally be forgiven for not understanding what that's actually about. But if you're on the inside, you cannot be forgiven, because that is inexorably tied to the white genocide.
Yep.
Oh, Vanar Cody's asking what Nazbol is.
So a Nazbol is short for nationalist Bolshevik. Pretty much these are people who claim to be socialists and communists when really it's just a red herring for being a Slavic-based fascist, where they are...
wish it was only that bad.
Yeah.
When we were talking about Alexander Dugin, you're wishing it was only that bad.
Alexander Dugin doesn't hide it.
No. He doesn't.
Oh, yeah. So so like Nazbols are essentially ethno-nationalist white Slavic people who uphold the concept of Bolshevism for the repression of differences in thought, lifestyle, culture, sexuality. Like it's a lot of race-based shit. They're terrible.
Yeah, basically a lot of like, oh, those people are degenerate. Oh, not like us.
Yeah. Like, if you want to know where like a lot of America First people get their ideas, like 1350 and fucking 14 words and shit that. They're pulling from old books that he's taught them.
Yes. Yeah. That's absolutely accurate.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, okay.
And,
okay.
Like, and then people are like, oh, how do you know this? And I'm like, because I was a chaos magician in the 90s. Oh. And if you're like, what does that mean? That meant that he was one of the assholes that you fucking had to talk about and fucking combat in those days.
Well,
okay. And again, 2 different questions. Von Arcoda going, Europe and Asia are one continent, aren't they? And then Navigator going, must be a continental thing. Both incorrect. So here's the thing. Now, that's the beauty of the word Eurasia, because it seems like a geographic statement. It doesn't
sounds right.
It sounds right. So Eurasianism. Here's what Eurasianism is. I want you to, in your head, take the ideology of Nazi Germany under Goebbels, like that whole like Aryan nation kind of thing, leading like this ancient Aryan people kind of thing.
Repackaged Aryan nation shit.
Yeah, it's take that and just repackage it in Russia. Where instead of like the German Aryan race, we're talking about the Russian Aryan race. And that's Eurasianism. It is ethno-fascism built on a false and incorrect historical narrative, putting white Eastern European people at the center of the universe.
Yeah, that's exactly correct.
And the statement must be a continental thing. Also incorrect, because Alexander Dugin is responsible for such things as the election of Boris Johnson, the election of Donald Trump, the existence of...
He is fucking Putin's chief propagandist.
He is literally the modern day Rasputin but working for Vladimir Putin because he wishes to create an ethno-fascist state based in the Slavic bloc and reinstate the monarchy.
Yes, that is absolutely 100% true.
He
Now,
wants
if you're
to be-
like, wait, that guy doesn't sound real. He doesn't, but he is.
yeah, and how powerful is he?
Powerful enough that you haven't heard about him until right now.
Yeah, powerful enough that the most powerful person that he is directly, and I mean directly connected to, is Vladimir Putin.
He may not have armies, but he has generals.
Yeah. He may not have army. Yeah, no, that's a good way of putting it. He may not have armies, but he has generals.
Alexander Dugin and his Eurasian Youth Union was subject to sanction for his involvement in the Ukraine. Yeah, no, he engineered.
Yes,
he engineered that.
That's
he
him.
Engineered that.
That's him.
So the fact that Jack's old account immediately gets suspended when his name is uttered.
Once that happens, I'm like, once we start entering a conversation about Alexander Dugin, I'm like, that might be a coincidence, but it's equally likely that it isn't.
Okay, Navigator going, so it's not down to a weak Labor Party that didn't keep its routines in the working class. Oh, don't get me wrong, that's a part of it. Don't get me wrong, that's a part of it, but I need you to understand this. Alexander Dugin and his thought policies are directly linked to the development of UKIP.
Yes.
And actually, I want to build off of that. I want to build off of that just a little bit. Why did Donald Trump get elected in America? This does tie into the
Cambridge
United Kingdom.
Analytica.
I'm not talking about like directly. I'm talking about the more esoteric reason. Because a bunch of old white people and young white people got scared.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were the person in power, and all of a sudden this black guy took over for.
Or rather, a better way of putting it, they felt that they were in power and that they were about to be at the bottom of the socioeconomic ladder, because they have been taught for so fucking long that black people were the bottom. If black people got ahead of them, what did that mean?
Yeah, what would happen if they became the minority?
Mm-hmm.
And they were worried about that because they know minorities get treated like shit.
Mm-hmm.
So you may be asking, what does that have to do with this guy? This guy is the propagandist of that message.
Yeah.
You need to take your country back. Keep America great again. Let's make sure Britain's for Britons only.
Yeah.
Like,
he is. I hate to say it, but of the chaos magicians that came out of the 90s, he became the most powerful.
He did.
We could have had Alan Moore.
Yeah, we could have had Alan Moore, which would have been way better.
Basically, and okay, just so I don't want anyone to think that we're trying, again, because we don't really stand like legit like weird ass conspiracy theories here. Let me try to make this as basic as everyone can. Is Alexander Dugin solely responsible for the little tides of fascism in the right wing cropping up in a couple different countries because of the economic uncertainty right now? No, he did not cause that. What we are saying is Alexander Dugin, being the chief propagandist for Russia, for Vladimir Putin, for the Russian government, and being someone who, in his head, and he's talked about this, he believes that the world will only be set right once we have ethnic purity and once we establish strict gender and societal-based hierarchies similar to an authoritarian monarchy again. He believes this. Alexander Dugin has openly said he believes that we have to destroy the world and then rebuild it as like a white right-wing world. He believes this.
Yeah.
And because he is a crazy man who is connected to political power while also being a strategist.
Well, not just the random political power, but Vladimir fucking Putin.
Yeah. So exactly. So what he then did is he noticed this trend of, because of economic and social uncertainty, fascists will crop up because that's how that works. He then took advantage of that and engineered a multinational campaign to empower said fascists. That's why these pockets of European and American fascism that have cropped up in the past 6 years that seem to be way too organized on a certain level for some reason, it's because he gave them an infrastructure with a plan in mind.
Yep. He hooked himself into an infrastructure and then empowered others.
Yeah.
I find it very odd that you say
it's that simple.
Also, Navigator True saying not heard Britain for Britain before. You kidding? That's UKIP's whole thing.
Are you wait? Well, okay. Navigator, do you live in Britain?
Because that's UKIP's whole thing.
Yeah, that is UKIP's whole thing.
That's the whole Brexit thing.
Yeah, like if you don't live in the UK, I'm like, okay, no problem. I understand, because that was some fucking bullshit that was just meant for people in the UK.
Because why did Britain break off with the EU? It's not because of financial reasons. It's
there was
immigration reasons.
Yeah, it was totally racial reasons, because it basically came down to this. Cambridge Analytica wanted to prove that it could sway an election. That's why Brexit happened.
Yep.
Whoever was going to pay the most amount of money to swing an election either way was the one that was going to win at that time.
That's because British politics is it's surprisingly more fucked up than American politics.
You just not seen it in posters? You're in London, aren't you? You're in a place that where people have to be nice to people from other cultures, aren't you?
You either live in London or a highly urbanized center.
Yeah. Which is not a bad thing, by the way. That's actually quite a good thing. That's actually quite a good thing.
Yeah, because here's the thing: if you go to a UKIP meeting, that's a phrase that they use.
Yeah.
Why do you think Carl of Akkad joined it?
Carl, you started a white ethno-national state in a fucking foreign country, Carl. You know, fucking piece of shit. A motherfucker's gonna argue with me about whether or not any of the fucking pharaohs were black. Are you fucking retarded? Anyone who fucking is anyone who fucking goes, well, the odds are that, no pharaoh of fucking Egypt was black. You're a retard.
I'm sorry, did the Nubians just disappear? What the fuck?
Nubians. And you're like, what the fuck's a Nubian? Because you seen fucking Mallrats, which, good on ya. Mallrats is a great movie. Oh, wait, no, that was Chasing Amy. I'm sorry. I fucked up. It was Chasing Amy, but Chasing Amy, in my opinion, is also a pretty good movie. It's totally science fiction. I've never met a lesbian chick that would fucking... Anyway, that's a subject for another day. Point is, what's a Nubian? Excuse me, Yogi. What part of Africa is Nubian people from?
I believe they were part of what is now Egypt.
Would you say that is in the North Egypt?
I don't really think it matters. It's fucking Egypt.
Well, no, Egypt. I'm sorry. I said Egypt. My fault. I'm in Africa.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's part of Northern Africa. Hey, guess what's also in Northern Africa?
Africans?
Someone else gonna say it.
Go ahead.
Someone else want to say it? What else is in North Africa?
Black people?
No.
What are you saying?
Egypt!
Well, yeah, we established anyway.
Egypt is in North Africa. So you're telling me a fucking country next to the country with the blackest motherfuckers that ever fucking walked the goddamn motherfucking earth is never going to have nothing to do with the royalty of the country right next fucking door. Bullshit.
Also, can we point
Over
out
1,000 years, mind you.
mean, can we all-
fucking shit. We can fucking argue till the cows come home about how black Barack Obama is. But if you want to tell me that he ain't no black whatsoever, you're a retard.
Also, can we point
And
out?
I'm sorry. I apologize to everyone who takes retard as a slur.
Jack's a little drunk.
Jack's a little drunk. What would a good word be nowadays? Let's get it from the. Do we even have any Gen Z brothers and sisters here in the chat?
I just call people fucking stupid.
Yeah, stupid or idiotic or derivative.
Yeah, but that don't have the fucking punch.
But that's the thing. Who you punching?
I'm punching motherfuckers who don't think that fucking black people were in charge of fucking Egypt.
Who are you actually punching, Jack? Because they don't fucking have a problem with that word either.
Oh.
Like, so call them fucking idiots. Like,
okay, but like, is there anything we can do to add that? You know, just. All right, so what kind of white supremacist motherfucking piece of ignorant goddamn fucking no chin having shit?
There we go.
Do you have to be to tell me Egypt did not have a black pharaoh? What?
but
The fuck? That's like saying there is no such thing in America as a person who's a quarter Cherokee. And if you get that joke, you know what the fuck I'm talking about.
I do. I really do. Can we also point out the fact that it's like, you know what's interesting? Egypt has been ruled by multiple different groups of people. It's been ruled by native North Egyptians.
Oh, yeah.
It's been ruled by Nubians.
Yeah.
It's been ruled by a couple different tribes of Semitic people.
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
That real family kind of changes hands.
It does. It does.
Oh.
It does. But isn't it funny that the only time we get into that fucking argument is when someone says so-and-so fill in the blank pharaoh was black? That's the only time we get into that goddamn argument. And I'm sitting there going like, like the most, because here's the thing. One of the most important pharaohs in Egyptian history, definitely as far as like anything outside of Egypt is fucking concerned, politically, is Tutankhamun.
Mm-hmm.
Tutankhamun is like Tutankhamun's fucking like, I'd say baby daddy, but that ain't right.
It's his dad.
Yeah. It's his dad. It's Tutankhamun's dad. Do me a favor.
People hated him.
Do me a favor. Look up any of the sculptures of Tutankhamun and tell me that motherfucker ain't black.
You won't.
Good luck, fucker. Like,
tell me, like, and he is married to a woman, Queen of Egypt, by the way, who is known. All right, y'all know how like Queen Victoria is the defender, is like, you know, Queen of England, defender of India, and all that bullshit.
Yeah,
whether or not you agree with it, they call her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting. You went from Son of Sam to ancient Egypt. Is this your first time here?
Oh yeah. Hey, welcome to the Couch Jackula stream. Yeah, we'll go all the way. Anyway,
but
Tutankhamun's wife was known as the queen. Oh, from what? Nigeria.
And, you know, was a badass bitch in her
Yeah,
own
well,
fucking...
yeah, totally. No, she was a complete cunt. You know, like, listen, I ain't even gonna sugarcoat it. if you want to talk, I mean, she's not like Nefertiti levels. I mean, because that's like extra.
Well,
that shit's extra.
Ran shit. Like,
yeah. No one, Cleopatra ain't. Yeah, no, Cleopatra ain't shit compared to Nefertiti and her bitch stuff.
Cleopatra, I could go all night about Cleopatra.
You know what I love? You know what I love about Nefertiti though that we never talk about? I love that like everyone thinks that that's a crown, and I'm like, that's her hair.
That's her hair. Yeah.
That's her big, nappy, beautiful, natural black hair. That is her hair.
Yeah.
She had a conical afro.
Yeah. No. For real.
It's like, and people go, well, how do you know that's her hair and not a hat? Well,
because we have it.
Well, beyond the fact that, you know, it was written about, which it was, beyond the fact that it was written about, when Nefertiti was queen, it was fashionable for high-class women to try to recreate wigs that looked like Nefertiti's naturally, like, you know, like her natural hair. We know because we have found those wigs.
Yeah, we have that shit. She was like, oh my God, this crown is made of human hair. Yeah, it was hers.
Yeah, it's not a crown.
Yeah,
it's
not.
hair.
Yeah. How to put it, man? Look, what I'm saying is, black women and extensions have fucking come a long ass way, and way longer than you fucking suspect.
Oh yeah. It's kind of
that shit is prehistorical.
But speaking of, like, you know, proper usage of like language and arguments when it comes to like actual history and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I'm so happy about? I'm so happy that there is an argument that has been made and understood to be true in academia for so long that has never really made it out into the public, that is finally making it out into the public.
Go for it.
That the term Abrahamic faiths doesn't make any goddamn sense, and if you're going to use it, Christianity gets kicked out.
Yes.
Because it doesn't fucking count.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, yeah, no. This is something, don't get me wrong, this is something that like actual religious and cultural scholars of the Near East have understood for decades. Like Abrahamic faiths meaning to include, and terms like Abrahamic faith and Judeo-Christian have no legitimate meaning in academia.
That I did not know. Interesting.
Yeah, because if you think about it, it's funny. Me and Yogi actually had this conversation.
Yeah. So I'm like, I actually didn't know that detail. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Vonner Rakodi saying, okay, and this comes down to it, asking, how is Christianity not Abrahamic? How is it? What does that mean?
Well, because what is Abrahamic speaking about? Speaking about Abraham. What two religions came from it? Judaism and Islam. What's not in that equation?
Oh, you're saying like Christianity's like a little too late to that fucking party.
It's a little too late to that fucking party.
It's a schism.
Also, it's not part of it's like no longer part of this. It hasn't been part of this culture for hundreds of years.
Yeah. Christianity is a deliberate departure from the religion of Abraham.
Yeah, like, and also here's the thing. Also, when people say Abrahamic, okay, here's the thing, right? Okay, when people say Abrahamic to try to mean Christianity, Judaism, Islam, and when people say Judeo-Christian to mean Judaism and Christianity, right? What that really is first of all, those were words that were created by Christian theologians to try to force a connection.
Yeah, after the fact. Not to say that connection didn't exist, but how to put it. Even if we're being generous, it comes down to, we didn't. How else were we going to describe it?
Exactly. But like, exactly. Now, if you're talking about Abrahamic religions, why don't you include literally all of the other currently existing religions that have connections to Abraham and live in the Near East. You know,
Yeah,
why don't you count...
As opposed to Christianity, which has this absolutely deliberate separation from it.
Yeah, when you say Abrahamic, are you thinking about the Samaritans? Because they still exist. Are you thinking about the various different types of Jews? Are you thinking about the Meccaneans? Because they still exist. Are you thinking about the Yeah, are you thinking about the Medians? Because these are all religions that still exist, but no one thinks about them.
Yeah. Yeah,
You know?
that's a good point. I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Okay.
Because what has Christianity been really good at?
Rewriting its history.
No.
And appropriating.
Oh, appropriating shit. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
For instance, what's Christmas actually about?
Christmas is actually about the All-Father Wotan and how he is going to come down and fucking tell you how much he loves you when you're in the middle of winter, drunk off your ass, and either balls deep or have someone balls deep inside you.
While a tree is on fire.
While a tree is on fire.
It's on fire. Yeah. Also, Varner Cody asking, then what is the proper term to refer to Judaism, Christianity, Islam? That's the thing. Christianity doesn't actually belong.
Yeah.
If you actually really... This might be a bit of a shock.
It's weird because, like, if we're talking about religions as if they were genealogical parents, then Christianity belongs. But if we're talking about religions that theologically connect themselves deliberately, you know, because they came from the same people, then Christianity is a stepchild.
It's kind of like, it's also kind of like, okay, example, if you were raised in Christianity, you're probably told that the Old Testament is Hebrew scripture. It's not.
Yeah, only the first 5 books are.
Even then.
Yeah, even then it's debate. Even then it's weird. Yeah, but
it's debatable.
I'm just trying to... Sorry, I was trying to crawl before we could walk.
Fair enough.
But yeah, like, to refer to Christianity, like, that's the reason why Christianity has so many fucking issues with its ideologies, because it
doesn't know what the fuck it is.
Yeah, it
tried to be a universal religion.
Exactly. It's an amalgamation of hundreds of fucking religious beliefs, not just talking about the middle, you know, in that area, but everywhere across the world, that now it's kind of a religion without an identity.
Yeah, like I'm very, very, very happy that a lot of people seem to have caught on to one of the things that I said in the War on Christmas videos, which is pine trees don't grow in Iraq. You know, which is a big oversimplification, but points to a real truth. Wait, you're telling me that this motherfucker born in Jerusalem, killed in Rome, we're supposed to honor him with a type of tree that only grows in the north of Europe and the New World, which no one knew existed?
Oh, wait till they find out about Easter.
Like Easter. Oh, dude. No, I'm sorry. If you celebrate Easter, no, I'm just... Wait, who here's Jewish? Because I want you to understand that I hate no one when I say this.
Town Eccentric is Jewish, but I don't think she's here anymore.
Oh, shit. Okay, well, I just want to let you know, I'm being a linguistic asshole rather than a hateful asshole when I say this.
Okay.
See y'all in Easter. Oh my God, this is when Christ... No! It's when a Jewish queen was like, all right, y'all gotta stop fighting right fucking now. Because I'm fucking sick of this bullshit. And her name was Esther.
I don't think that's hateful at all, because Esther is probably one of like the more badass women of the.
Well, here's the thing. I thought of a better way to say it while I was buying my time.
Oh, that's fair.
Okay,
that's
fair.
That's fair. But like it's so weird to me. Like okay, example. it's one of those weird things where it's like, yeah, no, unless you have literally read the Hebrew Bible and the Midrash and Talmud alongside of it, you don't know what's in Jewish scripture.
Yeah.
You really, really don't.
Yeah.
Like,
and if you're a pagan, it's okay. Because especially when we talk about shit like Easter, there was actually a fucking festival that happened around that same period of fucking time. That's how we celebrate Easter. Because they were like, oh, well, that's about death and rebirth, right? That's about like, hey, yo, Mrs. Spring, rebirth us from that vajayjay. Which is what the pagan part is all about.
you gotta love the fertility goddesses.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Like,
No, fertility goddesses are the big titty fucking vampire. Look. Fertility goddesses are what fucking big titty vampire girls are to Resident Evil.
true.
It's why they matter today. And we all simp for them.
Yeah, no, this is true.
Don't front.
It's true. It's very true.
Yeah.
But like it's weird to me because like how to put it, Christianity is so far removed from like its Near Eastern like pseudo roots. It's so far removed from that. Okay, example, right? The whole thing of like, oh, I wish we knew what Jesus would have taught, in the temple since he was a spiritual teacher.
Motherfucker, they wrote that shit down.
Well, no. Even beyond that, like the whole thing of like, oh, we wish we had like the Jewish context of Jesus. We have that. It's called the Mishnah.
Yeah.
Y'all just haven't read it.
Because it was the fucking script. By the time it was written and became popular, it was the scripture of the people who were the rivals to the Christian religion.
Well, that, and it's not called the Bible, so therefore I can't read it.
In the name of Jimmy!
Exactly.
You doubt the words of the Holy
Jimmy? That's written in the Bible.
But yeah, no, shit's really fucking weird, man. It's super fucking weird. It's like okay, here's an example. I don't know how else to say this. When you read it in Hebrew, God's not that much of a dick. He's still a dick, but he's not that much of a dick.
Well, he doesn't.
The Christianization.
You.
Yeah, no, he doesn't. It's also really weird because, like, how to put it? Modern Judaism has a concept that, like, at the end of the day, what God is the basis of reality, regardless of whether or not that has a consciousness. Christianity don't do that.
Yeah, it doesn't do that at all.
You can be a religious Jew and believe that, and not believe.
Or rather, actually, if I may.
Yes.
Or rather, it did, but Christianity killed those motherfuckers.
Oh yeah, no, they did. It did. Or like, example, you can be a religious Jew. Like, you can be considered a highly observant religious Jew and also be an atheist. Can't do that if you're Christian.
Yeah, I can't do that if you're specifically. And that's actually a quite recent development.
Yeah, I would love to, like, God, I would love to spend more time on this. I'm exhausted. Because
it is 6 a.m. here.
Yeah, are we gonna need to like call it off?
I would. Only thing I want to say is the reason why God is written, at least in the Christian Bible, is written so aggressively, is because they found out that it's easier to force someone by fear to worship something than it is to get them to worship something because they want to.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
Hence the reason why the whole like scripture about when they say like that you put the fear of God in them, like that's actually in scripture, and people like say, well, that's actually about respecting God. No, that's about fearing him.
Yeah, and it's actually it's way more literal than people
that's the reason
pretend it is.
Yeah, like it's the point I'm about to make though is that's the reason why they say like, oh, you should respect the police, not fear the police.
It's interesting though because like, okay,
the reason why fear and respect have been so mushed together.
Yeah.
I feel it's so interesting though, because like okay, again, in Christianity, the concept fear, like, you know, be fearful of God, or the fear of God, it's you know, it either is literally be afraid of him or respect him. It's one of the two, right? Like in all branches of Christianity, it's one of these two, if not both. Again, in Judaism, do you know why why it says fear God in the Jewish scripture?
Because he's a motherfucker.
No, actually, no, it's not that.
Oh, really? Okay, go for it.
Yeah, no, it's because again, in Judaism, God is the natural basis of reality, regardless of what that means.
Ah, okay.
You're taught you're supposed to fear God because God is literally everything. Like that's a big thing for your mind to comprehend.
God is the void. Like
it's
yeah, and what and here's the fucking thing. Here's the fucking thing that actually fucking hold on. I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but I think this is important.
It's okay.
Which is, and where does that fucking rubber hit the goddamn road? When you get to West Europe.
Yep.
Why? Because nature, that's where nature is sacred.
Mm-hmm.
It will provide or it will provide or take away.
it giveth and it
giveth
away.
And it taketh.
Yeah. You see, that's the thing. In Judaism and in Jewish scripture, when we're talking about God, you kind of have to, like, in your head, just replace that with the concept of, like, the natural order of the universe, and suddenly a lot of things start to make...
realize that the majority of that fucking... It's desert!
Yeah.
It's desert and oasis.
Yet at the same time, we have like the earliest, like, written rabbinical teachings. So this is like from around the time that Jesus was alive. There's a well-known rabbi from that time who says that, like, yeah, no, fear of God is the base of a ladder, and the top of that ladder is love and understanding. Because you fear God the way you fear lightning, because you don't understand it and it is powerful. But you have to evolve past the fear without losing it, because at the same time, if you try to tangle with lightning without having that basic respect for its power, you're going to die. Like that's the analogy there. Now, if that analogy is not fucking taught in Christianity.
No, and I gotta be honest, even if it was, I would still be a Satanist.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying Judaism is a perfect religion. I'm just saying that Christianity has no business connecting itself.
Yeah, it's a very different way of interfacing.
Yeah.
You know, it's a very different way of interfacing for all the good or bad it's done. It was definitely different. And one of the biggest problems that we have living in America, not surprisingly, is once a Middle Eastern aesthetic, religion, and philosophy that wanted to universalize itself hit Western Europe with the power and the force of the Roman Empire, a lot of weird shit happened.
To say the
least. A lot of weird shit happens in that process. Europe is not an aesthetic leaning spot on the planet fucking Earth. It has the concept of the cornucopia. It is the concept of spring, of winter. These are not concepts that are known in the way that we understand them in the Middle East. Because, like, how to put it, winter in the Middle East is when it gets really fucking cold. It's not the time when the snow falls and the trees look like they're dead.
It's just cold.
It's just really super fucking cold and you're gonna die out there. But it's not the same as seeing a tree wither and die over the year. That's the metaphor of Western Europe. The metaphor of Western Europe is watching a tree die and then come back in a few months. That's why religions are... Yeah, it's fine. It's why nature religions are so fucking big in Western Europe. Yeah. Just like how harvest...
It's also why they're big in Asia, too.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. And Asia had an advantage. Asia's advantage was that a huge part of that continent had one written language that shared. Thus, China. That's what really kept that fucking thing together.
I'm also going to throw in Sanskrit because I need to throw love to the subcontinent. But yes.
Oh, no. Sanskrit's awesome. But okay. We're talking about a different epoch with that shit.
No, yeah, I know.
You know, we're talking about a different era with that. Like, you know, we're talking about when dinosaurs ruled the earth. But what about when trilobites first happened? Dude, that's that's a different period of time. But yeah, so you come to America, and one of the things that's unique about the United States of America, and I don't just mean all the Americas, and I don't even mean all of North America. I mean literally the United States. What binds it? It's all in a temperate zone.
Yeah.
We all recognize a lot of the same symbolism because we all live in a similar climate. You go to Mexico? What, do you think that fucking place is all desert just because that's the way they like it? Wrong.
What a place and time to be alive.
Fucking wrong. It's because it's so fucking hot there that the earth can't retain moisture. Which is what a desert is. So you're like, well, where do they get all these oranges from? From the parts that aren't like that.
Just because it's there doesn't mean that that's all that's there.
Yeah. Just because it's there, that doesn't mean that's all that's there. Like, you also got to remember that all of fucking Mexico City is built on a swamp.
It is. God damn it, Quetzalcoatl. You led your people in a weird way.
Yeah. Well, like, you can understand what the point was, which is, well, if it's near a swamp, that means it's going to be near fertile ground, and you're going to be able to fucking plant corn. You fucking idiots. You know, it's almost as if Quetzalcoatl is all about the prominence of fucking corn.
We're like this close from a Sam Kinison bit. Well,
I mean, like, seriously, even the fact that he has rainbow wings. How many colors of maize are there again?
A lot.
Exactly.
There's a lot.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of it. And why is he... And what? Oh, but why is he a serpent? Okay, what do corn and a snake have in common?
The way they grow.
Not that. You remove their skin.
Oh, I didn't even say.
The snake sheds its skin.
The snake.
The snake sheds its skin, just like you fucking pulled the skin off of an ear of corn. That's why one of the other prominent gods of the area is Xipe-Totec, the flayed god, the god who has to be skinned every year. He represents corn.
He gets blood everywhere.
Oh, yeah, he gets blood everywhere. Don't get me wrong. If you're like, ew, that sounds gross. Oh, no, it is, and it was intended to be.
But hey, do you want the candy or not?
The answer is yes.
The answer is yes. Yeah. But if we're talking about Halloween, since you mentioned candy,
Oh,
John,
that is all Western European, baby.
John, what did you do?
I feel like I added another hour to this.
Everyone fucking got their fucking like, ooh, it's Festival of the Dead, blah, 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 blah. And that's what Halloween is. Yes and no. Halloween is certainly one region's version of that shit. Absolutely. No doubt about it. But if we're talking about what Halloween actually is, Halloween is about motherfucking Irish kids keep fucking everything up.
They need to have a day where they are just allowed to do it guilt-free.
Yeah, because way back in the days of Ireland, whoa, October 31st, it's time to fucking get high and dance with fairies, you motherfucker. And then when we fucking do this, we're gonna fucking throw shit at adult houses and they can fucking eat our shit and fucking die, because being a fairy is all about being like Peter Pan and fucking shit. Woo! Hey, what's your name? Your name April? Great. Well, I'm gonna be fucking you tonight. How you doing?
Also cabbages.
And cabbages, yeah.
Well,
and turnips. Don't forget turnips.
And what did it? And what purpose did it serve? We're about to be stuck in a house for 3 fucking months. Get the wild shit out of the fucking way.
Yeah. It's a holiday that's entirely based on the fact that Irish kids had a fucking tradition of going, what's this? Fucking fall solstice or equinox or whatever the fuck it is. We're going to get together. We're going to eat. We're going to get together, party, fuck, and wild out. To the point.
We might even put on masks of ghosts and fairies and shit.
Oh, we are definitely doing that shit.
And go mugging houses.
Yeah. And then we're going to fucking scare old Meemaw, who fucking believes in this shit. But little does she know, that's us, baby.
Now here, eat this blue and white speckled mushroom. Go.
Dude, put this blue paint on your fucking skin, eat this mushroom, and then just ride the wave.
Watch the cartoons, fuck.
But yes, chat. Also, yes, my cabbages. Seriously, in your free time, go look up Cabbage Night. You're welcome.
That was actually one of my favorite bits of Avatar: The Last Airbender.
My cabbages!
My cabbages! Because I'm just sort of like, all right, because in my opinion, at that moment, that was the moment the fucking cartoon truly nailed Asian fairy tales.
And that man went on to build like one of the greatest cities.
Yeah, because I'm just sitting there going like, okay, you knocked over Ye-Ye's fucking cabbages. Okay, great. Yeah, okay, that's the thing that happens. And then it kept happening. And I'm like, no, you grew up with these stories, didn't you? Mr. or Mrs. Writer, whoever the case may be. You grew up with this shit because you realize that in an extended fairy tale, there's always that one poor motherfucker who's at the mercy of motherfucking fate that always gets fucked over in the exact same fucking way. Because that is a staple of Asian fairy tales. An absolute staple of it. You can't call it a fairy tale without it.
It's usually a farmer who lives near a bridge or a merchant who has to go over a bridge. Bridge is also involved.
Oh, yeah. Often bridges are involved. You know, not always, but often. And so that happened. I was like, holy shit, this is actually made by somebody. It's like when I watched, like, was it Rava?
Yeah, you talking about the Disney one?
The Southeast Asian one. That's Rava, right?
Yeah.
And they got to Crime Baby. I don't know if it's actually called Crime Baby, but I call it Crime Baby.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. There's a character in the movie, I think Rava, where basically there's like this little baby that's got pacifier, but it's like running a scam on the streets of what is obviously fucking Vietnam.
Baby, what you doing? Go home.
Yeah, and it's
You
just
got a
like
family feed.
yeah. No. I'm sorry. Like that is the Asian equivalent of fucking babies, kids. We don't die, we multiply. You know, I'm like,
Man, I knew they was gonna fuck Mickey Mouse up.
kick Donald Duck's
Ducks.
ass.
Yes.
You know?
Well, because you know you don't just stroll up on kids from the ghetto like.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like, let me put it this way. There's a part of me that goes like, and I've said this before. I said before, even on this stream today. Oh, Asian racism. Israel. Because when you're talking about a crime baby, we all know what you're talking about. That's either Vietnamese or Filipino. If you're Asian, we know that shit. But the fact that it existed in a fucking Disney movie made me go, holy shit. Okay, well, I can't say that you got the wrong Asian stereotypes.
You're hitting them.
You're hitting them. You got them. Which is actually kind of why I was pissed at Lindsay Ellis when she was like, oh my God, why is everything got to be fucking Avatar listing? And I'm like, look, white girl, like, you do not understand what. Let me put it this way. Every Vietnamese or Filipino person in America shed a single tear when they saw that. Because they were like, oh shit. They acknowledge we exist. Even if it's through the fucking hateful stereotypes of the demon Chinese. They acknowledge we exist.
I don't want to know what would have happened if my people got to China.
Well, they did.
Not to our knowledge.
Yeah, no. The Romani people got to China, but it was just like fucking so long ago. But even the Indians. What are you talking about?
Oh, well. Okay, I'll put it to you this way: there are no people currently living in China who are Romani. That's not a thing.
Well, yeah, because once you get to India, that kind of subsumes the identity as far as China's concerned.
All right.
Yeah. No,
All right.
That's exactly how it worked.
But
the Romani became part of it. Some of the Romani became part of India, integrated there, and through India integrated with China.
No. We're from India. We were in India, then went elsewhere.
Oh, okay. Well, then you're talking about. Well, then the Romani are the people who left India and went west as opposed to east.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, none of my people made it to China.
Well, yeah, because like that was the opposite direction.
Yeah, I find it funny though. Yeah, no, I find it funny though. We're all across Europe.
Motherfuckers don't migrate to fucking New York. They fucking migrate to California.
But yeah, no, I just find that funny. Like, you know, like we're all across Europe. We're in North America, South America. We're in parts of North Africa and some Central African communities. And Australia.
Mm-hmm.
The entire East Asian, we just went, nah.
Well, yeah, they became a different group of people.
It's like, no, we're fine.
Yeah, because those who went east became a different group, known as a different group of people. I'm not wrong.
No, you're not.
Yeah, they became known as a different group of people. Like in fact, like how to put it. That's a common Chinese rejoinder. Not to the Romani, to the Japanese. It's like, we are Japanese! But, oh yeah, eventually. bitch. I'm sorry. Where'd you come from?
And even after,
landmass, because like at that point they got one of two options.
and even after you left, your writing system came from where?
I know, but here's the thing: like when you fucking pose that question to people in Japan, oh, they got a quandary. They either got to say, "All right, yeah, China," or the ultimate insult, which is to admit Korean influence. Ooh, ooh, doggy. Oh, doggy. Like, that's a fucking thing. Oh, you can't. No, they're Korean. They're like, fucking, they're Japanese dudes who are like, you brought home a Korean girl / boy? Fuck that. Find a good, like, Japanese, like, I don't know, like, if you need weirdness, like, go find one of them, like, transgenders in, like, fucking Shinjuku, whatever the fuck it is. Marry that. I'll be less mad than if you marry a Korean person.
Oh my god.
And on that bombshell,
Hey, I call it like I see it, man.
I can't say the man's wrong. I've seen this shit.
Yeah. It's real shit. It's real shit. Now, it's not stuff that exists within the diaspora, meaning Asian people that don't live in Asian countries, but it absolutely is fucking part of those nation cultures. Like Asia, like Chinese person in fucking California don't give a shit if someone marries a Filipino. It just don't happen. They don't even care if you like marry a Japanese girl as long as she ain't politically connected. You know, it's like grandma may look weird. Nai or Gong Gong might look weird at you, but you know, mama or baba are just gonna be like, oh, Jesus Christ. Again with the racism. I'm so sick of it. And that's when fucking grandma and grandpa come out and go like, I'm not talking about black. Oh my God, racism ain't just about black. Oh my God. Are you fucking kidding me? Why can't you find a nice fucking Hispanic girl to marry? Most fucked up thing I ever heard.
Well,
not from my family, but like this is the most fucked up thing I ever heard. From Asian people.
My God.
Oh my God. Yeah. Except for maybe the response, which was, Ma, what's the fucking difference?
I think one of my favorite
fucked up.
I think one of my favorite things that's ever been said to me about the person I'm seeing is, look, I understand I'm not gonna budge you from this whole gay thing, and I'm not gonna try. But you couldn't find a nice Romani boy.
Yeah.
You couldn't even find a Hungarian.
Yeah.
You ever come on, Ma? His family got kicked out of his country too.
You ever see you've seen like the British comedy Goodness Gracious Me, right?
Yeah, I love that show.
Yeah, it's one of those, wow, this show's racist. Yeah, but it's so good. Yeah, it's a sitcom. It's a variety comedy skit show
written by and starring in Indian people in Britain.
Yes. Yeah. And one of their most famous sketches is young Indian boy comes out as gay and his parents get pissed. But they're not pissed because he's gay. They're pissed because he's dating a white boy.
You couldn't find a nice Indian boy?
Oh.
You know, it's like when my friend Big Mikey, when he started dating like an Irish Catholic girl, and his mother was like, you couldn't find a nice Italian girl? Why you break my heart? I was there for this conversation. Why you breaking my heart?
Oh, dude. Like, I know.
to this day, his mother, and I'm not kidding, I've seen Donna Maria do this. It's hilarious. She refers to finding out that her son was marrying a non-Italian person as, quote, the day you took 10 years off my life.
I wish I could have had a good enough relationship. You know, if the racial matter. Well, actually, one of the problems about being mixed race is there's no point the racial matter don't fucking come into fucking.
I know, right?
It don't ever not come into the equation, which is fucked up. And I made out of it about as well as anyone could, because even though my dad's family were rather a little more Chinese, they recognized one fact, which not a lot of families do, to be fair. And I'm not saying this is more enlightened. It isn't necessarily. But it proved that they could put one thing in front of the other. Quick, Yogi, what do you think that was?
Your well-being and happiness?
Possibly, yes. Possibly, yes. That's not outside the realm of thinking. But let's talk about the stupidest, most basic thing.
I don't... I feel like I know this, but I'm not entirely sure.
I had the family name. I'm the oldest male that has the family name.
Oh, yeah.
And now that I think of it, yeah, I can't, not even in my generation. After my father, it all comes on me to spread the family name. And I think they kind of saw which way the wind is blowing because they've given up on that.
Well, here's the thing. Jack. You might not continue the family name, but as the oldest son, you are responsible for taking care of your parents and your siblings.
Oh yeah, and I probably I'll take care of my dad, definitely. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna do that, but I'll definitely try.
But that's the thing though, either doing it yourself or overseeing it, that's and they recognize that. They're like, okay.
Yeah. Because we know what would happen. I know exactly what would happen if I had gone with a girl outside of the family's ethnicity, and they had fucking given me shit about it, which was simple. Now they wouldn't have thought of this because this is not a thing a family member is supposed to think. Well, if you had introduced me to some girls with bigger titties, we wouldn't be in this situation now, would we?
Well, damn. We should probably cut this because John is literally falling asleep, which he warned us about. We should cut this.
Yeah. Let's cut this for now. Yeah, Yogi, if you're needing to go too, I should probably just cut off the whole thing because I'm not going to last too much longer myself.
Well, to be fair, in a couple hours, I have to do the vacuuming and I have to make the red sauce for the week, during which I know it's done because the amount of simmering time it needs is enough for me to walk down the street to the cemetery and and put flowers on my great grandmother's grave and come back.
Jesus motherfucking Christ. I thought you were Roman, not Italian.
He's from Jersey.
Okay, fair.
Also, what you think Italians are the only?
Fair.
Also, you think Italians are the only people who cook with tomatoes? What the fuck is wrong with you?
No, not at all. But I was like, dude, you fucking timing your tomato cooking about how long it takes you to get to a motherfucking graveyard.
My Puradaya, my grandmother, she used to do it by I'm
not saying it's bad. I'm saying you're proving my point.
My Puradaya, which is a Romani word for grandmother, by the way, it's not Italian. My Puradaya, she used to do it by she knew that it was done because like she would go across the street to the church for confession and come back.
Dude, that does not disprove my point. In fact, that strengthens it.
You know, a lot of Romani people in the West are Catholic, right?
Well, I mean, look, all the Romani people I've ever known came from Catholic families. It's
well, so
kind of
there
like
you go.
It's a thing.
So there you go.
No, okay, then. No, seriously. Actually, one thing I do want from you at one point, I'm not kidding, is your pastrami recipe.
This could probably be arranged.
Okay, good, because I'm like, no, I'm gonna fucking check that shit out.
That's fair.
Yeah. All right. So until next time, everybody, I'll be back. Follow me on Twitch, but I'm going to be honest. I might be doing a little bit more YouTube streaming from now on because I like Twitch, but like, man, it's not bringing in the audience it used to. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Like, I can only assume either I have failed to change with the times or something has gone on.
It is.
All hail the mighty algorithm.
All hail the mighty algorithm. It is what it is. You know, but I will be back. I will definitely put the next stream up on Twitter at JackSatanWave. And remember, Satan and I love y'all very much, and I hope you all fucking are able to transform yourselves into the people you want to be.
Unless you can transform to Megatron, then do that.
Well, like, if you transform into Megatron, then I'm going to Optimus Prime your ass.
The point is, if you can be a robot, be a robot.
Yeah. If you can be a robot, be a robot. But, like, if you're going to be Megatron, I'm sorry, Optimus Prime is red, and what color is Satan? Thank you. Night,